What is your profession?
No way, ancient prophets black and bold, like Daniel, King David and Abraham. Israel were all black men. I don't wanna lose ya. Japheth tried his best to erase the godly parts he played. I says he came and took, I never mentioned in his book. No, I this your version, I know King James version.
All praise to the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, in the name of his only begotten son. Now, question, was King James black or was he white? Was he a homosexual like people made him out to be? Now, for many of years, from generation to generation, it has been passed down that King James, of course, was a white man, he was a homosexual, and various other rumors that Most High willing we'll be able to go over and discuss during the process of this video. Now, the video will not be from a biased standpoint. You're going to hear testimonies from other people from all throughout the world on their views on how they feel about King James. So, ladies and gentlemen, watch this with an open mind. Regardless of what side of the fence you stand on, watch it with an open mind, because you never know. You might just be presented with some information that you may or may not have heard. Now, keep in mind, our history, of course, not only has been concealed from us from generation to generation, but keep in mind, as a people, we are all starting to wake up. Now, you have different people of different ideologies and different ways of how they view things. But one thing everybody agree with, of course, no matter what ideology you subscribe to, is that we're a nation of people that's lost, and we're a nation of people that has been long forgotten about. We are a nation of people that, in a sense, we have no history, no culture. So as a people, we are trying to come back and begin to find ourselves once again. So keep in mind, even though you have people who subscribe to different ideologies and cultures, we all agree that something happened to us. We have been stripped from everything. Now keep in mind, we know that we have a great history and a culture. So keep in mind that there are some things that has not been told, and our history is like a jigsaw puzzle. You just have to put the pieces back into proper perspective. So during the course of this documentary, that will be the main goal, putting the pieces back into its proper perspective. And again, this is King James on trial. So we're going to put King James on trial. Not only just that, we're going to put England and Scotland and Europe, of course, as well, because there are a lot of untold stories about these people that once ruled and dominated Europe. Of course, we've been presented with a white face, but of course, from generation to generation, hundreds of years. So keep in mind, it's time to reveal the truth. So what we're going to do is we're going to stick to the topic of these people that ruled and dominated Europe. The main focus will be King James, because this will be him on trial as well. So again, we have been presented a white King James, and we have been presented things from a biased standpoint. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at things from both sides of the ball game. It will be up to you to draw your conclusion, and up to you to decide what it is that you think is the truth. But keep in mind, do your research. So I'll be bringing out lots of information. Other people will be bringing out information. Let them get their perspectives as well. So with that being said, all praise to the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, in the name of his only begotten son. Shalom.
The problem arises
when you have a religion, right, and you consider yourself the original black Hebrews, or we're the Hebrews, and nobody else can be a Hebrew, and then you start adding in falsified information, and that's when I come in. That's when the God killer comes in to kill that tomfoolery. So you've seen those clips earlier, and they were talking about King James, the black King James. I'm sure y'all have seen it. That's the tomfoolery reward for the century. King James is black. Now, the only reason you say that King James is black is because you can't explain calling a white man the devil, but yet take his book, right, and use it. You can't explain how King James, right, signed off on the King James Version of the Bible and still say that white people are the devil. So you say that God uses King James, but you say he's black, because then all of a sudden, because it's black, it becomes sacred and divine. That's not what makes something sacred and divine. So you can't say, well, King James is black, and that's why he gave us the King James Version of the Bible, because God works through black people. It's nonsense. Let's stop it. So I'm going to bring the verifiable evidence to show you that King James Stewart, King James, right, was not a black person. Look at that. They say that that's, if you look on some YouTube videos, they say that that's King James and he's black. Yeah, that's a little dark a little bit because they use a certain drawing technique, and it's called cross-hatching. Okay? So there you go. That's an original painting of King James. Painter. There's King James again. Oh, King James' mother. Her name is Mary Stuart. She looked white as a lily, and he's looking a little sweet and soft there. There you have it. So we know where he got his tendencies from. Look at his daddy. He's not a real tough guy, and you know he wasn't trying to fight nobody. That's his father. That's his dad, Henry Stuart. Boy, so we see his mother and we see his father. How in the world do you get a black person out of that? Don't let them do that to you, because it's called tomfoolery to suck you in to a religion that kills your mind. They have no real facts. They have no real evidence, so they make this nonsense up. So let's just say that King James is black, since that's what y'all want to say. You want to say King James is black. What in the hell does that have to do with the Bible? But all King James could do was just commission people and sign off on it.
Our schools haven't been 100% truthful. They haven't really told us about the blacks that ruled Europe and dominated Europe. I wonder why. Why is that? Usually when people like me stand up and say, hey, well, you know, blacks or people of color actually ruled and dominated Europe for at least 1,000 years. Oh, yeah, I know that. But in reality, they really don't really know. They just, you know, in a sense, repeat what they hear someone else say. Or sometimes you'll tell someone this and they, oh, that's not true. Or Europe has always been white, so to speak. I have a book right here. I have a lot to talk about. The main thing we're going to be discussing in this documentary is King James. But before we get to that, there are things I want to show so that for when we get to talking about people like King James, you will kind of understand and be kind of caught up. That's the book I have here. It's called Imperial Rome. All right. And what's crazy about this book, it goes into the history of Rome. And this chapter here in chapter 7, notice it says the end of greatness. But if you look next right to it, you see black people. I wonder why is that, right? There was a guy named Septimus or whatnot. I'm sorry, Septimus Severus. And he overthrew Rome in 193 AD. So around 1453, this is when, during the Renaissance period, when whites had begun to, you know, gain power again. Now on page 141, chapter 7, this book, it says, armies based in several of the provinces have already proclaimed their own commanders, such as emperor, and one of them, Septimus Severus, it says, African by birth and commander on the Danube, now march on Rome and dispose the new emperor by auction. Now, again, we haven't really been taught about these blacks that took over Rome, nor have we been taught about the black origins of ancient Rome and black Roman emperors. We haven't really been taught about this. You see, so the thing is, when you start mentioning Rome, for example, look at this black man here with locks in his head. You see, these are things that has been kept in the dark we haven't really been fully educated on this. So this is why when people like me stand up and start telling people where you do know that we ruled and dominated Europe and we were emperors and kings, and look at this. Look at these black people. All right. Now, of course, I'm going somewhere with this. All right. And I want you to be patient with me. All right. So, again, look at this brother here. You see that, guys? Now, a book here, we'll definitely be going into this book in my documentary, Nature Knows No Color Lines, since we're on the topic of Rome. Page 47. Look at that. Negroes in Rome. All right. Now, so one may say, okay, where is he going with this? Now, you do know in schools, when we see these images of people in Rome, the first images and the most popular images we'll see is what? White people, right? But what if I told you again that blacks ruled Europe? What if I told you that a lot of the great people that you learn about in your schools were actually people of color? Oh yeah, I know. It sounds crazy, right? Of course. Now, before we get deep off into this again, the book I have here is called The Icon. All right. And I want to go and I want to talk about this. Now, again, ladies and gentlemen, when you see black people, right, we're always depicted as slaves, and we're always depicted as, you know, people from a lower state. But then when you look at history, everything great always seems white. You ever notice that? For example, even when you look at animals, it's like a shark and a whale. A shark can be called a great white shark, but a whale, he's a killer whale, right? The black one, the killer whale. You see what I'm saying? So the thing is, guys, it's time for us to wake up. Now, one thing I want to talk about is iconoclasm. Now, for those of you who have never heard the term iconoclasm, the root word is icon, meaning what? Pictures and images. Iconoclasm is basically mean to destroy images. All right, so you had people during the Renaissance period. Renaissance means rebirth. All right, when they began to take over and dominate Europe, they began to destroy a lot of images. So a lot of the images you see today are not accurate. All right, now, so in this book, The Icon, all right, it first goes in to talk about iconoclasm. It says iconoclasm, Venetian looting in year 1204, and the sack by the Turks in year 1453 are the main reasons why only very few icons have survived. You see that? So that lets you know right then and there that they destroyed some images. But it said very few icons had survived. All right, it says, in Constantinople proper, it says, it may seem daring, therefore, to write an entire chapter on the icons of the capital. Yet the situation is not quite so hopeless as might appear at first glance. You see that at first glance. All right. It says icons existed not only as a panel of writings, not only as panel paintings, but also as frescoes and wall mosaics, some of which have emerged from layers of whitewashing. Let that sink in. Layers of whitewashing. What does that mean? That means they literally took images, right, and made them white. They literally destroyed images. So a lot of images that you see today, right, the names may be correct, but the image may be false. All right, so a lot of your scholars today is very unaware of this. All right, so understand this. The first thing I want to start off with was iconoclasm. They destroyed a lot of the images and they gave us white images. Now keep in mind, these are the people that tell us that color doesn't matter. Well, if color doesn't matter, why not show the real images? Right? Just like they whitewashed the images of Egypt. You know, we have been mainstream have shown a Arab or Hollywood have shown white man, white woman as Egyptians, when clearly we know that the ancient Egyptians were what? They were dark. You see what I'm saying? So they did that, just like they did the Egyptians, just like they did the original Romans, the original Greeks, the original Italians, the original Britons. These people were dark. All right, this is when the people who you call Caucasian was living in the Caucasus Mountain in South Georgia, Russia.
All right, so we ruled and dominated Europe. Make no mistake about it. All right, yes, they took over Europe during the rebirth, during the Renaissance period, which started around 1453. And this is around the time where they start whitewashing these images. Now, in this same book, page 155, by the man of St. George, I'll kind of give you an example of what I'm talking about because it gives many examples of images that were made white. Look at St. George. Notice this. He was a black man with an afro. But notice, look at his fingertips. They're really dark, right? And look at around his mouth, really dark, but around him his skin is white. Look at his legs. You see how they tried to do that? The outside, the out layer of his skin is dark, but in between the middle you see white because they went and whitewashed, and they did him in different stages. This is an example of what I'm talking about. Look at his fro. That's clearly a man of color that they tried to destroy it with a white paintbrush. This is what I'm talking about. They didn't just do people like him like this. They did people like Christ and the disciples like this. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to get you to see they have whitewashed a lot of our images. All right. So when we start, we're gonna get into some truth about King James as well, because this is the reason why I'm bringing this out, and not just King James, but people all throughout Europe. All right. So today, again, when you think of Europe, you think of white people, but keep in mind who was there first. Who was there first? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Judah Moshe Ben Israel, and this is King James on Trial. Shalom.
Septimius Severus ruled. The black people began to rule the Roman Empire. That's why from 193 AD is the time period. Then, 1453, the fall of Constantinople by the Ottoman Turks. That's when the Europeans began to That's when the Europeans began to come back in power, the Caucasians, because what? They dwelt in an area called the Caucasus Mountains. So remember this. Rome, 193 AD, they come back in power in 1453. So the project is iconoclasm. That means breaker of images. So we're going to read through these books.
You have 10 minutes.
Okay. We're going to go to the book called The Icon, page 126. I had to write this down. It's a lot of pages. And real quick, we're going to relate this back to the Bible. So page 126, right here. I'm going to show the pictures and I'm going to pass it down. So everybody pass it on, all right? Right here, you're going to see dark images of Jesus Christ and his mother. The images of the prophets and the apostles, they were always painted dark-skinned people. It was the time of 1453 when they started to paint over them as Caucasian people. But they were always painted as dark people. And that's what I'm going to show you in all these books. So a lot of these images were produced before the Renaissance. Now we're going to go to page 155. Page 155. Let me show you. 155. Now, I want you to look at this, and we're going to start from right here. Notice right here, you're going to pass it around. Notice right here, you're going to see a dark image. You're going to see a dark image right here. You're going to see he was painted dark. But notice around him, they painted him what? A lighter image. You see it? Yeah. It's dark right there, and around him, you're going to see a light. So pass it around the class so you can see it. Now, the next book, since we got short time, the next book is going to be Art Treasures of Russia. This book right here, you're going to see more images of the prophets, and all of them being painted as dark-skinned men. Because a lot of times in class, in history, we always learn, when we see people like Septimius Severus, Charlemagne, the Anglo-Saxons, we always see them as these were great famous Caucasian men, when these were really black men that ruled. Rome, the Byzantine Empire, was ruled by black men. So now, go to page 37. Page 37. And on this one, same history and art. Right here, you see the Archangel Michael in the middle, Jesus Christ. Right next to him is Gabriel. What color are they painted? They're painted very dark. But in many books after 1453, they're painted white. Why? You had famous iconoclasts. Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Raphael, Donatello, 3 Ninja Turtles, they were hired to paint over these images. When I went to Rome and the Vatican and I saw the Sistine Chapel, he was hired to paint biblical characters, Caucasian men. Why? So that when a lot of people begin to read the history of the Israelites and Jews, they would think that they were Caucasians. That's why. That's history. Now, go to page 78. Page 78. Page 78. So pass it around. Oh, right there. This here is this is a scene from the Bible called the Transfiguration. And when you see the prophets, you're going to see them as men of color. Notice here his garment is white, but the skin complexion on the prophets, they're all dark-skinned men. Because when you read the scriptures, you always read about the prophets. They always describe themselves as dark-skinned men. And our forefathers, black men, they painted them as that image of being men of color. But what happened? Remember this. 1453, the Renaissance. So now, we're going to go to Spain, a history and art. We're going to go to page 60. We're going to go to page 60. I want you guys to look at this. Now, these women are what color? White. What color are their fingertips? Black. What happened? They got their fingertips dipped in chocolate? No, they weren't dipped in chocolate. They were hired to paint over the images. Why are their fingertips black, but their skin is white? Because they had iconoclasts. 1453. Paint over these images. When I went to the Louvre in Paris, a lot of the biblical images throughout the museum, white. Then there was a back room. And when I went inside that room, I seen a lot of dark-skinned images. I seen icons. And I was like, Dad, they got all these images in the back room, but in the open area when you're walking through, you see all these images, Caucasian men, famous Caucasian men, you would think. But in the back room, smaller area, you see images that, what I'm showing you, dark images, all right? So, wait, where's the book, The Icon? Right when you finish, pass it back up. There's something I want to read. I'm not going to be able to go through every page. Now, I'm going to show you Queen Elizabeth.
5 minutes.
No problem. Queen Elizabeth, I'm going to show you something. Page 77. I'm going to show you right here. Right here is Henry VIII. Right there. Okay, good. Thank you. Go to the page where it says the icons of Constantinople. Right here is King Henry VIII. King Henry VIII, if you type it on Wikipedia, you're going to see a Caucasian man. That's what you're going to see, Caucasian man. This is Henry VIII. He's a black man. Famous king, black man. But you see them as Caucasian men. Guess who this is in the middle? Queen Elizabeth I. She's a black woman. This is Queen Elizabeth I. What happened? 1453. Whitewashed all images. That's what happened. They whitewashed history. So pass that around. Pass that around. So now we're gonna read. No, it's right here in the beginning. I'm sorry. Right here in the beginning. Almost finished. Almost finished. Read this part where it says, "It may seem daring." Right here. Wait, no. Start from iconoclasm.
It says iconoclasm. So Venetian looting in 1204.
Right.
And the sack by the Turks in 1453.
Remember I said the Ottoman Turks sacked the Byzantine Empire, 1453. That's what
Are the main reasons why only very few icons have survived in Constantinople.
Right.
It may seem daring, therefore, to write an entire chapter on the icons of the capital.
Right.
Yet the situation is not quite so hopeless.
The situation of a lot of these icons with dark-skinned people, it's not so hopeless. Why? Because there are still some images that survive. That's why I'm able to show you these dark-skinned images. They didn't whitewash every painting because it was too many. Read on.
It says icons existed not only as panel paintings,
right,
but also as frescoes and wall mosaics,
right,
some of which have emerged from layers of whitewash.
They've emerged from what?
Of whitewash?
Layers of whitewash. That's why when I showed you that Christian woman, she had her image around there. She was all painted white, but her fingertips were black. Why? Because a lot of times they didn't finish whitewashing these images. Now that's all I wanted. Real quick, almost finished, bro. Almost finished. This is page 116. Guess who this is? Spartacus. This is found in Tel Aviv, 1954. He's a black man. But why do we always see him as Caucasian men? Whitewashing. That's why. This is Spartacus. You can pass the book. And one more. Two more points. Go to page 77. This is the Oxford, oldest English university. The Oxford Illustrated History of Medieval Europe. We're going to go to page 77, and we're going to look on the wall. Almost done. Page 77. Hold on. I think it's page 77. Oh, 177. I'm sorry. 177. Right here. I want you guys to look at this. This is Hosea, Daniel, King David, and Daniel, Hosea, Jonah, and King David. What color are they painted? Brown. Brown, black, right. Brown men. Guess when this was before 1453. This is the remarkable windows at Augsburg Cathedral. Augsburg Cathedral. So you guys can pass that around. Here you go. Now we're going to read one scripture to show why it happened in history. Okay, thank you. First Maccabees. In the Holy Bible, you have a book called the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha was taken out of the Holy Bible in the 1700s by the Protestant Church. The Apocrypha, you can get a King James Version Bible, 1611. You'll see the Apocrypha in it. This Bible has the Apocrypha in it. It cost me a great deal of money, but it has it. It's still in it. So read First Maccabees chapter 1. First Maccabees 1:1. First Maccabees. We're going to read about Alexander the Great, and we're going to read about what the Greeks did when they took the records of the Bible.
First Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 1. And it happened after that Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Kittim, and smitten Darius, king of the Persians.
Remember, Alexander's forefather was Philip of Macedon. Now jump to verse 9 about what happened. When you're going to see what happened when the Greeks.
And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves, so that they sons after them many years, and evils were multiplied in the earth.
What did the Bible say?
And evils were multiplied in the earth.
Because what the Greeks were doing, it was all against the Holy Scriptures. So go to 1 Maccabees 3:48. We're going to show you what the Greeks did. The Greeks took the records of the Israelites, and then there's something they did. Okay, thank you.
First Maccabees 3:48.
Listen to what the Greeks did. Because iconoclasm, breaking images, that's nothing new. The Greeks took the records of the Israelites and they painted over them as white men. You're going to see it right here.
And laid open the book of the law.
The book of the law is the Holy Bible.
Wherein the heathen.
The heathen is talking about the Greeks, because this is when Alexander, this is the time of Antiochus. But it's from chapter 1, it's talking about Alexander the Great. Chapter 3, it goes in the time of Antiochus. He came out of the line of Seleucus, one of Alexander the Great's 4 generals. Come on.
Wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images.
That's what they did. They took the records of the Israelites, and what they do?
Paint the likeness of their images.
Here it is in this called Our Living Bible. Israelite priests painted black men. These are Jews, black men. But what did the Greeks do? They painted over it. So I'm sorry, that was it. If you guys have any questions, please ask them now. All right? Any questions? Yes.
Was this only in America that they really did this?
No. They did this throughout all of Europe. They did this
No, but I mean, like.
That question's irrelevant. This didn't happen. He's not talking
No,
about
when I
America.
say only in America, I mean, like. Are there more pictures that are shown throughout the world that do have darker skin?
Well, that's what he's talking about.
Right. That's exactly what I was
That
showing.
was the
Because like this book, Art Treasures of Russia. In this book, Art Treasures of Russia, you see dark skin images all over throughout Russia. Because when you look up the history of the slave trade, they took a lot of slaves from Russia. Why was slavery in Russia? Because black people ruled Russia at one point in time. The reason why.
Would they have pictures of?
Yeah, a lot of these areas they're there. Because the reason why they called it the Dark Ages was because dark people ruled. So they called it the Dark Ages. That's why. But when they came back in power, 1453, they overthrew everything. Any other questions?
Oh, yeah. Henry VIII and Elizabeth I, are you talking about England?
Exactly. Any other questions? No other questions? I know y'all got questions. What's your question?
You're basically saying all the rulers, and according with everyone, all the prophets, Jesus were all black.
All dark skin.
All praise to the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Your name is only begotten beloved son. I'm Judah Moshe ben Israel.
Ezra's ben Israel.
And this is King James on trial. So now it's time to clear up the confusion, all these rumors that's been spreaded about this man. So what we're going to do is we're going to defend the brother who you know is James Charles Stewart. All right, James Charles Stewart is who you know as King James, the first and the sixth. He was the first king of England. The first king of England, the sixth of Scotland. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna open up to this book right here. It's called the Negro Question. You keep it up there, put it up a little closer. It's called the Negro Question, Part 4. It's also known as the Missing Link. So, in here it talks about a lot of the people who ruled and dominated Europe. All right, so with that being said, we're going to open up to the very first page. Now, there are 4 parts of this book. All right, if you've seen my documentary titled True Identity of the So-Called Negro, Part 4, I spoke of this book as well. Okay, so with that being said, let's go ahead and get started.
All right. This book has been designed to shed light on the missing link.
On the what?
Missing link.
So this book is shedding light on the missing link. Keep this in mind. Go ahead.
Between the 2 sciences, history and genetics. We have been trained to trust without question what we are taught in the academia of these United States.
So keep in mind, in the schools, we have not been taught to question what we're being taught. So it's just like, for example, you know, your teacher tell you something, you don't raise your hand to ask a question. All right, so we have been conditioned not to ask questions. Let's continue.
Now, a new science has emerged that has produced results that are in direct conflict with the history that is being taught in the classroom.
So you see that this information that's being brought out, it contradicts what you're being taught in your everyday schools. Like, you know, your schools have failed us. Let's continue.
That science is genetics, but what is this issue? This pebble in the shoe that is putting genetics against history. The world history that is being taught in the classrooms.
The what?
That is being taught, the world history that is being taught in the classroom.
So the world history is being taught in your classrooms, your schools, your academians, right? Go ahead.
Omit.
Oh, what?
Omit.
That means they get rid of, they take out. Go ahead.
The existence of the black Scots.
Oh, wait a minute. Scots. For example, King James was the king of Scotland. All right? And they were known as the Scots. So it let you know that the schools don't reveal this information. They take this out. They omit it. All right, let's read.
Black Irish.
Who?
Black Irish.
Now keep that very important, because you're going to learn that the Irish and the Scots are the same people. You're not being taught this in school. All right, the Irish, when you learn about these Black Irish and the Scots, these people were one and the same. All right, let's continue.
Black Brits, Black Italians,
Black who?
Italians.
Go ahead.
Black French, or Black Europeans that were sold directly into the American slave plantation.
So you see that? There are people that are over here in America right now whose descendants go right back to these Black European kings and queens and these people that live in Europe. Why do you think a lot of them still carry on those last names? Let's continue.
The history that is being taught in the classroom is in direct conflict.
It's in direct what?
Conflict.
Go ahead.
With the eyewitnesses, the artifacts, DNA, and surnames of the blacks in America.
Oh, you see that? All this evidence that's out here, what's being taught in the classroom, it contradicts that. Then it said including the artifacts. All right, let's continue.
This great omission has caused the public to view both institutions in a fraudulent and suspect manner.
Go ahead.
What is the solution to this problem?
What is the solution to this problem, right? Go ahead.
What is the missing link?
What is the what?
Missing link.
Just remember, this book is known as the Missing Link. All right, go ahead.
The Negro Question, Part 4, the Missing Link, has the answer to make both sciences come together in a perfect harmonious marriage.
Because keep in mind, our history, as I said earlier, our history is like a jigsaw puzzle. But keep in mind, it needs to be put together. So that's just going to be the goal in this documentary, to put the pieces back in its proper perspectives. All right, let's continue.
Neither of the 2 sciences possesses the link to bring cohesiveness to their respective fields.
Go ahead.
The secret lies in the past.
The secret lies when?
In the past.
Go ahead.
In the writings of Professor Boyd Dawkins, and the edict of Oliver Cromwell.
Cromwell. You're going to learn about him as well if we have time. Go ahead.
in ancient artifacts and in the essay of Benjamin Franklin.
Mm-hmm.
Their scholars, scientists, and historians are confused. Their institutions have failed them.
So you see that their institutions have failed them. Go ahead.
Their money failed them.
Mm-hmm.
They have been deceived by the Renaissance and blindness.
So the Renaissance was the time of the rebirth, which we'll be talking about as well in this documentary. All right, because during the Renaissance, that's when all these images begin to be whitewashed. All right, around 1453. All right, the Renaissance period. We'll be talking about that as well. Let's continue.
They have been deceived by the Renaissance,
Mm-hmm.
and blindness has taken hold on them all.
So you see that? So a lot of these people back then were blinded by the Renaissance. All right, the time of the rebirth. All right, let's continue.
The shining of light hurts their eyes,
Mm-hmm.
and they find shelter in the darkness.
Go ahead.
If you have read any of my books, you already know what this is.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the next episode? Don't blink.
Don't blink, because you blink, you might miss. All right. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Chapter 1.
Mm-hmm.
The eyewitness period. Irish priest.
The what priest?
Irish priest.
Now remember earlier I said that the Scots and the Irish are the same people. Let's continue.
This little black Welshman.
Mm-hmm.
I'll show y'all the picture.
That's right.
This little black Welshman,
Mm-hmm.
settled in France.
Mm-hmm.
What's this?
Ganakis.
Ganakis of the Canary Islands.
Right.
France, Ireland, Spain, and the British Islands.
And the British what?
Islands.
Go ahead.
And all over Europe.
So you see that? These people settled in all these places. Let's read.
Professor Winchell Alexander, our remote ancestor,
right?
1815 through 1900. Collection of journals.
So this is a collection of journals. Let's see what he said. Go ahead.
These short black men.
These what?
Short black men.
Notice he didn't call them white men. He said these short black men. Go ahead.
Came from Atlantis, Northern Africa,
right?
And they overran Europe.
Go ahead.
They were known as Britain.
They was known as what?
Britain.
Known as what?
Britain.
Britons. Go ahead.
Roman historian Tacitus, the origins of the Black Britons.
Go ahead.
The Iberians are black people with curly hair.
Just like your brother King James was a black man with curly hair. All right. Read that again.
The Iberians are black people with curly hair.
Go ahead.
Anthropological Review, Society, London, Volume 8.
That's where you can find that information. Let's read.
Joseph Richson, Annals
means records. Go ahead.
How you pronounce that?
What are we looking at? Caledonian.
Caledonian Picts and Scott.
And who?
And Scott.
That's your Scottish people. Go ahead.
Volume 2, page 7 and 27.
This is where you can find this information, which he's about to read. What does it say?
The Picts or Brits are brown complexioned with curly hair.
Go ahead.
Ivan van
Sertima. He wrote this book called The Golden Age of the Moor. All right. Ivan van Sertima. We'll be talking about this as well. All right. But go ahead.
African presence in early Europe.
I have that book as well. Let's read.
Page 225. The Britons look like the Ethiopians.
So Ivan van Sertima, all right, who's considered to be a prominent scholar amongst most people, he said that what? The British what?
Look like the Ethiopians.
What color are the Ethiopians? Black. Read that again. What did he say?
Ivan van
Sertima.
African presence in early Europe.
This is the book. Go ahead.
Page 225.
Go ahead. What did he say?
The Britons.
The who?
The Britons.
Go ahead.
Look like the Ethiopians.
So keep in mind, if the British look like Ethiopians, what is so hard to believe that King James could have been black as well? What's so hard to believe about that? Let's read.
Albert Churchwood, 1912.
This is the year 1912. What did Albert say?
Origins of Evolution, pages 12 and 13.
Right. What did he say?
The black
Basque
were exterminated from Europe.
Go ahead.
Professor Boyd Dawkins, our earliest ancestors.
So keep in mind also, let me go back and touch bases on that. Notice it said the black Basque. These were your Brits. He said that they were exterminated from Europe. So keep in mind, that lets you know if they were exterminated from Europe, they obviously had been there in the first place. All right, and we're going to learn when that happened. Let's continue, though.
Professor Boyd Dawkins, our earliest ancestors, bygone days, a lecture delivered in the public hall, Cawley Hurst, Manchester.
So this is letting you know, during a public hall, this is when this took place. Go ahead.
January 8th, 1879.
What year?
1879.
Let's see what he said.
The ancient Britons.
The ancient Britons. Go ahead.
Irish, Scots, or a short black people.
And what page is that found on?
Pages 103 through 107.
All right, what else we got? We're getting testimonies of different people all saying the same thing about these people that were in Europe. Go ahead.
Dr. Thunan, Nature Journal of Science, page 92.
What did it say in that book?
From the evidence at hand, it seems that the Iberian black man.
The who?
Iberian black man.
Right.
Occupied the whole of Western Europe.
So they occupied the whole what?
Western Europe.
At what?
At one time.
At one time. You see that? All these people saying the same thing. Why is it so hard to believe that King James was a man of color, though? Let's continue.
Professor, what's that? Hughes?
Huxley,
1870.
Right.
The Iberian race. Page 332.
What did it say?
The Iberian
Basque
black bones have been found.
So they even found black bones. Go ahead.
All over Europe with his animals.
With his what?
Animals.
Go ahead.
I have inserted the writings of 8 English or white historians to show you that our white brothers who were closer to the epic center didn't have a problem telling the truth about the original inhabitants of Europe.
So you see that back then they didn't have a problem with letting you know that these people were people of color. But today, it's a different story. Why? Because what's being taught today contradicts what what's being taught in schools contradict the actual history and the actual artifacts and the evidence. All right, let's continue.
These Welshmen, Britain, Irishmen, Frenchmen, Russians, Germans, Italians.
Now think about this. When you think of these names today, you automatically think of some white folk. You automatically think of some white folks when you hear these names. You see that, but keep in mind, what if I told you that we're gonna let it do it, because 449 AD is the key year. But let's continue though. What does it say though?
Italians and Swedish,
right? Swedes, like people from Sweden. Go ahead.
Were in Europe.
They were where?
In Europe. Thousands of years before the English arrived.
Hold on. So they were there thousands of years before the English. This is talking about the white Englishmen now. Before they arrived, when?
In 449 AD.
So you see that they were there thousands of years before this time period. Let's continue.
And this will be proven by the writings of one professor, Dawkins, professor of geology at Manchester University, London.
Go ahead.
Professor Boyd Dawkins was invited to speak in the public hall in Manchester, London, January 18th, 1879.
All right, let's continue.
And in his lecture, he gave a detailed account of the people who originally inhabited Europe, and without blushing, this is what he said.
What did he say,
You want me to read this?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Professor Boyd Dawkins, professor of geology,
Mm-hmm.
Manchester University, London, 1879.
Right.
Our remote ancestry.
What pages?
Pages 95 through 106.
All right, what did it say?
The original people of Britain,
Mm-hmm.
France, Spain, and England.
So you see that the original people of these lands. Go ahead.
Were short black men.
They were what?
Short black men.
Go ahead.
Of about 5 feet 6 inches in height.
Mm-hmm.
They were in English when our fathers, white English, invaded the land in 449 AD.
Just like we had just learned earlier, right? They invaded these lands, but keep in mind, you had black people that were there thousands of years before they did this in 449 AD. All right, let's continue.
Our fathers were a warlike people who by 607 AD had pushed the Basque west into Wales, Cumberland, Westmoreland, the highlands of Scotland and Devon.
Go ahead.
These black people boasted that.
So you see that these black people what?
Boasted.
Go ahead.
That they were citizens of the Roman Empire.
Keep that in mind. So these blacks said that they were citizens, they were Roman citizens. Even like we learn in the scriptures, Paul himself was a Roman citizen. We know he black. All right, let's continue.
The Welsh or ancient Britons were in possession before the Romans ever came here.
Go ahead.
These black Basque or Briton have brought the knowledge of iron and bronze with them.
So you see that? You see what the type of knowledge they brought with them? Iron and bronze with them. Let's continue.
The iron and brass, no, that's bronze, technology will be proven perfectly when I show you the German tapestry. Tapestry. These people were herdsmen. They possessed the short-horned ox, the horned sheep, the goat, pig, and the horse. Evidence of their civilization can be seen all over the continent of Europe.
So you see that evidence of their civilization can be seen all over the continent of Europe. Why haven't we been taught this today in our schools about these black people? And there's evidence that's all throughout Europe. Let's continue.
As well as throughout the British Islands, extending as far as the Germany and Switzerland, and even to France and Spain.
Go ahead.
These black people originated from Iberian Peninsula and are a fragment of the old Spanish population. They were in France.
They were where?
France.
Where else?
Spain, Ireland, Britain,
and where?
And Scotland.
And where?
Scotland.
And Scotland. And when Britain and Scotland. So these black people here, what makes you think King James again? How is that impossible to even think about? Go ahead.
One of the techniques that I like to employ when detailing my research is to try to get as close to the point of the event as I can. In this case, Professor Boyd was right there, and he mentioned seeing the specimen of the black Basque from different parts of Europe, and states that if you laid them next to each other, you would not be able to tell one corpse from another.
So you see that? That lets you know again they look one and the same. If you laid their bodies next to each other, their corpse, you couldn't even tell them apart. See that? But it's not being taught in schools today. Let's continue.
The purpose of this section of the book is to prove in the beginning that the historians of the 18th and 19th century.
So the historians of the 18th and 19th century what?
Had no problem describing the blackness of the early Europeans.
So what's wrong with the historians today? Because back in the 18th century, they didn't have a problem with it then. So what happened from then up until now? You've been lied to. Let's continue.
Benjamin Franklin Professor Boyd Dawkins,
right,
and Albert Churchwood,
right,
gave us an eyewitness.
They gave them a what?
Eyewitness account.
Eyewitness account. Go ahead.
Of the world order in their generation.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Albert
Mm-hmm.
Churchwood's eyewitness account gives us a grim description of what happened to the black presence in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
The good doctor stated that the blacks became extinct or exterminated.
So they mean exterminated, right? So that lets you know, again, I said earlier, if that happened, they was exterminated, that lets you know that they obviously had been there in the first place. All right, let's continue.
By the time he gave his lecture, 1912,
go ahead,
to the Royal Society in London,
mm-hmm.
It is of extreme importance that we begin this discussion with the eyewitness account of the English
mm-hmm.
historian.
Go ahead.
Concerning the old world order. It has been obvious to me in my research that the ancient, medieval, and early 20th century historians were describing the old world order
mm-hmm.
in their respective generations. These historians described a world in which the blacks were in power all over the earth.
So you see that our people were in power all over the earth, not just Africa, but we were in power all over the earth. Go ahead.
It has become obvious to me in my research that the ancient, medieval,
mm-hmm.
and early 20th century historians were describing the old world order in their respective generations.
Mm-hmm.
These historians described a world in which the blacks,
it was who?
The blacks,
right,
were in power all over the earth.
So you see that these historians describe that we were in power all over the earth. Go ahead.
And from this vantage point, we shall spring forward into the future to see the secrets of the past.
To see the secrets of the past. So from that vantage point, from when the blacks ruled all over the earth, from that vantage point, he said he's going to spring to the future to see the secrets of the past. Because remember, this is not being taught in your everyday schools at all. All right. What does this chapter says?
It says the Scottish kings of England.
So keep in mind, when you think of the word English, you know what I'm saying, with your Western world education, you automatically think of a white boy. All right. Let's continue.
All right, image, location, New College Library.
So we're going to show you the image in a second. But there's an image right here that he's looking at. And where can this image be found?
Edinburgh, UK.
UK at New College Library. All right, there's an image. I don't show it yet. Matter of fact, go ahead and show it. Go ahead and show it, yeah. Get a close-up on that. Oh, look at that. It's King James. And that's at New College Library in Edinburgh, UK, United Kingdom. All right. Same picture.
All right.
See that? And they made this out of cloth, so you couldn't whitewash this one. Nah, bruh. Let's get it.
All right. I know that this image of a black King James.
Read it again. I know this what?
I know this image of a black King James can be a little confusing because of your Western education. But this is the truth that is known by the rich and the elite in the world.
So you see that the rich and the elites of the world, they know this truth. All right? But yeah, it's a hard pill to swallow, but it's easy when you chew it. Let's continue.
That was the reason I paraded all of the English historians and professors before I got into the bowels of this book.
So he was prepping you for this so that you can understand that just because you see the word English and France, again, we think of white people. So again, some people you can't just rush this information on, right? You got to give them other information before showing them the truth, especially about King James. Why? Because of what we've been taught with our Western world education. All right, let's continue.
I had to get your mind ready to receive the truth.
Oh, you see that? Go ahead.
King James.
Who?
King James.
Right.
Came from a long line of black Scottish Stuart kings.
So you see that? He came from a long line of black Stuart Scottish kings. Long line of blacks. Go ahead.
343 years of rulership in Scotland.
343 years of rulership. Where?
In Scotland.
In Scotland. Let's continue.
The Stuarts not only ruled in Scotland.
So they didn't just rule in Scotland. Where else they ruled?
They ruled France.
France.
Spain.
Where else?
Ireland. And English. Britain. Wales.
So you see that? They didn't just rule there. Let's continue.
King James was able to rule all of these lands because of all these people were of Iberian or black descent.
They were blacks. These were his people. That's how he was able to rule. Go ahead.
They were the same people.
They were what?
The same people.
They were the same people. Go ahead.
If you look at the ball in his hands.
If you look at the ball in his hands, you see right here. Go ahead, read that again, bro.
If you look at the ball in his hands, it represents world rulership.
It represents what?
World rulership.
Go ahead.
And there was only one other group of world leaders who used this type of symbolism, and they were the Byzantine Empire, Roman Empire.
You see that? Go ahead. Now remember earlier they said that they were Roman citizens. Go ahead. Which would make sense why they did that. Go ahead.
Remember, they told the English.
They told who?
The English.
There it is again. They told English what?
That they were Roman citizens.
Just like we just got done saying. So when you know the history, you're able to connect the dots and put the puzzles in its proper perspectives. Go ahead.
There was another man who made the same boast. And if you have wisdom, you know who I'm talking about.
Right.
This is one of the signs of scholarship. When you are able to read the symbolism of images.
So you see that when you're able to look at the symbols on the images and actually understands what it means. That's what he's saying there. Go ahead, Doc.
In my research, I found out that the ancient Scottish.
The ancient who?
Scottish was a tribe from northern Ireland.
Oh, you see that? They were from northern what?
Ireland.
Remember I said that the Irish and the Scots are the same people, right? Go ahead.
Which means the Scots are really Irish. So if I have seen an ancient Scot.
So if you seen a man from ancient Scotland, such as men like King James, go ahead.
I have seen an ancient Irishman.
Why? Because they one and the same. Go ahead.
And if I have seen an ancient Irishman,
right,
then I have seen an ancient British man.
Why? Because they are all one and the same. The Brits as well. They're all Irish. From Ireland. Go ahead.
As you can see.
Hold up. Then you see the lines of the kings as well. You see that right there? 343 years of rulership. Look at that. Can't make this up. All right, we continue where we left off. All right, page 9. It says, as you can see from this Scottish king's list, King James I of England was a descendant of the black Scottish kings. See that? It says, who claimed the thrones of France, Spain, Ireland, England, Britain, Wales, and Scotland. You see that? A long line of black people that ruled and dominated Europe. King James is a direct descendant of these black kings. It says, in order to reinforce the testimony of Professor Boyd Dawkins, I provided you with an image of other Stuart kings of Scotland. Remember, King James his name was James Charles Stuart. Stuart comes from what swarther, which means black or dark skin. All right. So now he said provide you with other images of other Stuarts. Check it out. Look at that. Boom. Then it says King Charles I of Scots and England. It says, no, this image can be found, Book Leviathan, author Thomas Hobbes, year 1651. It says King Charles I had the unlucky distinction of having his head cut off by the English white subjects in his realm. King Charles I wasn't the only one to suffer this indignation. It says, when the English overran the country, they hung and decapitated the men, raped the women, burned the citizens at the stakes, and dashed the children against the stones. This is a bit of history that is not taught nor reported in the annals or records of world history. Now keep in mind again, this book here, The Negro Question. The Negro Rulers of Scotland and the British Isles. All right, page 83. Remember we read about King Charles, right? It says again, in AD 1642, Charles fought a civil war, which years later he was defeated and captured. During his trial, he was found guilty and beheaded. All right, so we see the black King Charles there, King James' relative, and that's what I just got done reading right there. All right. Now, also we see other relatives who are also Scots. See, yeah, look at them brothers. All right. Look at one up here. It says Scottish King Alexander II, 1198 AD. Location of artifact, myfamilyclans.com, where you can find this black image. All right. What no white boys. All right. Then it says at the bottom, which I showed you, it says the image of King Malcolm Longneck, King of Scotland, 1040 to 1093 AD. Image location, Getty Image and Houghton Archives. Then on page 12, it says the beheading of Charles from Solemn League Covenant. It says image of Scottish King Charles I from Patrick Little's Oliver Cromwell in perspective. It says this image is the actual eyewitness account of the black King Charles I, King of Scotland, who was being prepared to be beheaded by the English. Sound like what we read here, right? So I did everything in my power to try to pull this image off the canvas to show you the king's face, but I couldn't. This is all I could get. But you can keep in mind, you can actually look this up. All right, this is what he's talking about right here. See that? Okay. Now, page 13, King Charles II. Look at that brother right there with his curly hair. Just like we talked about earlier. It says, the son of King Charles I, all right, and whose nickname was Black Boy. All right, this is King Charles II, whose nickname was Black Boy. It says he was the king of England, Wales, France, Scotland, Hibernia, Spain, and Ireland. Check that out. This black man, whose nickname was Black Boy, King Charles II. It says, it is important that we begin to dialogue about the history that is currently being taught in these so-called schools of higher education. This dialogue cannot simply end at the governmental level. So when you go into school, don't let that be the end of your education. You got to further your education. All right. It says we must also include the churches in this dialogue. See that? It says, I am a firm believer that when the educational institutions worldwide fail the people, it is the church's responsibility to step up and fill in the gap. But keep in mind, are they doing that today? No, they're not doing that. They're not doing it at all. In fact, all right, page 24. Let's grab some of that really quick. All right. This is chapter 3, same book. It says, history records after the execution of Charles I, who we just talked about, of Scotland and England, that Oliver Cromwell invaded Scotland. See that? It says killed 4,000 men and took 10,000 captive. 10,000 were taken captive. It says, for some inexplicable reason, it took Cromwell 1 year to end the war in Scotland. Now remember, this happened after King Charles I died. It says, what I do know, and I am certain of, is that he deported the Scots, right? Remember, he took 10,000 captive. He deported the Scots to American colonies. Oh, so some of them black people came here. It says, these black Europeans were sent to Barbados, Boston, Charleston, Cambridge, Concord, Hingham, Ipswich, Virginia, Newark, and the southern plantations. These are the facts, ladies and gentlemen. These Scottish blacks are among us in the Americas, and we are ignorant of their existence as well as they are. It has been reported that in African American communities, a lot of blacks have Scottish and Irish last names. Now keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, understand that we had Israelites that fled to these territories. When you look at this book from Babylon to Timbuktu, all right, page 115, it says the ultimatum given to the Jews expired August 1st, 1492. But the last group of Jews, all right, did not leave until August 2nd, 1492. Now remember, this is during the time of the transatlantic slave trade. It says this date, now this is the same, this is around the time, this is also, keep in mind that some of these people were coming to the Americas, as we just read here, all right, from Europe. It says, and then you're going to learn that some of our people even fled to Europe, all right. It says, this is the day, that day was the 9th of Ab, the fast day in which the reminiscent of the destruction of the first and second temples. Professor Allen A. H. Godbey says that the reign of the last Israelite king of Ghana terminated in 1492. In order to satisfy Queen Isabella of Spain, King Manuel of Portugal promulgated a royal decree expelling the Jews and Moors from his country in 1496. The Jews who were expelled from Spain and Portugal were scattered throughout the Mediterranean coast. It has been estimated that over 100,000 Jews departed from Spain and Portugal during the persecution and the expulsion. Some of these Jews went to northern Europe. See that? It says, and Turkey. Now keep in mind, this was long before King Charles, right? All right, it says, some of these Jews went to northern Europe, Italy, and Turkey, but most of them went to Muslim countries of northern and western Africa. These black Jews would naturally go to African countries, most of all because of less persecution, and they could disguise themselves easily among blacks. So keep in mind, that was the natural thing for them to do. All right. Now, with that being said, we're going to continue. All right. Now notice, look at this right here. Look at this brother right here in the coat of arms. See that brother there? Look at that. It's not a white boy. You're going to learn about the Corsica flag as well. All right. It says the black coat of arms, as you probably know, was found in Scotland, Europe. It has been written that Andrew, the chief of the clan, rendered homage to King Edward I of England in 1296. The purpose of this image, which you just got done seeing, is to reinforce the writings of the historians that the original people of Europe were black. It says, color is only being mentioned for the sake of identifying a people among us. We don't know who they are. I want to stop for a moment and make a statement that is sincere. Civilizations have come and gone no matter what color. But one thing that I have come to understand is that the victor, meaning those who win, goes the land and the identity. It says, when the Scottish blacks were driven out of Scotland and England, I'm going to read that again. When the Scottish blacks were driven out of Scotland, the English, some of the white people, white English, moved into the empty land and confiscated their property and took their identity. So you see what they did to those black people over there? See that? It says, this concept is not ridiculous as you might think. The same thing happened to the Jews or the Israelites in the Bible. When you get some time, read the book of Isaiah, the prophet Isaiah. Obadiah. The prophet states that when the Chaldeans invaded Judah and took them captive, that the Edomites moved into Judah and began to call themselves after the original inhabitants of the land.
You are probably thinking to yourself, that is impossible. Is it really? Is it really? Think outside the box for a moment. When the English came to America, there was an indigenous people here called the Indians. The land was filled with them. Once the Indians were driven out of the land, whites, English, confiscated the land and took on their names. The English began to call themselves Americans, and so do you. Think about it. When Oliver Cromwell enslaved and deported the Irish Scots and Brits out of the land, he gave the land to his soldiers under the Land Confiscation Act. So he gave the land to his soldiers under what's known as the Land Confiscation Act. It was said that he did this because he could not afford to pay his soldiers. We will see the gruesome history surrounding this event in future chapters. Remember that the Scots, Irish, and Welsh are the same people. We're going to go to page 27. Check this out. Look at that. Look at those brothers there. It's not no white folk. It says, this image of the black Irish coat of arms from the Gilbert family. 3 of the Gilberts related to this coat of arms have been traced to Barbados. Thomas Gilbert, Barbados, 1635. Francis Gilbert of Virginia, 1736, and Robert Gilbert of Barbados in 1678. The timeline fits with the eyewitness accounts of the Irish being shipped into the slave trade. But I have a greater witness than this. So notice that these people went into the slave trade. They went into slavery with ships, and they looked like that, fulfilling a prophecy of Deuteronomy 28 and verse 68. All right, we're going to go to page 36. And hold up, before we do, look at these black Irish. Look at them brothers there. See that? Black people. All right. It's a book. This is from the book The Black Irish, author Jesuit priest J.J. Williams, published 1932. All right. Now check this out. It is it. Look at that. See that? Look at that right there. It's in the library. It says, Irish History, Ireland Library, dates back to 1641 rebellion. It says, this is a scene from the destruction of Drogheda, Ireland, by the English in 1641. They stripped the people naked and drove them into mountains to freeze to death, but not before uttering a strange statement about the English being wild men. And it says, remember, the Irish were black in 1600. Now check this out. Remember, we read earlier about King Charles I. It says in AD 1642, Charles fought a war, which years later he was defeated and captured. During his trial, he was found guilty and beheaded. That was in 1642. All right. Now, and that was by the English. And as we just read right here. And remember, he even confirms that they were black in year 1641. See that? I'm sorry, in 1600. All right.
So the question begs to be asked, was King James, the King James Version, homosexual? Of course, the supporters of the King James insist that this is a fraudulent attack. And those who believe it insist that they're just making defenses for the king and they have substantial evidence to prove otherwise. So the question begs to be asked, was King James, the King James Version, homosexual?
Right? Because see, I wasn't skipping nothing. I took too much time putting it together for you. King James the First and the Sixth. So we got to know which King James we're talking about because there was a few of them. We're talking about the fifth and the first. The King of Scotland and England, June 19th, 1566. Right? So June 19th, 1566, 27 March 1625. There he is. Now, I use this picture because the Hebrew Israelites like to say he was black. Now I'm going to tell you, I have no problem with that because truthfully speaking, if you read Winston Churchill said one of the reasons that he himself personally did not like King James, or that King James wasn't liked, is because he was dark of skin. To mention a whole bunch of other obnoxious things about him, but to insult him, he said, and he was dark of skin. He was dark-skinned. That was the exact words he used. Winston Churchill said that. So I have no problem. If a British dignitary is saying, hey, King James is dark-skinned, cool. But what you got to remember is dark-skinned don't mean black. There's all kind of dark-skinned people in this world that ain't black. All right? So let's keep it 100. When a white man calls another man dark-skinned, particularly one of his own, look, to people in Russia, Italians are dark-skinned. Greeks are dark-skinned. That don't make them black. But you want to go with black? I'm going to go with that. So here we go. Right? The heavily documented history of King James homosexuality. Hold that Bible. Where that Bible at? Your King James Bible. I said Queen, right? Yeah. King James Bible. There it is. We're going to find out about your King James. All right? Heavily documented. I put that up there on purpose. The heavily documented history of King James homosexuality. Uh-oh. His first documented male favorite at the age of 13 was his older relative, Esmond Stewart, 1st Duke of Lennox. This is from Aldrich Robert Witherspoon, right? Gary Robert, or whatever. Yeah, Gary Robert Witherspoon, all right? Who's Who in Gay and Lesbian History, from Antiquity to World War II, Rutledge, page 226 to 227. All right? Now, this was his first male favorite, his relative, Esmond Stewart. Now, if King James is black, as you claims he was, this is his cousin. His cousin wasn't black, and that's a true painting of his cousin. So y'all got some explaining to do, okay? Everybody else around him, y'all got to show me some other black pictures of his relatives to make me believe he black. But if he black, okay. This was his first love interest. Who's Who in Gay and Lesbian History. It's the cover of the book. There's a link. I'll give you links and sources. I ain't making nothing up. Here we go. You Hebrew Israelites deserve this.
Why they deserve it, man?
They deserve it because they're mean-spirited people. That's why. No other reason. They're mean-spirited, and they're dishonest. And they have no humility, and they don't know how to say, hey, maybe you're right, and maybe we didn't know, and maybe we can learn something new together. That's not their personality or disposition. Their thing is, we're right, you're wrong, and you are horrible people as well for not agreeing with us. And you're going to burn in hell, and Yahweh's going to kill you. Somebody told me today Yahweh's going to kill me. Let that on my YouTube page. I said, you people are sick. I would never let my son become a Hebrew Israelite. You're nothing but a hate cult. That's all you are. Period. Right? Here you go. So that's his cousin who he fell in love with at 13. Okay? Uh-oh. Who this? A few years later, after the controversy over his relationship with Lennox, that's his cousin right here, Lennox, the Duke of Lennox. See him? Esmond Stewart, 1st Duke of Lennox. That's his first one. Documented. That was his first documented love. We ain't talking about the undocumented ones. We just talking about the documented ones, right? King and the Earl, much more than friends. A few years later, after the controversy with his relationship with Lennox faded away, he began a relationship with Robert Carr, 1st Earl of Somerset. Wonder how he became Earl. Homosexuality and Civilization by Lewis Compton, page 386. There's the cover of the book. There's the link. So hold on. If it's not true, see, I can understand if one person said it or if two persons said it. But when you got a whole body of literature saying it with letters and with eyewitnesses, testimony, I'm sorry. Either I'm going to believe the people who were there at the time or much closer to him in time. Oh, no, I got to believe this Hebrew Israelite dude on the corner? Nah, dude, I'm sorry. I'm going with the documentation. I'm a historian. I go with the documentation. So this is apparently was his taste. This is what King James liked. This is Robert Carr. So if you look like that, run and hide. Okay? Okay, here we go. Oh, an authentic letter confirming, I left out the R, confirming the king's homosexual behavior. Now, this is an authentic letter. James fell in love with the poor young Scotsman named Robert Carr. The king leans on his arm, pinches his cheeks, smooths his ruffled garment, and when he looks upon Carr, directs his speech to others. Thomas Howard, Earl of Suffolk, in a letter 1611. That is a direct quote from Thomas Howard's letter. Now, why is that important? Because who was Thomas Howard to King James? He's not some Hebrew Israelite dude on the corner telling me what I need to know or what I think he thinks I need to know. That was from a letter That was from the letter of a man who worked very closely with King James. He was actually one of his privy counselors, which means he knew. This is Admiral Thomas Howard, 1st Earl of Suffolk. Now you notice, you're going to notice something. Everybody who James has a relationship that he likes or who has his secrets, he promotes them. He gives them jewelry and stuff like a sugar daddy. He promotes them and gives them status. Check it out. He was like a big time sugar daddy. Watch this, bro. You're going to love this next one. Earl pointed to he became the chambermaid. He became the Chamberlain, Lord Chamberlain. Yeah, this is why I had Chamberlain next. He promoted this dude. Sorry I left this book on here. It was a source. Yeah, I am. Damn, I'm really pissed off. But anyway, he promoted this guy. What's his name again? Thomas Howard. He promoted him to Lord Chamberlain and Privy Council and appointed him the commissioner, and he knighted him as the Knights of the Bath. He was in charge of, in other words, he was in charge of all of King James' bedrooms. King James had a bunch of bedrooms. This was the man who was in charge of all of his bedrooms. He was in charge of his bathhouses. He knew all of King James' secrets, and that's why King James kept promoting him. If you could see underneath this book, you would see how many times he promoted him. What is a chamberlain? Because this is what he promoted him to. The Lord Chamberlain or Lord Chamberlain of the household is the senior officer of the royal household of the United Kingdom, overseeing departments which support and provide advice to the sovereign of the United Kingdom. In other words, he was a confidant. The Lord Chamberlain is always sworn of the Privy Council. In other words, you keep all of the king's secrets. It's usually a peer, and before 1782, the post was of cabinet rank. So this makes you probably the most important person in the kingdom next to the queen. This guy knew of all of King James' secrets, and he said in a letter, James fell in love with a poor young Scotsman named Robert Carr. The king leans on Carr's arm, pinches his cheeks, smooths his ruffled garments, and when he looks upon Carr, directs his speech to others. Thomas Howard said that. That was the man closest to King James. Okay? That was the man closest to King James. Damn, I need a source. Well, we knew, okay, here. Well, the source here, this is a Wikipedia article that just lets you know who this man was. I don't think you need a whole bunch of sources to find out who he was. You do the research yourself. Here we go. Now, it says right here, the office dates, okay. Oh, the office dates from the Middle Ages when the King's Chamberlain often acted as the King's spokesman in council and parliament. Okay? So in other words, he was the maid of the house. Okay? Here you go. Now check it out. James falls in love with Robert, becomes his sugar daddy. The book, a classic reprint series, A History of England by James Frank Bright. Let's look at it. That's the source. According to Thomas Howard, this man in this book is quoting the guy who was in charge of King James' household. This is the King Chamber. See it? This is one of his chambers that he used to visit. We're going to remember this chamber because we're going to talk about it in a few minutes. We're going to find out what kind of nasty, we're going to find out the connection. All right? We're going to find out, remember Carr? Don't forget Carr. This is the guy who they're talking about, who he fell in love with, him. Everything we're going to read about is between him and King James right now. You ready? Yeah, you're going to like this. Come on. Right here. According to Thomas Howard, 1st Earl of Suffolk, James fell in love with the young man, and as the years progressed, showered Carr with gifts. The first of this is why it's called James Fall in Love with Robert becomes the sugar daddy. This is a quote from the book, A History of England by James Frank Bright. The first of his favorites was Robert Carr, for whom the king acquired a peculiar affection while he was lying wounded from an accident at a tournament. Carr had been his page in Scotland, and the king, feeling a natural interest in him, visited him and what? Fell in love with his beauty. Already before the death of Cecil, the presents he received to win the king's favor had made him a fortune. His royal lover had made him Earl of Rochester and Knight of the Garter, meaning Knight of Lingerie. Okay? He put Carr in charge of his underwear. Robert Carr became the man who was in charge of King James' underwear. This is documented. Knight of the Garter. It was an official position. Okay? Let's go. A History of England by James Frank Bright. Look it up. Page 597. You want to hide something from a black man? Put it in the book. My son is not allowed to read anything written by King James. Okay? He got all that homo stink on that book with all that Greek stuff in there. Let's see. Robert Carr, remember Robert Carr? Right? Do you remember who Robert Carr is? I don't think you'll be paying attention. Who's Robert Carr, Sonetta? Huh? There he is. That's Robert Carr. See, I be mean in the classroom, Jack, because you better pay attention. Here we go, right here. Robert withdraws from James's bed and pisses James off. In 1615, James fell out with Carr. In a letter, James complained, among other matters, that Carr... Now, this is James talking in a letter. This is not nobody. This is James talking in his letter. Can't let the man speak for himself. You believe him when he had the Bible translated, but you don't believe his letters. Idiot. He didn't even write the Bible. He had translators do that. He participated in the translation, supposedly, but you believe his translation of something somebody else supposedly wrote, but you don't believe him when he's writing himself. James said to Carr had been creeping back and withdrawing yourself from lying in my chamber, notwithstanding my many hundred times earnest soliciting you to the contrary. In other words, James had complained many times that Robert Carr was trying to get away from James's bedroom too much. And James had complained about it continuously. It's in the book. Read it. Homosexuality and Civilization by Lewis Crompton, page 387. Shaka didn't write this. Okay? James said it himself. There they are, Jonathan and David. All right? And all the rest of them Hebrew Israelites out there. Here we go. King James' own writings to Robert Carr. This is what King James said. You believe King James when he writes in the Bible, and it ain't even his writing, but you don't believe his own letters. Carr eventually ended the relationship, after which the king expressed his satisfaction in what? A letter to Carr. See, they could only communicate through letters at this time, folks, or through a messenger. But if you wanted it to be personal, you couldn't give it to the messenger, because the messenger might go blab it to somebody else. You had to put it in a letter and close it with the king's seal. Remember that? Personal. Only one person could open it. And what did he say? This is what King James said to Robert Carr. I leave out of this reckoning your long creeping back, notwithstanding my many hundred times earnest soliciting you to the contrary. Remember that since I am king, all your being except your breathing and soul is from me. In other words, I own your body. Your body belongs to me. That's what King James was saying. Okay? That's from the letters of King James, the 1st and the 6th, edited by G.P.V. Ackroyd, University of California Press, 1984. Look it up. King James was a homosexual, and it was well known. I don't care if he was black or white. He was a homosexual. Here we go. King James, here we go. King James homosexuality is heavily documented at the collegiate level. See that, son? At the collegiate level. This is the book, Royal Family. This is another one of the sources, if you want to read his letters. Royal Family, Royal Lovers, King James of Scotland and England by David M. Bergeron, University of Missouri Press, 1991. Read it. These are professors and doctors and PhDs writing this stuff. They got to know their subject matter in and out to be able to publish. In fact, they have to publish like once a year, something like that. So this is it. You getting it. Y'all want to know, King James was a faggot. Uh-oh. The Duke gives it to King James and the Dookie. That was for you, son. I figured you would like that. Hold up. The last of James' 3 close male friends was George Villiers, 1st Duke of Buckingham. the son of a Leicestershire knight. They had met in 1614, around the same time that the situation with Robert Carr was deteriorating. Buckingham was described as exceptionally handsome, intelligent, and honest. Right? In 1615, James knighted him, and 8 years later, he was the first commoner in more than a century to be elevated to a dukedom. So King James had a habit of taking these poor dudes that had nothing and making them earls. You feel me? And giving them gifts. Restoration of Agathorpe Hall, undertaken 2004-2008, revealed a previously unknown passage linking the bedchambers of James and his favorite, George Villiers. Sonetta. they found a passage, a secret passage from King James' bedroom to his bedroom. They recently found it. It's in the news. This faggot is still making news today. And the Hebrew Israelites on the corner when they say, he wasn't gay. Some people said that because they was mad because he kicked them out of their council. No. A secret passage between King James' bedroom and this man's bedroom ain't got nothing to do with somebody else being angry. The passage is there. Now, what he needed a secret passage for? Why everybody else couldn't know about the passage? Because it's not written up. Nobody talked about it. So apparently they didn't know it was a secret. Right? Hold on. Now, here's the thing, though. The problem with this is that it's a Wikipedia article. So that don't give it much weight. So I said, let me go to the source. Remember that bedroom I showed you, the King Chambers? I said, remember that picture? That's Agathorpe. Agathorpe Hall near Oundle in Northamptonshire. So let's read what the original article says. This is not Wikipedia, people. Originally built in 1470 to 1480 by Sir Guy Wolston, it then sold to Sir Walter Midmay and stayed in his family for 350 years. Its stately apartments were where James I indulged in more commodious entertainment. That means bathroom type of entertainment, and princely recreation. Now, King James was not a prince. He was a king. So his princely recreation was with princes. That's a polite way of saying young men. Okay? With his favorite, George Villiers. Princely recreation with his favorite, George Villiers. Right there. That dude. Him. Okay? Okay? Later to become the Duke of Buckingham. He'll promote them. He'll be like, hey, you're an earl. Now you're a duke. Okay? Here we go. Workers uncovered a passage connecting the pair's bedchambers during the recent innovations. That's from an article called To the Manor Bought by Fiona Graham, BBC News. That's UK. That's the United Kingdom themselves. They ain't somebody in America on 125th Street. That's the UK News, BBC, telling you that these two faggots had a secret chamber between their bedrooms. King James and this man. Of course it's common knowledge that he was gay. It's only some dumb... Yeah, this is the UK right here. The BBC is the UK's British Broadcasting Corporation. They're telling you in the article that King James indulged in more commodious entertainment and princely recreation with his favorite, George Villiers, who he shared uncovered a passage connecting the pair's bedchambers during the recent renovations. They would keep their sexual affairs to themselves. It was their private little secret that they loved. It made them feel like they had something that nobody else knew about. You understand? Here you go. All right? So, yes, do not come to me with King James. I don't care if he's black. Okay? Here you go. Queen James. James's sexual orientation was so widely known that Sir Walter Raleigh joked about it in public, saying King Elizabeth had been succeeded by Queen James. That's from the book The Lion and the Throne, Catherine D. Bowen. Right? Who is she? She won the U.S. National Book Award for nonfiction for this book right here. Won the U.S. National Book Award for nonfiction. Right? There it is right there, The Lion and the Throne, the Life and Times of Sir Edward Coke. And the book wasn't even about King James. It was about someone else. A biography of the prominent lawyer of Elizabethan England. Right? In addition, Ms. Bowen received the 1957 Philadelphia Award and the 1962 Women's National Book Association Award. Her last book, Family Portrait, received critical acclaim and was a Literary Guild selection. During her lifetime, she was a recipient of numerous awards, including the Philadelphia Award. This is a serious author. This ain't somebody writing Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It's a serious author. The Lion and the Throne. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to lie to you. A lot of academics didn't like her because she wasn't academically trained. However, apparently her literature must have been the shit because she was winning all of these awards. Okay, you don't win awards because you can't write. And she was writing nonfiction. Okay, she got some fiction as well too, but she's writing nonfiction mainly. Okay, Divine Right of Kings. King James I was a known homosexual who murdered his young lovers and victimized countless heretics and women. His cruelty was justified by his Divine Right of Kings, James I, by Otto J. Scott. Now, Scott was a racist white Christian who didn't like black people, but he was a Christian. But as a Christian, he didn't have a problem with telling the truth about the man who wrote his Bible. So if he ain't got a problem with telling the truth about it, he's a Christian, why you got a problem with it? He was a faggot. Accept it. He loved Robert Carr. He loved George Villiers, right? And his cousin, the Duke of Lexington. Duke of Lennox. Okay? Lennox, you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. I'm sorry, people, but the Divine Right of Kings, you see, the Divine Right of Kings made these kings of England do some really messed up shit. How many people have seen Braveheart? Remember Braveheart? The Divine Right of King entitled the king to have what was called first knights. First knights meant if you got married to a woman, the king had the privilege of having sex with her first. That was part of the Divine Right of Kings. But James used it to have sex with young men. Okay? Just letting you know. His cruelty was justified by his Divine Right of Kings. Documented. We almost to the end. Check it out. I think we got like 2 more. Right? This is from the book Royal Panoply, Brief Lives of English Monarchs, Carol E. Erickson. The last book, by the way, was James First by Otto J. Scott, where it talked about him being a known, they didn't say he was a homosexual. He said he was a known homosexual, which means it was not a secret. Okay? How you going to tell people from their own country what they know or don't know? And you over here on 125th Street trying to tell us what's true and what's not. You sound stupid. Okay? Here we go. Royal Panoply, Brief Lives of English Monarchs, Carol E. Erickson. When he revealed a sexual preference for men, falling in love with his cousin Esmond Stewart and elevating him to a position. See the pattern? He falls in love with these guys, then he elevates them and gives them status. When he revealed a sexual preference for men, falling in love with his cousin Esmond Stewart and elevating him to a position of authority on the royal council, some of his nobles kidnapped James and held him captive, banishing Stewart and controlling James' every move. After nearly a year, James escaped but continued to resent his jailers. After he began to rule on his own behalf, at 17, he made it a priority to bring the turbulent Scots nobles under control. As he aged, James indulged in his preference for handsome men, living apart from his wife. Okay? His doting fondness was part paternal, part erotic. He called his favorite George Villiers, the one who he had to pass the secret bedchamber with, a bed passage with, he called him sweet child and wife, and referred to himself as your dear dad and husband. That's King James. Don't listen to no black Hebrew Israelite tell you some bullshit he don't know nothing about. This is the documented evidence. Okay? Okay. All right? Listen to your brother. Okay? It says his doting fondness was part paternal, part erotic. He called his favorite, George Villiers, sweet child and wife, and referred to himself as your dear dad and husband. Damn, I'm your father and your husband. Gee whiz. But to his courtiers, the sight of the aging, paunchy, balding monarch, who according to one court observer had a tendency to drool, leaning on his paramours, was utterly repellent. The first of the king's minions was who? Robert Carr, groom of the what? Bedchamber, the chamberlain, who the king elevated to Earl of Somerset and appointed Lord Chamberlain. After 6 years of favors and royal gifts, Carr was brought low and accused of murder and sent away from court. It was basically because Carr was getting too close to King James' wife. The second and greatest royal favorite, the extraordinarily handsome George Villiers, rose from a cupbearer to gentleman of the bedchamber, and ultimately to Earl of Buckingham. So it's always the exact same pattern with these young men. First they would become in charge of his bedroom, where he would have sex with them. Then they would know his secrets, right? And then he would elevate them to earls. It's the same pattern over and over again. Nothing is changing here. Like the pattern in the Bible with them stripping their clothes off and prophesying and kissing each other and weeping and getting erections and all this other craziness, right? Here we go. He said, check this out. The second greatest royal favorite, the extraordinarily handsome George Villiers, rose from cupbearer to gentleman of the bedchamber and ultimately to Earl of Buckingham. And this is what George said. I love the Earl of Buckingham more than anyone else, James announced to his counselors, and more than you who are here assembled. I'll read that again. I love the Earl of Buckingham more than anyone else. That includes his wife. Remember, your love for me surpasses the love of even a woman? Same shit here. Now you know how I got in the Bible. Because of King James, right? He compared his love for the Earl, here he goes. James compared his love for the Earl to Jesus' affection for the beloved disciple John, the one who Jesus lied down with. Remember? Right? Jesus Christ, this is what James said. Jesus Christ did the same, the king said, and therefore I cannot be blamed. Christ had his John, I have my George. That's what King James said. That is a quote. Okay? With such pronouncement, King James seemed to have reached a new level of outrage, especially when he compounded his offense in the view. And this quote, by the way, is a very famous quote made by King James. This is not something secret. Everybody knows he said this. Okay? That's something that's common knowledge. All right? Oh, and by the way, stop giving King James so much credit. The idea to write the translation was not even his. It was Robert Reynolds from Oxford University, a Puritan. So stop the stupidness. In fact, Dr. Robert Reynolds is called the father of the King James Version among scholars who know they shit, you morons. Okay? Here we go. So, he compared his love. Look him up, Dr. Robert Reynolds, King James translation. It was his idea, not King James. All right? He compared his love for the Earl to Jesus' affection and for the beloved disciple, John. Jesus Christ did the same, the king said, and therefore I cannot be blamed. Christ had his John, I have my George. Okay? With your secret bedroom chamber. With such pronouncement, King James seemed to reach a new level of outrage, especially when he compounded his offense in the view of many by heaping Buckingham, Lord Buckingham, with costly jewels, lands, and lucrative offices. That's from the book Royal Panoplies, Brief Lives of the English Monarchs by Carolee Erickson, Columbia University. Okay? Now, look, this is Voliere. He made him the Earl of Buckingham. Same thing he did for Carr, was giving him money and gave him position. That's what he did for Buckingham. Same pattern. Your dude was not only a faggot, he was also a pederast and he was a sugar daddy. This is the documentation. This is all collegiate documentation. All right? I'm not quoting some I don't know who you would read, but this is all out of the university. So if you're going to go to college and study, this is what you're going to learn. Just letting you know. Okay? This is another source right here. King James and Letters of Homoerotic Desire by David M. Bergeron. King James Letters of Homoerotic Desire. There, that's one other source you can read by David Bergeron. Okay? Here we go. Now, this is where it gets, we're coming to the end. You're going to love this. I picked this ending for you. I kept you in mind, Sonetta. King James was black? No problem. King James, the first homosexual integrationist, because that's what he was. All of his lovers were white. All of them. They were all white men. You say King James was black. I'm not arguing against that. Have I said he wasn't? No. But this was his lover right here. All right? George Villiers. Okay? That was his lover. Who was his other lover? Let's look at him. Where he at? Get over here, buddy. Robert Carr. That's his other lover. So your black King James, and that was his first one he fell in love with, his cousin, Esma. Okay? None of them are black. Those are all real portraits. I'm sorry. None of them are black. So I have no problem with King James being black. But the reality of it is that if he was black, then guess what? The reality of it is, that's what he was about. He loved white men. Okay? That's what he was about.
We heard from Shaka Utmost. Now, let's see. We heard from Shaka Utmost. Now, I'm calling to the stands Priest Daniela. And let's see what he has to say regarding the things that Shaka Utmost said. So, ladies and gentlemen, Priest Daniela. Shalom.
Okay, let's get it in. Con. Now I want to make it clear that I have 100 slides on this King James thing. You know, about a week ago, I don't know how many of you brothers actually saw the video with my brother Shaka Amos when he was sitting here and he was bragging about what a great job he did breaking down King James being a homosexual. He bragged about what a great job he did. If any of you brothers was watching that live stream, I called in and I asked Shaka Amos certain questions about his presentation. Now I'm about to go into a PowerPoint presentation where I'm going to present information that my brother Shaka didn't present. And this is not a personal attack against the brother, but I'm against biased scholarship. And what I find in the black community amongst black scholars is there's a lot of biased scholarship. Scholarship that's presented that is one-sided, that when you actually do real studies, you find out there's a whole other side to the argument that these men are not making. It's easy to pull up all the information saying King James is a homosexual. But what about the information that says he was not? What about that? Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to present to you, brothers and sisters, about 17 slides out of 100 that I have. We're going to be doing a PowerPoint presentation in the future where I'm going to present all 100 slides, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that King James is not a homosexual. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. I'm going to be presenting information that's never been presented to you before. I'm also going to present information to you to prove that King James is a black man, because Shaka touched on that. But he said that King James was a dark-skinned white man. That is pseudo information. But I ain't dealing with that right now. I'm dealing with the homosexual vibe. Whenever you're ready, man, put the first slide up on the screen. All right, this is from a book called The Basilicon Doron. And I find it funny that my brother Shaka did not present this. And when I called in, I asked Shaka, why did you not present the Basilicon Doron? For you brothers and sisters that don't know what the Basilicon Doron is, the Basilicon Doron is instructions that King James left behind for his heirs, those that would rule after him, about what they should do when they rule. This is called a primary source, not a secondary source, not a third tier source, but a primary source. Okay? This is from the Basilicon Doron, page 46. It says, they quarreled against me, talking about his enemies, not for anything or vice in me. Okay, hold on a second, because I can't really see.
You can't see?
Yeah, I can't see.
Get on the opposite side. Hey, give him that pointer too. Give him the pointer.
Okay, let me stand on this side.
Yeah, give me that. Let me show him something.
Okay, I got it right here. I'm standing on this side.
Yeah, check it out. Better. Push the middle, and you can see where the people.
Right.
Where is that?
Okay. This is the Basilicon Doron, page 46. This is what Shaka did not show you. Now, if you are a scholar and you're presenting unbiased scholarship, now when I called in, brothers and sisters that was watching the show, I called in, and Shaka made a statement before I called in, and then when I called in, he would not validate what it is he said. I asked Shaka. Shaka said he presented all, A-L-L, all the information on King James. When I called in, I asked Shaka, did you present all the information? You know what he told me? He presented all the information that he has. That's nice. Well, now I want you brothers and sisters to take a notepad and a pen out, and I want you to pay attention, because this is information he did not present, and this is stuff he does not have. This is from the Basilicon Doron, King James's instructions to his sons on how to rule. Page 46. It says, they quarreled against me, not for any evil or vice in me, but because I was king. That's why people spoke against him, because he was king. But because I was king, which they thought the highest of evil, and because they were ashamed to profess this quarrel, they were busy to look narrowly in all my actions. So anything the king did, somebody always has something to say. And I warrant you a mote in my eye, yes, a false report was matter enough to work upon. Meaning when people made false reports, everybody ran along with that false information. Next slide.
You got it. You got it in your hand.
Here, take it in my life. You take care of that. Next slide. Page, go to the next one. Page 23 of the same book, Basilicon Doron. This is a primary source. Instructions to be merciful with some exceptions. So King James instructed his son that ruled after him to be merciful, but there were certain exceptions where he told his sons not to be merciful on certain things. Let's read what it says. But as this severe justice of yours upon all offenses would be but for a time, as I have already said, so is there certain horrible crimes that you are bound in conscience never to forgive, such as witchcraft, willful murder, incest, especially the degrees of consanguinity, and sodomy. So King James instructed his sons never to forgive somebody that was a sodomite. My question to you brothers and sisters at home, did Shaka present this in his presentation? He said he presented all the information. Go back and watch his video. Did Shaka present this information where King James spoke against being a sodomite? The answer is no. Poisoning and false coin. So he instructed his son never to forgive somebody that was a sodomite. What is a sodomite? Somebody that's a faggot. He told his son never to forgive that. Why was this not presented in Shaka's presentation? Next slide. His instructions to his son on the proper attire for a king. Page 84, the Basilicon Doron. And by the way, what you see right there, you can buy at Barnes & Nobles. This is a primary source. This is the writings of the king himself. This is him speaking. Not somebody speaking on his behalf, but the king speaking. Page 84. He told his son, but especially eschew. The word eschew means to avoid. He told his son, but especially to eschew, meaning avoid, to be effeminate. Wait a minute. Why didn't Shaka present this? He told his son to avoid being effeminate in his clothes, meaning don't dress like a faggot. First, he told his son, don't forgive somebody that is a faggot. Now he's telling his son, you ain't even supposed to dress like a faggot. In your clothes. Don't be effeminate in your clothes. Or your perfuming, meaning don't smell like a faggot. Woo! This is somebody that was supposed to be a homosexual, but he's writing this to his son, really? Why was this not presented?
Talk about it.
Preening or such like. Next slide. Now his instructions on the proper language that a king should use. Page 86. In your language, be plain, honest, natural, comely, clean, and short. Eschew both the extremities as well as not using rustical, corrupt lead as book language, and pen, and inkhorn terms, and least of all mignard and effeminate terms. Let's review. He told his son not to forgive somebody that was a practicing sodomite or homosexual. Then he went along and told his son not to eschew a man that dressed like a goddamn faggot. Now he's telling his son you shouldn't even talk like a faggot. So you have 3 points. You shouldn't act like a faggot. You shouldn't dress like a faggot. And you shouldn't talk like a faggot or smell like a faggot. My question is, why didn't Shaka present this?
Talk about
it. I thought y'all said Shaka presented all the information. That's what he said. That's why when I called in, he was a little stuck on stupid. That's my brother, but he was stuck on stupid. Next slide. Now, names that you will never hear mentioned by people that speak about King James being homosexual. Let's go. You have a man by the name of Peter Heinlein. Who is Peter Heinlein? Peter Heinlein was a contemporary of King James. He lived during the time of King James. This dude said that the king wasn't a faggot. How come Shaka didn't present that? Sir William Sanderson, another contemporary of the king, who said the king was not a homosexual. Why didn't Shaka present that? You have Bishop Godfrey Goodman, another contemporary who lived during the time of King James, that said the accusations were false. Why did Shaka present that? Then you have Sir Anthony A. Wood. Listen, brothers and sisters, I'm giving y'all sources.
Talk about it.
Please go and check this out. You have Sir Anthony A. Wood, who also was a contemporary of King James, that said the man wasn't homosexual. You will never hear somebody that teaches that King James is homosexual mention any of these names. And finally, you have King James himself, who we just read in the Basilicon Doron, who spoke against homosexuality. And notice, like the title says, names never mentioned. Notice our brother, Shaka Amos, never mentioned King James in the Basilicon Doron.
Let me ask you a quick
brothers
question.
and sisters, why is that?
Let me ask you a quick question. How do you explain the secret passage in his room? Leading, oh, you're going to go up into it?
Well, it's not actually on this PowerPoint, because like I said, this is a preview to my PowerPoint presentation. I already explained this to Shaka, because Anthony Weldon was one, because George Villas was one of his bodyguards. That was one of the closest people to him, and there were 8 attempts on his life in his time. There were 8 attempts on the king's life. So that passage was a way for the king to escape in case somebody came to try to kill him.
Talk about it.
That's a fact. And I told Shaka that, and guess what? If you go back, you watch the video, before I was finished speaking, Shaka said it, because he knew where I was going, because he knew I was right. Okay, let's continue. Instead, we are given names such as Anthony Weldon, Francis Osborne, and Sir Edward Peyton. These are the names of people that said King James is a homosexual. You will always see these names in yellow, but you'll never see the names in red. Why is that? Okay? And others who have malice towards the king. This creates an unbalanced and biased view on a subject. In other words, it's called biased scholarship. Next slide. Now, this is one of the books that Shaka used. Guess what, brothers and sisters? If Shaka is an honest man, he's going to tell you. At the debate, I had this book with me. This was a book that Shaka presented in his presentation. He told us that this is a source that he used to prove that King James is a homosexual. I'm going to bet money he never even read the book. Guess what, brothers and sisters? Brother Daniela has the book. And I brought it to the debate and I showed it to him. I said, Shaka, you know I got this book, right? Here's what the book says. James I, The Foolish King by Otto J. Scott. Okay, concerning Esme Stewart. Remember that? Shaka said that Esme Stewart was King James's first lover. That was his first cousin.
Yes.
He said Esme Stewart was King James's first lover. Let's see what this says, right? There are many reasons that James was close to Esme Stewart. Question, before I continue. How many reasons did Shaka present in his presentation? One. He presented you one reason. He said that King James and him had sex. That was it. But the author in the book that Shaka used, I didn't use this book. I didn't present the source. Shaka presented the source. It says there are many reasons. Question, why didn't Shaka present us many reasons? He presented us one reason. There are many reasons. James was close to Esme. There are many reasons that James was close to Esme Stewart. Question, before I continue. How many reasons did Shaka present in his presentation? One. He presented you one reason. He said that King James and him had sex. That was it. But the author in the book that Shaka used, I didn't use this book. I didn't present the source. Shaka presented the source. It says there are many reasons. Question, why didn't Shaka present us many reasons? He presented us one reason. There are many reasons James was close to Esme Stewart. Let's go through this and let's see how many of these sources that Shaka actually told you, brothers and sisters, about. First reason, his social graces. Second reason that he was close with his cousin, his contact with the French government, which brought gold to James's aid. Did Shaka tell y'all about that? No. Why was he close with Esme Stewart? Because Esme Stewart was close with the French, and the French gave the king gold. Shaka didn't tell y'all about that, right?
Talk about it.
He just said he was a faggot. Let's keep going. And the fact that Esme was captain of the king's bodyguards. Why was the king having bodyguards? Because there were attempts made on his life over and over again. So the man that's guarding your life, you ain't going to be close to him? Come on, man. Let's be real. He goes on to say, all this is overshadowed by the fact that James disliked girls. In other words, Otto J. Scott, the source that Shaka used, disregards the fact that Esme Stewart was close with the French. Disregard the fact of the man's social graces. Disregard the fact that the man was a bodyguard to King James. He's going to look over all that and say, oh, well, King James disliked girls. Next slide. Monarchs of Scotland by Stuart J. Ross. This is from a book, right? Regarding James's affection towards Esme Stewart. This is another source that Shaka didn't bring out, but I'm bringing out. Page 113. This sort of behavior, because Shaka spoke about the fact that James had affection towards Esme Stewart, and sometimes he would kiss his cousin on the cheek. That was his cousin, right? Were typical of James all his life, and has led to be, being labeled as homosexuality. Has led to being labeled as homosexual. However, there is no concrete evidence to support the allegation that public petting was followed by intimate relations in private. This is from another book. Why didn't Shaka present this? This is the counterbalance to what he said. You have authors that are letting you know that there's really no historical evidence that shows that James was affectionate towards Esme Stewart. He was a homosexual. No references whatsoever. Page 115. James fathered 8 children, which is not bad for someone that was supposed to be a homosexual. So if James was a homosexual, why was he sleeping with his wife so much to the point where he had 8 children? How come that was not presented? Okay. Page 119. Few kings have been more unjustly maligned. The carpings of xenophobic contemporaries about his physical appearance and personal behavior have been accepted as face value. In other words, the information that's been presented by authors like Otto J. Scott has been presented at face value without the balance, the counterbalance that lets you know that this man fathered 8 children. Now, every time that you sleep with your wife, you don't get her pregnant every time you sleep with her.
Right.
So in order to have 8 children, that means you sleeping with your wife all the goddamn time to have 8 children. So how the hell is this man a homosexual and he's sleeping with his woman so much he's having 8 children? How come Shaka didn't talk about that? This is about balance, man. What was presented to you brothers and sisters at home was biased scholarship. Real scholarship would have presented this and what he presented to give you brothers and sisters at home a chance to decide for yourself. But what the brother Shaka decided to do was present one side of the coin and hope you brothers and sisters fell for it, except there was your brother Daniela that stood around and said, oh, this brother's a goddamn liar, man. Next slide. The Royal House, a biography of the Royal Stuarts. It's another book that our brother did not present. So I'm going to present it for him, okay? Page 134, concerning his wife, James wrote this. Now remember, Otto J. Scott said that James disliked girls. He disliked girls, right? Let's read what it says. And the youngest princess was a gay, good-looking girl. Let's stop right there. The word gay is newspeak, okay? In our day and time, the word gay means homosexual. That's newspeak. If you don't know what newspeak is, learn something. Go look it up. It means that a definition has been expanded.
That's right.
But in the 1600s, the word gay did not mean homosexual, it actually meant happy.
That's right.
So it says the word and the youngest princess was a gay or happy, good-looking girl. Barely 16. So when people were telling King James about this woman, she was 16 years old. Now we got to stop here for a second. We got to get on Kemet. I got to get on Kemet. So we got to stop here for a second. So I'm going to turn the camera around, man. Turn the camera around so the brothers and sisters can see me, right? I know y'all see that word 16 up there, right? Now, King James was a Hebrew Israelite, a black Hebrew Israelite. You see the word 16 up there. So you say, oh my God, King James committed pedophilia. He fell in love with his wife when she was 16. Question, how old were the women in Egypt when they were getting married? Because my research has shown that the women in Egypt were 12 years old when you were marrying them. Y'all talk about GMS, but the women in Egypt were 12 years old. I got sources on that. You guys were marrying women as soon as they started their menstrual period. Because Egyptian women only lived to be, what, about 34, 35 years old?
33.
So you guys were marrying girls at 12 years old, but then you talk about GMS! GMS! You Israelites are pedophiles! But you goddamn Egyptians were marrying girls at 12 years old, but y'all ain't talking about that, right? Anyway, let's get back to the PowerPoint. Okay? Now, it says here, and the youngest princess was a happy, good-looking girl, barely 16, and the more James heard of her attractions, the more resolute he became to marry her. This doesn't sound like what Otto J. Scott spoke about, who is Shaka's reference. He said the more he heard about her beauty is the more resolute he became to marry her. He met Anne and fell in love with the reality that did not disappoint his imagination, meaning everything he heard about her beauty, when he saw her, she lived up to that beauty. That don't sound like a faggot to me. Keep reading on. Their affection, moreover, was no brief, transient emotion, but endured as a kindly intimacy, no more than that, until 7 children were born. So you have some scholars that say that he had 7 children. You have some scholars that say he had 8 children. My point is, if you have 7 or 8 children, you know how often you sleeping with your woman?
That's right.
You know how frequently you sleeping with your woman? And this is a man that you guys are saying was a homosexual. Why was this information not presented by Shaka? Sure. Next slide. James I by Christopher Durston. Okay? Now we're going to get into one of the sources that our brother Shaka brought out, right? Otto J. Scott's book, which is endorsed by the National Catholic Reporter. We got to stop right there. I got to talk about that. Now, we know that King James, in the introduction to the Bible, he spoke about the Roman Catholic Church, how the Pope was against him. The Pope was always against the king. If you don't know history, then I got bad news for you. The Pope was always against the king. So by virtue of the fact that Otto J. Scott's book, which Shaka used as a reference, is endorsed by the Catholic Church, that means that reference that Shaka used is garbage. Because the Roman Catholic Church endorses the book that Shaka used. And guess what? King James was enemies with the Roman Catholic Church his whole life. Let's read the source. Otto J. Scott's book, which is endorsed by the National Catholic Reporter, and which Shaka references relies heavily on David H. Wilson's book, James the Sixth and the First. Okay? David H. Wilson's book relies on the testimony of two of King James's biggest enemies, Anthony Weldon and Francis Osborne. I gotta stop again. I gotta drop it on y'all. Y'all gotta pay attention. Stay with Daniela. Stay with Brother Daniela. See, I know y'all brothers say, you Hebrew Israelites that come out of One West, you don't know no history, and you don't know me.
That's right. That's right.
You don't know me.
That's right.
I know history. That's the point. Okay? Let's read that again. Wilson's book, James the Sixth and the First, by David H. Wilson, relies on the testimony of two of King James's biggest enemies, Anthony Weldon and Francis Osborne. I gotta stop. Let's run down the list. You have Anthony Weldon and Francis Osborne, both of whom were kicked out of the king's court by King James. You have an author by the name of David H. Wilson that writes a book, and he bases his findings of King James being a homosexual on two of King James's biggest enemies. From that book, you get Otto J. Scott's book, who relies on a man who relied on King James's enemies. And from that, you get Shaka's presentation. And you brothers and sisters are at home running along with that like that was true. That was garbage, man. Let's go to page 3 of this book by Christopher Durston. The king's reputation reached a nadir in 1956 with the publication of D.H. Wilson's King James the Sixth and the First. Now check this out, right? Speaking about the author, he thoroughly disliked and disapproved of King James. In other words, the author that wrote this book, he didn't like King James to begin with. So when he went and did his research, he went to guys that didn't like King James. And all these books that you're reading about, that you're quoting, are based on people that didn't like the king to begin with. And you talking about you use all the sources and your history is factual? Get the hell out of here, man. Let's keep going. It says only during the last 25 years that historians have belatedly begun to emancipate themselves, meaning free themselves. Historians have begun to free themselves from Weldon and present a more balanced picture of James. What does it mean by a more balanced picture? Meaning that they stopped listening to authors that are basing their books on Anthony Weldon because they realized that Anthony Weldon got his behind kicked out of the king's court. That's why he wrote that King James was a homosexual. And you being a scholar in 2015 are bringing out information that comes from a damn Anthony Weldon talking about you used all that scholarship. Get the hell out of here, man. Next slide. Sir Anthony Weldon is the main source, not the rap group, but the main source of the homosexual allegations against King James. I don't care where you get it from. I don't care if you wrote a book called Homosexuals in History. All that stuff is garbage. It all goes back to Anthony Weldon or Francis Osborne or Edward Payton. Sir Anthony Weldon is the main source of the homosexual allegations against King James. But what do contemporaries, meaning people that lived during the time, have to say about Anthony Weldon? That you want to read a book by Otto Scott. You want to read a book that relies on Otto Scott. What do historians say about that clown? Sir Anthony Weldon, a well-known racist of his time who hated Scots, which King James was a Scot, and King James, right? It says Anthony Weldon wrote a book full of racist insults towards Scotland. The name of the book is called The Court and Character of King James, which was written after King James and his son were assassinated. Next.
Excuse me for interrupting, but this is the book, The Court and Character of King James, that Priest Daniel is talking about, by Anthony Weldon. The book does exist. Just thought I'd add that.
All that stuff is garbage. It all goes back to Anthony Weldon or Francis Osborne or Edward Payton. Sir Anthony Weldon is the main source of the homosexual allegations against King James. But what do contemporaries, meaning people that lived during the time, have to say about Anthony Weldon? That you want to read a book by Otto Scott. You want to read a book that relies on Otto Scott. What do historians say about that clown? Sir Anthony Weldon, a well-known racist of his time who hated Scots, which King James was a Scot, and King James, right? It says Anthony Weldon wrote a book full of racist insults towards Scotland. The name of the book is called The Court and Character of King James, which was written after King James and his son were assassinated. Next slide. 1650, a curious date. It says the book, The Court and Character of King James, which was written by Anthony Weldon, a well-known racist and an enemy to King James. The book, The Court and the Character of King James, was published in the year 1650. That's a very important date, brothers and sisters. 1650 was 1 year after King James's son, Charles I, was tried and executed in 1649. Let me explain. In other words, what this is saying is that Anthony Weldon was a goddamn faggot. What does that mean? Meaning that he waited for King James to be dead. And he waited for King James's son, Charles I, to be dead. And once these guys were dead and there was no more threat of him being put to death for libel or lying, then he said in 1650, sorry about that.
Mm-hmm. Good.
I waste you. You got it?
No, I can't see over there.
Over here, so you can see.
No, good. It's on. It's on.
I can see it better here. Right. So I'm going to read this again.
This whole list part. That
Right.
way you know you ain't
In the year 1650, a curious date. The book, The Court and Character of King James, was published in the year 1650. 1 year after King James's son, Charles I, was tried and executed. That was some faggot shit. In other words, Anthony Weldon, a homosexual faggot, scaredy cat, lying idiot that he was, waited until King James was already dead. He waited until King James's son was already dead. And at that point, he wrote a book called The Court and Character of King James and said, oh, by the way, he was a homosexual. But wait until he was dead. Animosity against the monarchy was at a fever pitch. There was great disillusionment with the monarchical form of government to the point of murdering the lawful king. Next slide.
I'm gonna tell you something, Brother Daniela. You know what would go good with that slide right there, what you talked about?
Mm-hmm.
They waited till he was dead. What would go good with this is you should have put Malcolm there, Malcolm X, because they waited till Malcolm died to say he was a homosexual.
That's right.
So check this out.
Yes, sir.
100 years later on, people gonna be talking about Malcolm X was gay.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So
That's a beautiful point, Senator. I'm gonna take it a step further. Not only are they saying Malcolm X is gay, you have certain people that are teaching that Malcolm X was a goddamn CIA agent. He's working with the government and all that.
Right.
But they wasn't saying that when Malcolm was alive. They said the same thing about Khalid Muhammad. All of a sudden, that he was an agent, he was this, he was that. But they wasn't saying that when the man was alive. This is what happens. Next slide. Let's keep going. All right. This is a book called James I by his contemporaries by Robert Ashley. You know what contemporaries mean? Meaning that people that were living during the same time as King James. The same time. Let's see if they were saying he was homosexual, right? This is page 20. Entertaining though they may be, the treatises of writers such as Sir Anthony Weldon and Francis Osborne are characterized chiefly by the author's spiteful and indiscriminate animus against the king. They are represented here not because of their value as accurate accounts, which is negligible. In other words, the author of this book is saying the reason why he even mentioned Anthony Weldon was because Anthony Weldon made the accusation, but did not represent it in his book as accurate accounts because everything that Anthony Weldon said was not accurate. In other words, you have a lot of scholars, as I'm showing, that's giving information that's saying the information that was put out about King James is a lie. But again, our brother Shaka made a presentation and he told you, he gave you all the information. So where's all this information I'm putting up? Was that in his presentation? Go back and watch it and answer that question. Was this in Shaka's presentation? Next slide.
Brother Tazoriak just texted in and said, you killing that shit on
Let's
King
go.
James.
Let's go. That's my brother, man. Big up to the Captain Tazariak, right? We have another book right here called Britain's Solomon, James I and his Six and his Three Kingdoms by Maurice Lee Jr., page 309 to page 910. This is what this author said. Historians can and should ignore the venomous caricature of the king's person and behavior drawn by Anthony Weldon. Let's stop and let's do a recap again. You had an author by the name of David H. Wilson. From David H. Wilson, we get the author Otto J. Scott, which our brother Shaka quoted. But David H. Wilson's work was based on the work of Anthony Weldon, meaning it was biased.
Right.
So when Shaka did his presentation, he should have did a little more research. If he did a little more research, he'd have been like, you know what? I'm gonna leave this book out. Because this author's book is based on another author who went to biased scholars to get his scholarship. I don't remember seeing this in Shaka's presentation. If I'm wrong, y'all brothers and sisters, please tell me at what point, give me the minute point, give me the timestamp when Shaka brought this information out. Next slide. Okay? This is a book by James I by Christopher Durston, another author. Okay, page 2. It says, this poisonous piece of literary revenge. So in other words, what Anthony Weldon wrote was revenge against the king. Why is that? I'm going to give you brothers and sisters some history, right? You had Anthony Weldon that was a member of the king's court. He was also known as the clerk of the green cloth. All right? Anthony Weldon was kicked out of the king's court by King James for writing that book, The Court and Character of King James. He was kicked out of court. So when he was kicked out of court, that's when he decided, after King James was dead, after King James's son was dead, that's when he decided to write the book, The Court and Character of King James. It was revenge against the king because he was mad about the way that he was kicked out of court. So this is what this author says. Tell me if you saw this in Shaka's presentation. It says page 2. This poisonous piece of literary revenge was to do profound and lasting damage to James's reputation, as it became the prime source. Let me say it again. It became the prime source. Let me say that one more time. It became the prime source from many subsequent historical assessments, meaning that a lot of scholars, when they wrote about King James being homosexual, they based it on this garbage that was written out of revenge by somebody that got their behind kicked out of court, whose authors failed to make sufficient allowances for the obvious bias of the people that wrote those pieces about King James being homosexual. Obvious bias. Damn it! I don't remember seeing that in Shaka's presentation. Next slide, man.
Killing them, Ock, you killing them.
I don't know about that yet, man. This is only 20 slides. I got 100. Listen, I got 100 slides. It's only 20. This is only 20. This is only 20. More contemporaries and historians that speak.
Say that one more time.
More contemporaries and historians speak. Peter Heinlein, I mentioned this guy before. This is somebody that lived during the time of King James. In his book, Examen Historicum, he dismisses Anthony Weldon's work as infamous libel. Anthony Weldon's work was quoted by David H. Wilson, which is quoted by Otto J. Scott, which is quoted by Shaka Amos, which means it's garbage.
Right.
Okay, next one. The Dictionary of National Biography. I'm giving y'all sources. Everybody's like at home like, where's your sources? The sources in red. Read. The Dictionary of National Biography characterizes Weldon's book as a collection of slanderous gossip about the two kings. What two kings? James and his son. And their ministers and their favorites. I'm going to tell you something. This ain't in this presentation, but every king of England and Scotland and Ireland and Germany and everywhere else had their favorites, meaning people that they was close to. It had nothing to do with being homosexual. Stop it. Next slide. They're going to keep going. Sir William Sanderson refutes Weldon in his Autolycus Concanari and his complete histories of the lives and reigns of Mary Queen of Scots and her son James I. Bishop Godfrey Goodman stated, I have never, and again, Bishop Godfrey Goodman is somebody that lived during the time of King James. He was a contemporary. So if you're presenting stuff that people during James's time was whispering that he was a homosexual, I hear you, Shaka, but people during James's time was also saying he was not a homosexual. Where was this in your presentation? Bishop Godfrey Goodman stated, I have never read a more malicious-minded author, nor any who has such poor and mean observations. Get out of here. Next slide, man. We ain't got to talk much. Next slide. Sir Edward Peyton, another of James's enemies, another person upon whom modern-day scholars base their homosexual allegations on. This is Sir Edward Peyton, was recommended for removal from court by George Villiers. We got to stop right there. Because George Villiers is somebody that Shaka accused King James of being lovers with. But now we're seeing something very heavy right here. Edward Peyton was recommended for removal from the King's Court by George Villiers. In other words, George Villiers said, James, we got to get this guy out of here. So what do you think Edward Peyton did? He was mad about that. So later on, he came with some garbage talking about George Villiers being a homosexual. That's where that allegation comes from. How come Shaka didn't mention this? Let me stop. Let me keep reading. After this disgrace, Peyton was an avid enemy of Villiers and the whole court. In other words, Peyton didn't just like Villiers, but he disliked the whole court, which includes the king. He sided with Parliament in the English Civil War against Charles I, who was James's son. In the year 1652, he wrote The Divine Catastrophe of the Stuarts. This work was denounced at the time when he made the allegations of the king being a homosexual. This work was denounced by Sir Anthony Wood in his book Athenae Oxoniensis as a most despicable, libelous book full of lies, mistakes, and nonsense. Whoa. This work was reprinted in the year 1752 by William Bowyer Jr. and Charles Davis, which were taken into custody by the House of Commons on the charge of publishing seditious slander. So when you quote somebody that's quoting Edward Peyton, that's seditious slander. But you presented all the facts. I don't remember seeing this, and I watched the whole video. Man, damn it, I watched it 5 times. I watched the damn video 5 times because I had to put timestamps on everything that Shaka said because I said I'm gonna cut him on that. I'm gonna cut him on that. I'm gonna cut him on that, and I'm gonna cut him on that. Right, next slide. Stop, get the hell out of here, man. Is that it? All right, the rest of it.
Man, the rest, you gotta be all this out, man.
The rest of the presentation, y'all brothers and sisters, y'all gonna get that, man. We about to do a presentation, man. I'm gonna go into George Villiers. I'm gonna go into Carr, Robert Carr, because Shaka mentioned all of them. I'm gonna go into all of that. But that's just showing you, that's just a preview to show you, brothers and sisters, that the brother didn't present everything, man. That was buying scholarship.
Man, that right there, that was a
buying.
powerful rebuttal. That was a powerful rebuttal. I'm saying it live on the air. Y'all hear me? I know some of y'all gonna say, man, saw that a Don King. Saw that a Don King. But man, listen, that was a powerful rebuttal right there, man. You did an excellent job. And I'm gonna keep asking you this, man. Why the hell they didn't let you speak at the debate, brother? What the hell is wrong? And Polite brought up King James.
I know he did.
Why they ain't let you speak, bro?
Well, hey, I'm gonna say the Most High bless Polite, man. The Most High bless Polite that I didn't get a chance to speak. But I want to big up my brother Hashar, because I'm gonna tell you something. When Hashar was up there speaking, Hashar tried to hand me the microphone. So I wanted to put that out there because I hear brothers and sisters saying that there was some type of conspiracy that they didn't let me speak. That's a lie. I want to put that out there. The brother Hashar passed me the mic, and I turned the mic down. And the reason why I turned the mic down is because it was in the middle of the presentation that him and Nasi were bringing, and their brothers was in the spirit. And I didn't realize that we wasn't going to have a second round at the time because of time constraints. So I figured to myself, like, listen, in the second round, I'm going to go up there and I'm going to spank Polite. And I want to say one last thing. I'm going to sit my ass down because I'm pretty sure, I'm not looking at the comment board, but I'm pretty sure you got my haters. You got my haters out there.
You already know.
But the people that's hating on Brother Daniel, that's saying I'm full of shit, I want you to go and I want you to check my sources. I want you to check my sources. You can hate on me all day, but are my sources wrong? Right. Is the information that I presented, is it wrong? That's right. I know y'all love Shaka. I'm gonna tell you something. Shaka is my brother, man. Right. And every time that brother see me, he show me mad love. Right. Mad love. And much love to that brother. I'm not one of the brothers that's gonna tear that brother down. That's mad love to that brother. That's what's up. So I'm not hating. You see what I'm saying? But him and me, we laugh and joke and we go back and forth, man. He didn't present none of the stuff that I said. You can hate me all day, but ask me which one of the sources I put up is wrong. You see what I'm saying? The brother passed me the mic. I had an opportunity to speak. I didn't speak because the brothers were in the spirit. But don't worry, I got some fire for y'all. And one last thing. Y'all didn't see my presentation on King James being black. Because I know niggas get all shook up like Elvis Presley about that thing, man. Brother saying King James is a dark-skinned... No, Shaka said King James is a dark-skinned white man. Brother, I'm going to say this, man. Before I make my presentation, I think you should study a little more. Because that's, if you thought this was nice, you ain't seen nothing yet. And with that... You shouldn't have a problem with somebody coming and presenting truth, presenting you with information, and now you can go back and you can research for yourself to see whether or not the person that was sitting here was full of shit or not. You see what I'm saying? But if you have a problem with Sarnetta presenting all the information, to me that means that you ain't about truth. Right. You're about just bandwagon riding. You're about nut hugging. You're about dick riding, meaning your favorite teacher, it doesn't matter whether what they present is right or wrong, you're just gonna nut hug them and that's it. If that's what you're about, that's fine. And I'm gonna tell you something. And I know it's gonna be controversial, but that's okay. The majority of you brothers on YouTube, I'm gonna talk to the men, I ain't gonna talk to the sisters. The majority of you cats on YouTube, you don't study. You know why you have a problem with the presentation I made? Because you don't study. If you study, you would know that I'm right, because I presented all the books, all the sources, all everything, and you have a problem with it because you mad because I proved that King James wasn't a homosexual. I proved there's a lot of scholars out there that say he wasn't a homosexual, and you just mad.
America, metaphor for a predator. Been to the Mediterranean, on my papers like an editor. I flow like a reservoir dog, rap Tarantino, off the chain like Django. Still let the chain glow, where they bang no. And niggas get shot like camera angles. In rap videos, put up on Vimeo. I wear the buck 50 bicentennial.
I want to say shalom to the nation of Israel. Shalom. Shalom. I want to say all praise to the Most High and His beloved Son Yahushua, who is our Savior, our leader, that's right, and to whom I am forever loyal. I don't want anybody to ever get that twisted. I am forever loyal to the Most High and His Son, Yahushua.
That's right. Hold on. Let them know, put their phones on vibrate.
Right, so I want all you brothers and sisters, if you have your cell phones, to put your cell phones on vibrate. Right? I'm going to try to be quick. I'm not going to be too long-winded. I'm going to give you guys some slides. I'm going to start off with the slides that I already gave when I did this lecture at Sarnetta's house. Is anybody, besides the brothers that are in the camp, has anybody else in here seen the presentation I made about King James at Sarnetta's house? Even if you're in the camp, raise your hand if you saw the presentation. Right. So about half the room saw the presentation that I gave about King James. Now there is a false rumor, a lie, that's circulating around the earth that King James is a homosexual. And the reason why this rumor is circulating around the earth is because you have certain men that are inspired by the spirit of the devil, by Satan. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to separate our people from the very thing that will liberate us from our conditions of captivity under the so-called white man in America. Because we cannot be spiritually, mentally, or physically free if we're not dealing with the scriptures. Okay? So the reason why people are trying to get us from not dealing with the Bible is because they want to say that King James is a homosexual, and by that, they're able to say that we shouldn't be dealing with the Bible. So we're going to destroy that, all right? So Brother Malak, go to the first slide, please. All right, so the slide says destroying the myth. Go back one slide, brother. The slide says destroying the myth that King James VI of Scotland and the first of England was a homosexual by priest Daniel. Now, I've done a lot of study and a lot of research on this subject. And my scholarly research on the subject is not the same as something that you'll hear from our brother Shaka Amos. Because our brother Shaka Amos, he did a presentation on Sarnetta TV, and as I told him to his face, and I'm going to repeat tonight, Shaka did not do enough research. And as you're going to see as we present these slides, our brother did not do enough research. Okay? What he did was he relied on his emotions and how he felt, and not on scholarly research. This presentation will rely on scholarly research. Next slide. Okay, the Bible is a roadmap to our liberation, both physically and spiritually. Without this map, you're going to be lost. So if you're trying to find your way back to the Most High, if you're trying to find a route to liberation from the physical and spiritual captivity that our people are in, and you're trying to do so without the Bible, you can guarantee that you're going to be lost. All right, next slide. Now, somebody asked me last night on the radio, or night before last, why am I doing a presentation on King James? With all the things that's going on in our community among so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, why are you doing a presentation on King James not being homosexual? How does that affect black people or so-called Hispanic people in 2015? Well, this is Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 66 and 67, as well as Zechariah chapter 11, verse 4 and 5. What you're looking at is all these so-called unarmed black and Hispanic people that have been shot down by the police department. Unarmed black and Hispanics that have been shot down by the police department over the last, let's say, 10 to 15 years. This is what I should be doing a presentation on. Because this is in the Bible. I'm giving you the scriptures. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 66 and 67, as well as Zechariah chapter 11, verse 4 and 5. The Bible already tells us and prophesies that these things are going to happen to our people. But our people have taken that roadmap and those instructions and they've thrown them behind them because we have black scholars in 2015 that say we shouldn't deal with the Bible. But you can't show me about so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans being shot down by the police in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. You cannot show me blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans being shot down by the police in the pyramid text. But you can find that in the Bible. But if you believe the Bible is the white man's book, if you believe King James is a homosexual, you won't want to deal with the Bible, and you're not going to read about your conditions and how you get out of these conditions in the Bible because you believe the Bible is a white man's book. Next slide. Prophecies are being fulfilled every day. How many people in this room are familiar with the NDAA? Is everybody familiar with that? If you're not familiar with that, I have it on the screen. In 2012, our illustrious president that everybody was crying for when he was elected, oh, we got a black president, oh, we got a black president. In 2012, Barack Obama passed something called the NDAA, okay? What does the NDAA consist of? Here are some of the finer points. It makes it legal to search you without a search warrant. This is what I should be doing a lecture on. It allows for you to be arrested if you commit what the government consists of a belligerent act. It negates your right to trial, meaning you can be put in Guantanamo Bay for an undisclosed amount of time and never see a judge. But it's okay because you got arrested under the NDAA. It allows citizens to be held indefinitely. This is what's going on in the real world. This is what I should be doing a lecture on. Also, on the other side of the screen, you see that Russia and China are making all types of deals. They're coming together. They decided that they're going to stop trading the US dollar. They're going to come together militarily and economically. This is what's going on in the real world. This is what we should be focusing on because this is the focus of prophecy in the Bible. But if you have people telling you that the Bible is a book that was translated by homosexuals, if you have people telling you that the Bible is a book that was translated by so-called white men, you won't want to deal with the Bible. Because you can't read about the NDAA in the Book of the Dead. Right. You can't read about the NDAA in the pyramid text. But you can read about prophecies prophesying about all this stuff in the Bible. But if you believe the Bible is a white man's book, if you believe the Bible is translated by homosexual, you will not be interested in reading the prophecies. And the Bible is the only book, not the Quran, not the Book of the Dead. The Bible is the only book that deals with prophecy. And people have a problem with that when we speak about prophecy. But you can't find prophecy in any other book. Next slide. Psalms chapter 2, verse 2. I'm just going to read it, okay? Because this is prophecy right here. I'm going to show you something. Before I get into my presentation, I have to show you, brothers and sisters, something. Psalms chapter 2, verse 2. It says, the kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together. You can see Psalms 82 for the precept. Against the Lord, Yahweh, and against his anointed, which is Israel, saying, next slide, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. Now you notice I have the word their cords highlighted. What are our cords? Our cords are what connects us back to our Heavenly Father. Our cords are what connects us back to the Most High. So what's happening is now that you have people that are set up to teach you that the Bible is a white man's book. The Bible is a book that was translated by homosexuals. King James is a homosexual white man. So what will you do when you think these things? You will take that roadmap that leads you back to the Most High and you will cast it behind you. You will say that it's of no value to you now. You don't need the Bible because why? The Bible has nothing to do with the so-called black man. The Bible is a white man's book. That's what you're being taught by so-called black scholars in this day and time. So instead of me being able to teach about the NDAA, instead of me being able to teach about how China and Russia are coming together and how those prophecies are going to affect us here in America today, instead of me teaching about that, I got to go to the basics. I got to show you that the Bible is your book. I got to teach you that King James was not a so-called homosexual and he was not a so-called white man, so that you'll have the mindset that you can actually deal with the Bible, because the Bible is your book. So I got to go to the basics before we can get to the deep stuff. So just in case anybody's wondering, well, why is this brother teaching about King James not being gay? I got to get you back to your cords. Because the so-called black scholars like Shaka Amos, and I'm going to be dealing with him tonight. Right. Why am I dealing with Shaka Amos? Because Sanetta called me last night. Sanetta called me last night and said, Shaka Amos wants you to sit on the couch and he wants you to have a debate about whether King James is a homosexual or not. And I told Shaka, check this out. Excuse me, Sanetta, I said, check this out. I said, watch my presentation first. Watch my presentation first. And make sure that Shaka really wants to sit on the couch. Because I'm telling you, Shaka don't know history like y'all think he know history. That's right. Oh, he talks a good game. He has a lot of energy. But I'm telling you, he don't know history like he think he know it. And at the debate, when he seen me, he told me, brother, I know you're a scholar. That's a fact. I know you're a scholar. And I respect you. And I want you and your wife to come to my house. And I want you to sit down, and I want me and you to go over history. Now, why would you want me to do that? This is on camera. This is on camera. So he can't lie and say he didn't say that. This is on camera. Why would you want somebody that don't know history to come sit down at your house with you and your wife and go over history? Because you know damn well that presentation you gave at Sonetta's was trash. And I'm not disrespecting you as an individual. I'm on record. I'm on record saying that I'm not about disrespecting that man. You will not hear me call that man a homosexual tonight. You will not hear me say that. You hear a lot of Israelites say that, but I'm not going to say that. I'm on record, and I'm dealing with scholarship. That's it. And after I'm done, if y'all see that I'm not dealing with scholarship, tell me. I'm dealing with scholarship. And he don't know what the hell, listen, I'm on camera? He don't know what the hell he's talking about. All right? Let's continue reading. Psalms chapter 2, verse 3 and 4. Let us break their bands asunder and cast their cords from us. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. That's right. The Lord Yahweh shall have them in derision. These guys are in derision. Because when they see the Israelites coming forward and bringing forth the scholarship and this information like I'm doing, like Brother Hashar is doing, like Brother Nasi is doing, like Brother Divine is doing. These guys are in derision. Now guess what these guys are doing? Now these guys are doing all these videos. Check this out, mark my words. They're trying to divide Israel up. Watch. That's the next thing. Sonetta's trying to have a debate with Israelite against Israelite. Because them guys know that they're losing. Next slide. All right. This is a translation continuum of English Bibles. And the reason why I put this in here is because I want you brothers and sisters to see something, right? Look to your left at the top. It says word for word. Look to your right. It says paraphrase. Where do you see the King James Bible at? You see the King James Bible to the left of your screen. close to word for word. What is this telling you? This is letting you know that the King James Bible, according to scholars, not according to me, is a word-for-word translation. Amongst all the English translations, the King James Bible is a word-for-word translation from the Hebrew, the Latin, and the Greek. Because there's so many people fighting against the King James Bible as though something is wrong with it. But when you check it out, the scholars are telling you, actually, it's a word-for-word translation. That's why it's on the left. It's one of the best translations that you can deal with. But, because a lot of these scholars, again, they hate the Most High, and they hate the Bible, they're telling you, oh, you can't deal with the King James Bible. King James was a homosexual. Don't deal with it. Okay, so let's say he was a homosexual. Let's say that for argument's sake. Let's say that that's true. But when we look at this, even if he was a homosexual, his translation is still good. Right. Does everybody see that? Right. Am I making that up? No. I didn't make this slide up. Go to Google. I got this over Google Images. Type this in. Translation continuum. There's a whole bunch of slides, hundreds of them. And you're going to see every single one agrees that the King James Bible is a word-for-word translation. So if he was a goddamn faggot, if he was marching in the goddamn parade in the village, if he was in Tel Aviv every year in Israel being a homosexual wearing pink, it doesn't matter. Because the translation, which by the way he did not translate, is a word-for-word translation. Let me not get stuck. Keep going to the next slide. Now, you guys see Mark Twain on the screen, right? They're like, look, Mark Twain was a white man. What got Mark Twain up there? Well, Mark Twain made a very poignant statement, and I happen to agree with it. And this is what he said. If you call yourself a scholar or historian, just do us one favor, right? Get your facts first. Meaning all the facts. Everything. And then you can distort the facts as you please. If you brothers and sisters watch the presentation that our brother Shaka almost made, he did not have all his facts. And when he was on Soneta's couch, some of you brothers saw the video, I actually called in. Because he said he presented all the information. So I said, when I heard him say that, I got to chill my spine. I was like, you presented all the information? No, let me call in. And I began to ask Shaka some questions. And then he had to change it up. He said, okay, brother, I didn't present all the information. I just presented all the information that I have. If you only presented all the information that you have no business making a presentation at all.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Because you said you were a scholar.
Right.
And you are teaching our people. So you have no business making a presentation unless you have your facts first. And you brothers and sisters are going to see, through the Spirit of the Most High in Christ, we have our facts first. Let's go. Next slide. Now, Shaka tells the truth about King James' enemies, right? Now, he made a presentation that was over an hour, and I'd say about 25 minutes or 30 minutes long. He made a presentation. Shaka told the truth in his presentation for a total of about 2 seconds. I'm going to show you that. Shaka told you, brothers and sisters, the truth for about 2 seconds. In his presentation, he tells you that really the reason why King James was convicted or spoken about of being homosexual was because he had a lot of enemies. But he dwelt on that for about 2 seconds. 2 seconds! And then he changed the subject. So your brother right here is going to give you all the information that our brother didn't want to give you. Brother Malak, play the slide, please.
Right.
Play the slide. You got to go back. And just go down right here and play the slide. It should allow you to play. If you click on it.
Click on it?
Yeah. Does that allow you to play?
And the Israelites on the corner want to say, he wasn't gay. Some people said that because they was mad.
Start again.
Start again. Council and no.
Start, hold on 1 second. Go back to the slide and start again.
It's right here.
Okay, go ahead.
And the evil Israelites on the corner want to say, he wasn't gay. Some people said that because they was mad because he kicked them out of their council and no.
Start the slide again. Start the slide again. Everybody listen real carefully. Real carefully. He's telling the truth for the first 2 seconds. Listen carefully.
And the evil Israelites on the corner want to say, he wasn't gay. Some people people said that because they was mad because he kicked them out of their council and no. A secret passage between King James' bedroom and this man's bedroom ain't got nothing to do with somebody else being angry.
That's good enough. Stop
The passage is there.
Stop that. Did everybody hear that? I hope everybody heard that. For 2 seconds, he told the truth. He said, he wasn't gay. The Hebrew Israelites on the corner want to say he wasn't gay. Somebody was just mad at him, and that's why they said that. Well, guess what? That's true history. That's true history. Why did he not present that in his presentation? And I asked him that. And you know what he did? He gave up the ghost. That's Israelite slang, y'all. He gave up the ghost. Meaning that when you give up the ghost, it means you drop dead. You didn't have nothing to say, you just drop dead. That's what he did spiritually. Next slide. Let's just get into it. Now, for the first couple of slides, brothers and sisters, those y'all saw it, I'm going to go over the slides that I went over inside of the TV. So if you've seen this, just bear with me. If you haven't seen this, this is for you. And around slide 17, everybody in the room is going to see something that y'all didn't see before. We're about to go in, all right? This is a primary source. This is called the Basilicon Doron. I'm going to go right through this. This is real quick. Page 46, Basilicon Doron. If you don't know what this is, you can buy this at Barnes & Noble's, less than $20. This is a primary source. Somebody wants to tell you King James is a homosexual. Let's see what he said out of his own mouth about homosexuals. It says, page 46, they quarrel against me, not for any evil or vice in me. In other words, not for anything that I actually did, but because I was king. In other words, people just had a problem with him because he was king. If you know history, you're going to find out the Brits didn't like the Scots, and he was a Scot. That was their problem. That's right. Plain and simple. Okay? But because I was king, which they thought the highest of evil, and because they were ashamed to profess this quarrel, they were busy to look narrowly in all my actions. And I warrant you, a mote in my eye, yes, a false report was matter enough to work on. Meaning if somebody came and made a false report, all the Brits, they just went along with it. Why? Because he was a Scot. It didn't matter whether it was true or not. They just went along with it. And this is what modern day scholarship is dealing with. But we're not dealing with that if we're dealing with real scholarship. Next slide. This is from the same book, the Basilicon Doron. Again, I'm challenging brothers and sisters. Buy this book. It's in Barnes & Noble's and it's less than $20. So if somebody tells you King James is homosexual, you could cut them down with the quickness. Page 33. Instructions to be a merciful king. Now, let me explain to you what the Basilicon Doron is. King James is writing instructions to his sons on how they should rule when he dies. That they should be merciful, but with some exceptions. Page 23. But as this severe justice of yours upon all offenses would be but for a time, as I have already said, so is there some horrible crimes that ye are bound in conscience never to forgive. Right. Such as witchcraft, willful murder, incest, especially degrees of consanguinity, and sodomy, poisoning, and false coin. So now we have to ask ourselves a question. King James is a homosexual, but he's writing to his sons, telling his sons, if somebody's a homosexual, don't ever forgive them. Did Shaka bring this out in his presentation? No. Nope. I wonder why. Next slide. Page 84. Instructions on proper attire. We know attire means how you dress. We see how some of the young brothers are dressing today. Tight jeans, tight shirts. They want to look like women. Lots of brothers, right? That's right. Well, let's see what King James told his son about that. Did he tell his son to go outside looking like Young Thug? Let's go back. Page 84. But especially, eschew. If you don't know what the word eschew means, it means to avoid. But especially eschew, to be effeminate. So he told his son to be effeminate in your clothes. Meaning, don't go outside dressing like Young Thug. That's right. Don't go outside looking like a homosexual. That's right. But this is a homosexual telling his son not to look like a homosexual, right? That's the scholarship we're dealing with nowadays. This is what we conveniently leave leave out of our PowerPoint slides talking about we showed the people all the information? Come on, man. But especially it's true to be effeminate in your clothes and in your perfuming, meaning don't smell like a homosexual. How about that? And your preening or such like, meaning don't dress or smell or carry yourself like a homosexual. This is what he's telling the son. But this is a homosexual telling the son not to be homosexual. Right, next slide. Instructions on proper language. A king should use, page 86. In your language be plain, honest, natural, comely, clean, and short. Eschew, meaning avoid, both the extremities as well as not using rustical corrupt lead as book language and pen and inkhorn terms. And least of all, meaning everything I said to you, this is the most important. And least of all, mignard and effeminate terms, meaning don't even talk like a homosexual. That's right. This is a primary source. I'm not reading to you what an author said about King James. I'm telling you what the man said out of his own mouth. Why didn't Shaka bring this out?
That's right.
And this is something I asked him to his face at the debate. So I ain't saying nothing I ain't already said. Next slide. And you want to sit down on the couch?
Right.
You want to sit down on the couch? All right. Next slide. Names never mentioned by King James's maligners. So if we're going to sit down on the couch, I'm going to say this now. I ain't sitting on the couch if you're not talking about these dudes right here. Let me say that again for the camera. I'm not sitting on the couch if you're not talking about these guys right here. Because if you're not, you ain't dealing with scholarship. Now, names never mentioned by King James's maligners. Peter Heinlein, Sir William Sanderson, Bishop Godfrey Goodman, Anthony A. Wood, and King James himself. Nobody mentions these guys when they want to say that King James is homosexual. Instead, they mention these guys. Instead, we are given names such as Sir Anthony Weldon, Francis Osborne, Sir Edward Peyton, and others who had malice towards the king. And what this does is this creates an unbalanced and biased view of the subject. Because if you're only given the names in yellow, of course you're going to think he was a homosexual because that's all you're given. But if you read about these guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, they said he wasn't a homosexual. And 5, he spoke for himself and he spoke against homosexuality.
Okay, we'll start from the beginning.
His first documented male favorite at the age of 13 was his older relative, Esmond Stewart, first Duke of Lennox. This is from Aldrich Robert Witherspoon, right? Gary Robert, or whatever. Gary Robert Witherspoon, all right? Who's Who in Gay and Lesbian History, from Antiquity to World War II, published page 226 to 227. All right, now, this was his first male favorite, his relative, Esmond Stewart. Now,
okay, that's enough. Play that one more time. I want everybody to hear that. Play that one more time, please. I apologize.
His first documented male favorite at the age of 13 was his older relative, Esmond Stewart, first Duke of Lennox. This is from Aldrich Robert Witherspoon, right? Gary Robert, or whatever. Gary Robert Witherspoon, all right? Who's Who in Gay and Lesbian History, from Antiquity to World War II, published page 226 to 227. All right, now, this was his first male favorite, his relative, Esmond Stewart.
All right, that's all I need. As long as you brothers and sisters heard that. Shaka said that King James's first favorite was Esmond Stewart. So he insinuated, and I hope everybody in the room understands what the word conjecture means. Does everybody understand what conjecture means? That means that you put your own opinion. You put your own opinion and try to make something into something that's not. Go forward, Mama. Go forward. Shaka said that King James's first male favorite was Esmond Stewart. Now, I'm going to tell you, brothers, something. I said this on the side of the show, and if you were at the debate, you know that this is true. Shaka used the book on the screen as one of his sources. Funny thing was, I have this book. So when I saw Shaka at the debate February 8th, I showed him, I said, you know, I have that actual book that you used. I said, it's too bad you really don't actually have the book yourself. Because if you had the book, you'd have read it like I did, and you'd have known that your resource or what you said was garbage. But that's neither here nor there. Let's read what the book actually says. The book is called James I, The Fool as King by Otto J. Scott, concerning Esme Stewart. We just heard our brother say that Esme Stewart was one of James's favorites. So Shaka insinuated, or as we say, used conjecture, and tells you because Esme Stewart was one of King James's favorites, that means they were lovers. Let's see what this says. Concerning Esme Stewart, page 98. There are many reasons James was close to Esme Stewart. Because when Shaka made his presentation, he only gave us one. He said just because they were homosexuals. That's not what the book says. It says many reasons. His social graces was one reason. His contacts with the French government, which brought him gold to James's aid, was a second reason. And the fact that Esme was captain of the king's bodyguards was a third reason. He goes on to say all this is overshadowed by the fact that James disliked girls. In other words, this particular author is one of the authors that hated King James himself. So even though he was aware of all the real reasons why Esme Stewart and King James were close, he decides to ignore all this and just give his own opinion that James disliked girls. But that's the author's opinion, that's not a fact. Next slide. Monarchs of Scotland by Stuart Ross. Another history book talking about James' closeness to Esme Stewart. We go to page 113. This sort of behavior, affectionate kisses, were typical of James all his life and has led to being labeled as a homosexual. However, there is no concrete evidence to support the allegation that public petting was followed by intimate relations. This is what a scholar said. There's no evidence to prove that King James actually had intimate relations with his cousin. That is conjecture. That's what people say, but they have no evidence. Page 115. James fathered 8 children. Not bad for someone that was supposed to be a homosexual. Now, let's just stop for a second. We gotta think. If a man has 8 children, how much sex is he having? Because you don't get your wife pregnant every single time that you have sex with her. Sometimes it takes a long time to get her pregnant. Sometimes it's quick. But if you have 8 children, that means you having a whole lot of sex with sex that the previous author just said you didn't dislike girls. But you having all the sex with your wife to have 8 children. Interesting. Page 119. Few kings have been more unjustly maligned. The carpings of xenophobic contemporaries about his physical appearance and personal behavior have been accepted at face value. That's what our brother Shaka did. He just accepted some of his face value and didn't do his research, so I've done it for him. Next slide. The Royal House of Biography of Stuarts, page 134, concerning his wife Anne, James wrote, Anne, the younger princess was gay. And that word gay is newspeak. It doesn't mean homosexual, it means happy. In the 1600s, the word gay meant happy, not homosexual. That's what it means today. That's called newspeak. And the younger princess was a gay, good-looking girl, barely 16. Now, she was 16 years old when King James first noticed her. So somebody in the Kemetic community might have a problem with that. That's okay. You can have a problem with that. Except when I did research, I found out that the brothers and the kings of Egypt, they were married women when they were 12 years old.
That's right.
All I hear about is GMS.
That's
right. GMS is marrying young girls. Well, I'm going to tell you what, man, I put a challenge out. Well, how old were the women in Egypt, in ancient Egypt, when they would get married? How old were they?
That's right.
Because the lifespan was what, 33 years old in ancient Egypt? 33 years old. They were marrying women at 12 years old. How dare you?
That's
How
right.
dare you?
That's right.
Talk about GMS. You got some goddamn nerve, man. Polite know better. He know better. Anyway, she was barely 16, and the more James heard of her, the more resolute he became to marry her. He met Anne and fell in love with the reality that did not disappoint his imagination. So in other words, she looked as good as he heard she looked. Not that he was homosexual. Anyway, Their affection, moreover, was no brief transient emotion, but endured as a kindly intimacy, if no more than that, until 7 children were born. So y'all now are seeing that some scholars say they had 8 children, some they say they had 7. I'm going to tell y'all, if I'm not mistaken, I'm going off the top of the head, I think only 3 of his children actually survived to adulthood. The majority of their children died young. All right, next slide. James I by Christopher Durston. Otto J. Scott, endorsed by the National Catholic Reporter, and with shocking references. I got to stop here. I know I stopped last time, I got to stop here again. Otto J. Scott, who wrote the book about King James, his book was endorsed by the National Catholic Reporter. That should set up warning signs to anybody that's scholarly. Wasn't it the Catholic Church that tried to kill King James like 5 or 6 times?
That's right. Yep.
About 5 or 6 times, right? So they tried to kill him about 5 or 6 times, and then they endorse a book that speaks evil of him. And this is what we do in the black conscious community. We use a scholar like this who speaks evil of King James, that is endorsed by an organization that tried to kill him 5 times, and we say that we dealing with scholarship. Otto J. Scott's book, endorsed by the National Catholic Reporter, in which our brother Shaka references, relies heavily on David H. Wilson's book, James the Sixth and the First, and David H. Wilson relies on the testimony of 2 of King James's biggest enemies, Anthony Weldon and Francis Osborne. On page 3, the king's reputation reached a nadir in 1956 with the publication of D.H. Wilson's King James VI and the First. He thoroughly disliked and disapproved of King James. So David H. Wilson, whom Otto J. Scott used as a source, whom Shaka used as a source, David H. Wilson utterly disliked King James. So he had a bias. So when he did his research on King James, he went to people that hated that man and wrote his book based on their testimony. All right? It's only during the last 25 years that historians have belatedly begun to emancipate themselves from Anthony Weldon and present a more balanced picture of King James. Because the scholars have found out this guy right here, Anthony Weldon, was extremely biased. And his testimony is the majority of books that are written about King James being homosexual is based on his testimony. That's a fact. Him and Francis Osborne and Edward P. Next slide. Sir Anthony Weldon is the main source of the homosexual allegations against King James. But what do contemporaries, meaning people that lived during Anthony Weldon's time, and historians actually say about him? See, he was good at talking bad about King James, but what do people that lived during his time say about him? Sir Anthony Weldon was a known racist of his time who hated people from Scotland. And remember, King James was the King James the Sixth of Scotland and the First of England. So he hated King James because he was a Scot. All right? Anthony Weldon wrote a book full of racist insults towards Scotland called The Court and Character of King James. It was a diatribe against Scots. And this is the guy upon whom modern scholars base their scholarship on. Next slide. 1650, a curious date. The book, The Court and Character of King James, was published in the year 1650. 1 year after King James's son, Charles I, was tried and executed in 1649. In other words, when the first, mark my words, the first allegations of King James being homosexual came out, it didn't come out when King James was alive. It didn't come out when King James's son was alive. What Anthony Weldon did was, he waited until King James was dead, he waited until his son was dead, and then he wrote a book saying that they were homosexuals. Oh, by the way, I know King James is dead. By the way, I know his son is dead, but actually they were gay. Right? Animosity against the monarchy was at a fever pitch. There was great disillusionment with the monarchical form of government to the point of murdering the lawful king. Next slide. By his contemporaries by Robert Ashton. Again, I must tell you, brothers and sisters, the word contemporaries means people that were alive during this time. Right? Page 20. Entertaining though they may be, The treatises, meaning the books of writers such as Sir Anthony Weldon and Francis Osborne, are characterized chiefly by the author's spiteful, indiscriminate animus against the king. They are represented here not because of their value as accurate accounts, which is negligible. So now we have to stop. The book that David H. Wilson wrote was based on the testimony of Anthony Weldon. The book that Otto J. Scott wrote was based on the book that was written by D.H. Wilson. So again, you have Anthony Weldon, then you have D.H. Wilson, then you have Otto J. Scott, and then you have Shaka Amos. So he followed a line of people from this guy, whose scholars are telling you don't believe a damn thing that he's saying. This is a fact, and I'm giving you the sources. Next slide.
That's right. Egypt only used white sources when they
The Egyptians only use white sources. Now, I'm going to tell you something too, right? I'm going to make a statement. It ain't going to come out tonight. When I prove that King James is a black man, I'm not just going to use white sources. That's a fact. Now, Great Britain's Solomon, King James the 6th and the 1st in his Three Kingdoms by Maurice Lee Jr., page 309, all the way to page 910. This is what this author said. Historians can and should ignore. Historians can and should ignore the venomous character of the king's person and behavior drawn by Anthony Weldon. Meaning, if you're reading a book that when you trace that book back, the scholarship goes back to Anthony Weldon, this guy's saying ignore it. And I'm telling you the scholarship that Shaka used, that's where it came from. Next slide. James the First by Christopher Durston, page 2. I'm trying to get through the ones I did at Sonetto. I'm almost done, and y'all gonna see some new stuff. All right? Page 2. This poisonous piece of literature, literary revenge, was to do profound and lasting damage to James's reputation, as it became the prime source for many subsequent historical assessments whose authors failed to make sufficient allowances for its obvious bias. That's what this author is saying. Most modern-day scholars have failed to make sufficient allowances, meaning to admit that most of the authors that wrote these books about King James being homosexual, they were biased because they come from sources that were biased. Why was Anthony Weldon biased? Anthony Weldon was biased because when he wrote that book, The Court and Character of King James, his behind got kicked out of court. Why was Francis Osborne biased? Because Francis Osborne behind was kicked out of court. So these men all had a bias against the king, and that's why they wrote that. But the authors I showed you in the beginning, nobody uses those, except me. Next slide. More contemporaries and historians speak. Now we're going to get specific. Peter Heinlein, again, this is one of the guys I told you that Shaka refuses to use. In his book, Examen Historicum, he dismisses Anthony Weldon's work as infamous libel. Didn't see that in Shaka's presentation. Next, and it says, point number 2, the Dictionary of National Biography characterizes Weldon's book as a collection of slanderous gossip about the two kings. When it says two kings, it's talking about King James and his son Charles I. Slanderous gossip about two kings and their ministers and their favorites. Sir William Sanderson refuted Weldon in his Olicus Conquerere and his complete history of the lives and reigns of Mary Queen of Scots and her son James I. Bishop Godfrey Goodman stated, "I have never read a more malicious-minded author, nor any has such poor and mean observations." How come nobody speaks about this? These guys are saying that all those accusations are lies. You'll never see this in these presentations. Never. See? Next slide. Sir Edward Peyton, another enemy of King James. Okay? Let's see. Okay, Sir Edward Peyton is another one that spoke about King James being homosexual. Another guy that got kicked out of court. It says Sir Edward Peyton was recommended for removal from court by George Villiers in 1627. Now, if you've been following, and maybe you might not follow tonight, but you'll go home and you'll research what I'm saying. George Villers is another guy that our brother Shaka almost said that King James was lovers with. Well, here's the real history. I'm giving it to you now. Please research this. Sir Edward Peyton was recommended for removal from court by George Villers in 1627. After this disgrace, meaning after he was recommended for removal, Peyton was an enemy of Villers and the whole court. In other words, after he got kicked out, he got mad. He sided with Parliament in the English Civil War against Charles I, which is King James' son. In the year 1652, he wrote The Divine Catastrophe of the Stuarts. This work was denounced by Sir Anthony Wood in Athenae Oxenensis as a most despicable and libelous work full of lies, mistakes, and nonsense. This work was reprinted in 1752 by William Boyders Jr. and Charles Davis, which were taken into custody by the House of Commons on the charges of publishing seditious libel. In other words, they looked at this guy's book and said, this dude is a damn liar. He's only mad because he got kicked out of court. Next slide. Bishop Godfrey Goodman, another contemporary of King James. Court of James I, Volume 1, page 243. Most of the caricatures were inventions of the Jesuits. Does that ring a bell to anybody in the room? Most of the caricatures of King James were inventions of the Jesuits. Who were the Jesuits? The Catholics. Who were the Catholics? They're the people that tried to kill this man more than once. Anybody heard of the gunpowder conspiracy? Who was behind that? The Jesuits. So not only were they physically trying to kill him, they was also trying to kill his image or his reputation. That's what this is all about. Most of the caricatures were inventions of the Jesuits. The Jesuits made an attempt on his life during a gunpowder plot. Okay? Who omitted no occasion of heaping the force of their malice upon the king. Next slide. Jesus had his John, and I have my George. So this is another reference that we're using by our brother Shaka. So now I want you brothers and sisters to pay attention to this, right? Our brother Shaka is going to make a statement. I'm going to tell you what it is, and you're going to listen to it for yourself. He's going to tell you that King James was a homosexual because he made a reference to saying that Jesus was close to John, like I'm close to George. That means that Jesus and John were homosexuals, and King James and George Villers were homosexuals. I'm going to show you, number one, he didn't read you the whole quote. He only read you half of it. I wonder why. And number two, he took the quote out of context. Let's play the slide, brother.
Compared his love for the Earl, here he goes. James compared his love for the Earl to Jesus' affection for the beloved disciple John, the one who Jesus lied down with. Remember? Right? Jesus Christ, this is what James said. Jesus Christ did the same, the king said, and therefore I cannot be blamed. Christ had his John, I have my George. That's what King James said. That is a quote. Okay? With such pronouncement, King James seemed to have reached a new level of outrage, especially when he compounded his offense in the view. And this quote, by the way, is a very famous quote made by King James. This is not some secret. Everybody knows he said this. Okay? That's something that's common knowledge. Alright?
Now, y'all heard that, right? Y'all heard that, right? Now I'm going to put the quote up on the screen. Let's see if he quoted the whole thing. This is the trickery that these guys use, and this is why I say that they are not dealing with scholarship. And this brother wants to sit down on the couch and talk. And you being deceptive as hell. Next slide, brother. Jesus had his John, and I have my George. Now, here's the whole quote. We're about to read it. How much of this did Shaka actually quote in that video? The following is one of the most quoted statements made by King James. It is usually partially quoted, and it is always taken out of context. Here it is. You may be sure that I love the Earl of Buckingham, George Villers, more than anyone else, and more than you who are here assembled, talking about Parliament. I wish to speak in my own behalf, and not thought to have it be as a defect. Let's stop. How much you got to Shaka say to y'all? None of it. Okay. For Jesus Christ did the same, and therefore I have it, and therefore I cannot be blamed. Christ had his John, and I have my George. Now look at the asterisk at the bottom. After James's death, a civil war broke out between his son Charles I and Parliament. Charles I was eventually beheaded. So now I'm going to give you purpose of history before I go to the next slide. The reason why King James is making this statement at Parliament is because the monarchy was at odds with Parliament during this time. Now, it didn't reach its ultimate end until King James' son, Charles I, was eventually beheaded. But the point I'm trying to make is that there was a war between the monarchy and the Parliament. The Parliament did not like the monarchy because the monarchy was from Scotland. They didn't like that. They hated the Scots. So because of that, there was always animosity between the monarchy and the Parliament. That's what was going on. George Villiers was the only person that was of British descent that was actually a part of King James's Privy Council. So the Parliament had a problem with that. That's why he's making a statement that he loves the Earl of Buckingham more than anyone else that was assembled, which was Parliament, because everybody in Parliament was British. And nobody in Britain was actually on the King's Privy Council except George Villiers. And he was letting them know, I trust this man, I don't trust you Negroes. And it makes sense. Why? Because Parliament is the same ones that killed his son. They beheaded his son. This is history. Now ask Shaka if he knows about that. Next slide. That statement of King James actually vindicates him and George Villiers of being homosexuals. I'm going to show you how. Here's the statement again. You may be sure that I love the Earl of Buckingham and George Villiers more than anyone else, and more than you who are here assembled, Parliament. I wish to speak in my own behalf and not thought to have it be a defect. For Jesus Christ did the same, and therefore I cannot be blamed. Christ had his John, and I have my George. Here's the answer. James declared that he did not think his association should be thought of as a defect, his association with George Villiers. He compared his relationship to Jesus and the beloved disciple John, who were not gay. But Jesus had a special closeness to John above the other 11. Is there any credible historian, credible, not idiots, that is saying that King James declared to all of Parliament and all of England that Jesus and John were gay? Right. That's not what he meant in that statement. Okay? So if that had been the context of the above quote, James would have been removed from the church and removed from the throne that he said that. So he wasn't declaring Jesus and John being gay, nor was he declaring that he and George Villiers were gay, but he was telling them that I'm close to him and I don't give a damn about y'all. That is history. Whether you believe it, accept it or not. It's history. You just got to do some studying. Next slide. Right. Robert Carr. You can skip this. Conspiracies and plots against King James's life. Now we're getting somewhere, right? Now, I want to show you, brothers and sisters, this because there's something that is being said that King James is homosexual because he had his favorites. He had certain people he was close to. But you can't talk about that unless you talk about this. These are all, and I shouldn't say all, but these are some of the main historical conspiracies against King James's life. It will explain certain things that I'm going to go into subsequent to the slides. So let's go over it. Conspiracies and plots against King James's life. King James was seized at Morton in 1579. The word seized means he was kidnapped as king in 1579. That's one plot against his life. Then you have the Gallery conspiracy of 1600. That's two plots against his life. Then you have the Catholic Bi conspiracy of 1603. That's three plots against his life. Then you have the Catholic main plot of 1603. That's four plots against his life. Then you have the one we all know about, the Gunpowder Plot of 1605. That's five plots against his life. The raids on Bothwell, there's an S there, that means there's more than one. The raid of Ruthven, where James was kidnapped again. Then you have two of his regents that were murdered, the Earl of Moray in 1570 and the Earl of Lennox in 1571. What are we drawing from this? That all throughout his reign, somebody was always trying to kill him. That's important. Next slide. King James's documented fear of assassination. From the book Stewards of England, page 53. He was said to have piled furniture against his door of his apartment. Y'all know why? Because of what we just read. Somebody was always trying to kill him. Right. Another book, Lords and Men in Scotland, Bonds of Man Rent. 1442 to 1603. Man rent means that he hired certain guys for protection. Page 115. A month after James's escape from Ruthven, which is one of the plots against his life, raiders, his council, his privy council, passed drastic restrictions on those who should repair to His Majesty's presence, or within 6 miles to a place of his residence, they should be unarmed. So he got paranoid. You want to come see me? They're going to see you 6 miles out, and they're going to make sure you're unarmed. Okay? And he accompanied by 15 horsemen for Earl of Bishop. So if you were Earl of Bishop, they met you 6 miles out, and you had to be accompanied by 15 horsemen after they checked you to make sure he was unarmed. 10 for a Lord Abbot or Prior, and 6 for a Baron, Knight, or Landsman. So this dude was very paranoid of being killed because there were so many attempts on his life. It's going to explain why he had so many people around him all the goddamn time, mostly men. Next slide. Right. Kings as far back as Solomon always had men in their bedchamber and about their beds. Songs of Solomon, chapter 3, verse 7. This is nothing new. And I'll go into this in another presentation I'm going to make in the future. When you read about King James, his maternal line goes back to the line of David and Solomon. That is a fact. So he knew he was of the family and line of King David. So what they were doing is what he was doing. Songs of Solomon, chapter 3, verse 7. Behold, his bed, which is Solomon's, 70 valiant men are about it, of the valiant of Israel. Does everybody know what 70 means? Solomon has 60 men in his bedchamber at all times around him. That's deep. So if he was doing this, how are we then going to say another king that was doing this later on in history was homosexual because he had so many men around him? When this dude was doing it, how many wives did Solomon have? Solomon has 700 wives and 300 concubines. Who wants to stand up and say that he was a homosexual because he had, but he also had 60 men. 60 men in his bedroom. So we're going to say he's a homosexual too? Right. That ain't scholarship. That is garbage, man. That's right. This is a Russian icon of King Solomon, both of these. And you can see clearly that these icons are black. King Solomon has dark skin with woolly hair. I'm going to go on, you know, like me, I like to be controversial. I'm going to go on record and say that black people rule Scotland, black people rule Russia. I can prove it. Black people rule Russia, and I can prove it. And this is proof of that right here. King Solomon, both times, woolly hair, dark skin. That's a fact. If you want to challenge me on that, I already posted it on my Facebook page today, and I'll be glad to show you. Next slide. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Pay attention. I'm almost done. I'm almost to the end. The men that slept in King James's bed, this is how the bed looked. Because you're going to hear some scholars that tell you, King James had been sleeping in his bed with him. Yeah, he did. Yes, he did. Right? The beds were called pallets. Those men were there to guard his life. Does everybody see how the bed looked? It wasn't in this bed together, but they were in bed together. One here and one there. This dude right here, if you come in the room, he's going to kill you before you get to the king. Hope everybody see that. That's right. The beds were called pallets. But somebody might say, you made that up. You made that up. Next slide. Next slide. The English court, from the War of the Roses to the Civil War by D. Starkey, page 87, we only deal with references and scholarship.
That's right.
That's all we do. Okay? The grooms of the stool and gentlemen commonly slept on a pallet bed in the withdrawing chamber. So when you read historical references that say that King James had men in his bed with him, that's how it looked. They weren't in the bed with him, but they were in the bed in case somebody came to kill him. Why? Y'all just saw all the attempts on his life. So was he bugged out to have men sleeping in the bed with him? Guess what? If that many people came to kill me, I would have did the same goddamn thing. I would have did the same thing. I would have had a man sleeping on a pallet right next to me too, man, if I had that many attempts on my life.
That's right.
If you hear about King James having a secret chamber between his room and George Villa's room, you know why? Because people were trying to kill him. That's why. Why don't these scholars bring this information out? Okay, let's read this again. The grooms of the stool and gentlemen commonly slept on the pallet bed and the withdrawing chamber, both in one bed, but not both in one bed, but this is one bed. All right? As in Scotland, the ordinances specify, this is the law, that 2 in one bed should not be conceded. Meaning one here and one there, and that's it. No homo shit. Sorry, excuse my language and my culture, brothers and sisters. I was keeping it real. That's real. Next slide. Here's the real reason why people speak against King James's Privy Council. Because you always hear people say, oh yeah, this Privy Council, and all the men in the Privy Council, he was sleeping with them. No, that's not why. Here's why. Names to be familiar with: Sir Charles Pickett, Sir John Huskiness, Sir John Holmes, a former member of King James's Privy Council, worded it like this: the Scottish monopolize his princely person, standing like mountains betwixt the beams of his grace and us. We beseech his majesty that his bedchamber, which you always hear about, the king and his bedchamber, may be shared as well to those of our nation, England, as to them Scots. Does everybody see that? Let me explain it. When you hear about King James's Privy Council, when you hear about him having men in his bedchamber, the people that had a problem with that were these guys: Sir Charles Pickett, John Huskiness, Sir John Holmes. Who are these guys? These guys are Brits. And what they were saying was, he does not share his bedchamber with the Brits the way he does with the Scots. We don't have the same access to the king as the Scots do. So since we don't have the same access to the king, you know what we're going to start doing? We're going to start talking SHIT. Right. That's what they did. This is scholarship. You can look this up yourself. Oftentimes, the debate surrounding this issue, denigrated into diatribes like Anthony Weldon, like Francis Osborne, like Edward Payton, are largely the basis behind the slurs hurled at King James by many English people. Is that clear to everybody? Is there another slide? I'm not sure where it is. One more, go ahead. So let's start again. We start where we left off. Okay? This is the very first slide I showed you, the very first slides I showed you. Now that you saw all this makes a little more sense. Going back to the primary source, the instruction that King James wrote to his sons. They quarrel against me, not for any evil or vice in me, but because I was king, which they thought the highest of evil, because they were ashamed to profess this quarrel. They were busy to look narrowly in all my actions, and I warrant you that a mote in my eye, yes, a false report, was matter enough to work on. In other words, whatever somebody said, his enemies, that was good enough. They didn't need no proof. They didn't need no evidence. It was good enough. This dude was a Scot, and he's king. We're gonna go with that. All right? Does anybody have any questions about the presentation? Yes, Elder Ball.
Great presentation. Two questions. I noticed that King James, his life was trying to be taken a lot. I mean, what was the outside of the king writing him trying to translate the Bible? Was there another reason why they had a beef with him?
Correct. The main reason why they had a beef with him because he was a Scot. Like I said, when you read about Francis Osborne, you read about Edward Payton, and most importantly, Anthony Weldon, all three of them wrote stuff against him simply because he was a Scot. But I'm so glad, and I appreciate your question, because that's something I did not mention. I'm glad you said that. Another reason was because he had the Bible translated. So I want to put this on record and on video, that when you read about a man by the name of Casiodoro de Reina, okay? Casiodoro de Reina is the man that translated the Bible into Spanish. And I find it ironic that the same charges of homosexuality that was leveled against King James were also leveled against Casiodoro de Reina. So that's either a coincidence or it's a pattern. I say it's a pattern.
Hold on, real quick. You finish your presentation? You finished? All right, we will open it up for you for 15 minutes, question and answer. It's 9:57 now, so we're going to have it.
Well, I'm going to do it for brothers and sisters like this, right? Since this is being recorded, you know what I'm saying, by my camp and by the brother, I'm going to do it to you brothers and sisters like this. We can open the floor for 15 minutes, you brothers and sisters can ask questions, or I can go briefly into another PowerPoint. You know, I hear some stuff on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? I can go briefly into another PowerPoint and show you that black people, I'm just going to give you the introduction, that black people indeed ruled England. How many people ain't know that black people ruled England? How many of y'all know that for a fact? Well, this is a good crowd. Anybody here don't know that? Y'all think I'm bugging out? These guys trying to make everybody black. They're trying to make everybody black.
So what you want? Question? Come on.
It's up to brothers and sisters. Y'all want to ask questions or what y'all want to go PowerPoint?
All right. You could do it in 15 minutes.
I said, I'm not going through all of it, baby. I'm just going to go through some of it. I'm going to show them that we deal with scholarship, man. Do that. Close that for me real quick.
That's right.
Man, I've been getting on my brother Shaka a lot tonight. Well, a lot lately. I hate to tell y'all, I got another Shaka slide in here too. So I can tell y'all what happened. It is in here. And trust me when I tell you, everything I said now, I said to his face. And it's recorded. You know what I'm saying? If I'm saying something wrong, I wanted to show where I'm going off. Was King James the sixth and the first a black man? We have two images on the screen. The screen image on the left shows him as a dark-skinned man with woolly hair in his old age. And the image on the right shows him as a so-called white man. So there's a debate. Was he a black man or a white man? Now, I'm not going to be able to get to the point of whether he's a black man or a white man today, all of it, because I have to let my brother Hashar come up. What I am going to do, I'm going to prove that black people ruled England early. Because I hear a lot of people on Facebook talking, and I know that they're not dealing with scholarship. I know that for a fact. Some brothers have the audacity to say that One West camps don't deal with history. So I'm here to prove that a goddamn lie. I'm here personally to prove that as a goddamn lie. That's right. This is another statement. I like to deal with historical quotes. It's another devil. This guy's a devil. Y'all know that. Napoleon Bonaparte. But he made a great statement, and I'm with it, so I put it in here. He said, history is a set of lies agreed upon. So the historians get together, and they agree upon a lie, and they put it in history books, and everybody regurgitates it. They say Christopher Columbus discovered America. They say George Washington never told a lie. All that garbage, right? Those are lies. We know that. Next slide. Now, this is our esteemed Prime Minister of England during World War II, Winston Churchill. He was British Prime Minister from 1940 to 1945. He was re-elected in 1951 to 1955. Why are you having this slide presentation, Brother Daniela? Well, because our brother Shaka Amos, he mentioned Winston Churchill. He even admitted that Winston Churchill admitted that King James is black. Next slide. Let's hear our brother speak.
June 19th, 1566, 27 March 1625. There he is. Now, I use this picture because the Hebrew Israelites like to say he was black. Yes, now I'm going to tell you, I have no problem with that because truthfully speaking, if you read Winston Churchill, Winston Churchill said one of the reasons that he himself personally did not like King James, or that King James wasn't liked, is because he was dark of skin. Other to mention a whole bunch of other obnoxious things about him. But to insult him, he said, and he was darker skinned. He was dark skinned. That was the exact words he used. Winston Churchill said that. So I have no problem. If a British dignitary is saying, hey, you know, King James is dark skinned, cool. But what you gotta remember, dark skin don't mean black. There's all kind of dark skinned people in the world that ain't black. Alright? So
the Kemet Shuffle? That's the Kemet Shuffle, y'all. We call that the goddamn Kemet Shuffle. Brother Joel, let me know how much time I got. I don't want to go to my time. I'm going to put my show to come here. Yeah, I'm going to do this again, y'all. I'm going to do this again, I promise. So, if I don't get through it, don't worry. Nah, but I want the brother to go, man.
Yeah, you got 15 minutes.
Here we go, all right? No doubt. King, next slide. Morgan Freeman says that, hey, Shaka's right, King James was Boston. You damn right, bro. You goddamn right. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, now, let's get down into it, right? These brothers, I have a lot of respect for them, right? Red pill, blue pill, black pill. The brothers have us on their show every day. But the brother wrote in a comment on Facebook when I did my initial interview for the February 8th debate. He left this comment on the video. So I'm going to use his comment as an anchor for my PowerPoint presentation. And I'm going to take it line by line and show him he don't know what he's talking about. So let's read what he said. Don't you think that if King James was black, like the Prince of Wales, there would be primary evidence of him being called Moor or Negro or Swarthy? In other words, he limited it only to 3 connotations: Moor, Negro, or Swarthy. I'm going to tell y'all something. There are hundreds of other names that point to people being black besides Moor, Negro, or Swarthy. During the time of King James Bible, the 17th and 18th century Europe was involved in the transatlantic slave trade. And that is true. If one of the major kings was the same race as the majority of the captives from Africa, don't you think that some writer would have said something? I'm not saying that certain countries in Britain didn't have black people in them, so we were in there, but we weren't ruling at that time. But to say King James was black, man, is a stretch. Next slide. Okay, this is from the Encyclopedia Britannica. Okay, now we're going to get into it. And the search that I did was called surnames. And what I did is I took a screenshot so y'all can see, so y'all can say I'm not making this up. Let's deal with surnames. Surnames will tell you a lot about the ethnicity of the people that were in England. It tells you a lot, right? Surname, also called the family name or last name. Name added to a given name. In many cases, inherited and held in common by members of a family. Originally, many surnames identified a person by his connection with another person. So pay attention, this is very important. I know it's a little wordy, but it's very important. Originally, many surnames identified a person by his connection with another person. Usually his father. For instance, Johnson or MacDonald. Now I'm explaining this to you. When you see a name Johnson, that means the son of John. That's a surname. When you see the name MacDonald, like y'all go to McDonald's, the word MacDonald, the word Mac means son of. Like how we say Israel Bun or Ben Israel or Bun Israel. That's right. You see MacDonald. That means son of Donald. Those are surnames. Let's go. Others gave his residence, Orleans, York, Atwood, i.e. living at the woods. In other words, you might see somebody with a surname, their last name is Orleans. That's telling you where they live. That's why they had their last name. Somebody tell you their last name is York. That's telling you where they live. Somebody's last name is Atwood. That's telling you they live in the woods. That's what we was doing back then. Watch this. Or occupation. Somebody's last name is Weaver. That's what they do. Hooper, Taylor. That's what they do. A surname could also be descriptive of a person's appearance. Little, red, or his exploits. Armstrong. We want to focus on this right here. Could be descriptive of a person's appearance. Right. Next slide. Here we go. Common examples of surnames in history. Maybe some of y'all know this, maybe you don't. Let's start the left. You hear the word British? The word British is a surname of the people that were living in that land. The word British means man of the covenant. I break it down for you. Brit, covenant. Ish, man. For those of us that speak Lashon Kodash, Ish is pronounced Ayash. So man of the covenant. So when the people call themselves British, they will call themselves men of the covenant. Who had the covenant? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So the people that would call themselves British, they knew who they were. That was a surname. They named themselves that because they knew that they were descendants of the people the Lord made the covenant with. The surname British means man of the covenant. The Most High made a covenant with the Israelites. Read Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 1 through 3. The term British shows the relationship between the people who lived in the British Isles and the people the Most High made his covenant with, which is Israel, Anglo-Saxons. Because the average black man will tell you, when somebody says, I'm Anglo, that means they're white. No, it does not. The word Anglo-Saxon or Anglo-Saxons, that means angelic. And the word Saxons means sons of Isaac. Who was the angelic sons of Isaac? Isaac had two sons. He had Jacob and he had Esau. Jacob and Esau. So when you see the word Anglo-Saxon, the Anglo-Saxons were identifying with the angelic son, which is the chosen son, which is Jacob. So they were telling you that they were descendants of Jacob. This is historical facts. So let me play the game. The surname Anglo-Saxon means angelic sons of Isaac. The angelic sons of Isaac was Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel. The covenant was passed down from Isaac to Jacob. The term Anglo-Saxon shows the relationship between the people who lived in the British Isles and the people of the Bible. What am I showing you? I'm showing you that the early inhabitants of the British Isles were Israelites. That's a fact. Let's keep going. Jacobus. All right? This is a name that King James and his family went by. They went by the name Jacobus. I give you the source at the bottom. You go to the Oxford Dictionary and look up Jacobian. When the Stuarts ruled in England, that period of history is known as the Jacobean era. Why would they name it that if those dudes was white boys? They were Israelites. That's a fact. Right. The surname Jacobus is a Hellenized way of saying Jacob. The Jacobean era coincided with the reign of King James VI and I. The name James, which originates in the Middle English, can be traced etymologically back to the biblical patriarch Jacob. The kings of Scotland and England knew they were direct descendants of the biblical Israelites, particularly King David. Next slide. Like I said, brothers, please give me a time check. I don't want to go over. All right? This is a book called Origin of the Anglo-Saxon Race. So I just went over what the word Anglo-Saxon means. Anglo-Saxon means angelic sons of Isaac. The Anglo-Saxons knew they were descendants of Israelites. But somebody at home is probably saying this dude is out of his mind. He's trying to make everybody black. Everybody black. That's what the Israelites do. They stand on the corners, they scream at the top of their lungs, and they try to make everybody black. That's what they do. Well, check this out, right? The book is called The Origin of the Anglo-Saxon Race. Anybody want to take a guess when this book was written? So this book was written in 1906.
Oh, damn.
By a white man that was doing research on the Anglo-Saxons because he thought he was an Anglo-Saxon. But when he wrote his book, this is what he found out. This is from a title of the book called Our Darker Forefathers. Page 107. This consideration of the probable origin of a great portion of brunettes in two of the South mainland countries of England leads us to that of color names and place names. Does that sound familiar? I showed you, brothers and sisters, before when I showed you the slide about surnames. But one of the surnames that we read about on that other slide told you one of the surnames was based on appearance. Now this author tells you that there were certain people amongst the Anglo-Saxon that had color names, meaning their last name was based upon in color. That's a fact. Color names and place names, which may probably have been derived from their original settlers. For example, there is a common name, Brown. This has been derived from the Anglo-Saxons, the people that descended from the Israelites. This name has been derived from the Anglo-Saxons, Brun, signifying browns. It is not reasonable to doubt that when our forefathers called a man Brun or Brown, they called him this name as a description. Right. So originally, when you find somebody whose last name is Brown, originally you know why their last name is Brown? Because they was brown. Guess what? These are who? These are who? These are who? Who these are who? The white man told you Anglo-Saxons are white. A lot of these guys in the so-called black conscious community will tell you Anglo-Saxons are white. The white man in 1906 said, God, I found out these guys are actually black. They're actually black. Next slide.
I'm brown.
Page 111. We ain't done. We just getting started. Watch this. Watch this. If y'all like that, this is good. Our darker forefathers. By the way, what does this have to do with King James being black? I'm starting early in England. I ain't get to that yet. I'm starting early in England. I'm going to get to that in a minute. Well, maybe not today. But I'm showing y'all, if y'all think I ain't got scholarship, you mistaken. Page 111. The consideration of the evidence that people of the brunette complexions were amongst the Anglo-Saxon settlers in England leads us to that of a still darker hue. Stop. So the page before said the word brown alludes to the word brown, which means that these were brown people. Now the author said, wait a minute. Brunette complexions were among the Anglo-Saxons in England leads us to that of a still darker hue. So if the browns were dark, he said, damn, I done found some people that's even darker than them. Amongst the Anglo-Saxons. Probably these must have been some of these amongst the Anglo-Saxons. More Anglo-Saxons, watch this. For we meet personal names or surnames as black men, blacker men, black Sunu, Blackaya, Blashman, in various documents of the period. So in other words, these people were darker than the people whose last name was Brown. These are Anglo-Saxons. By a white man in 1906. Now we have also revised scholarship that tells you when a white man says, I'm Anglo. You have black scholars that say, yeah, you are. That's European history. European history is our history, man.
Rubber Daniela. Time.
Sorry. Let me just do the slide. Let me be fair. Let me do the slide. And I promise you, brothers and sisters, y'all ain't seen that yet, man. This is a book called The Oxford Illustrated History of British Monarchy. A lot of your brothers and sisters are probably familiar with it. This is Negro repellent on the front of the book. This is to keep you away from the book. There's so much information in this book, it's ridiculous. But it's to keep you away. When you open the book and you find the greatest of all the Anglo-Saxon kings, you find Athelstan. This is St. Cuthbert, a black man, black face, black hands, black feet, and they tried to whiten it up, but they didn't do a good job. You find Athelstan, black face, black feet, but they made his hair red because they would throw a so-called simple Negro off, man. But we know the truth, man. The Bible says what? St. John 17:17, man. The truth. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the truth, man. And this is what this is. So with that, I'm going to sit my behind down so my brother Ashar come up here and bring that fire. This is the beginning. Right, this is the beginning of many more presentations, and be the Most High's will that myself and his brothers are going to do.
Hey, this is Dick Gregory Dave, Carolina Exposed TV. Check it out. King James Version. My mama didn't know the motherfucker was king of England and didn't know he was such a weird homosexual, hated women. He killed his mama. And his lover was Lord Buckingham, who Buckingham Palace is named after. So these real white folks laugh, these niggas around here against homosexuality. You got the book.
Wow.
That's why women come off so bad in the book. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why if you read the story a lot, nobody told them this had to look around. They told them this. And so you just unroll it, unravel it. And it's there, just
Shalom, shalom, Judah Moshe Ben Israel, and this is still King James on trial. So we're going to go in and show how there were many people that ruled in Europe under the name Moor, many of them who were Israelites, whose bloodline goes back to the throne or the tribe of Judah, the Israelites of the Bible. So if these people who ruled in these different kingdoms and places in Europe, and they were black, then how is it so hard to believe that King James is black as well, especially when many of these were his relatives? How is that so hard to believe? You Google King James and see them white images and you automatically, oh, you've been hoodwinked. So we're going to go ahead and get into it. Nature Knows No Color Line by J.A. Rogers. You already know about this book if you've done your research. All right, it says, there was a good reason to believe that certain Negroes and near Negroes rose to be Roman emperors. And you're going to learn a little bit about that in this documentary as well. Now check this out. Notice it said they rose to be Roman emperors, right? Page 47 in this book. I believe it's page 47. Look at this brother here. Negroes in Rome. Look at that. How is it so hard to believe that we were there? All right. Then it says, indications of this rare in the surnames, which were often given then according to some physical characteristic. It is likely, therefore, that Roman families or descendants of them bearing names generally given Negroes originated as such. In Rome, Negroes were first called Ethiops. It says the Romans took that name from the Greeks, who took it from the Africans. Later, Moor. So you see that later they were called Moor. It says, seem to have come into fashion. This too was an African word imported into the Greek. So you see that? To describe black people. That's what the name Moor did. It described black people. It says, that is Moros, which is spelled M-A-R-O-S, black. The word Mauritania in Greek meant black. Don't forget that. The word Mauritania, M-A-U-R-E-T-A-N-I-A, Mauritania, in Greek meant black, says Harper. Still later came Niger, N-I-G-E-R. Remember, we established that that meant black. Remember Kenneth the Niger? Remember Barnabas and Simon, who was called Niger in Acts 13:1? All this is synonymous for Moor, which means black or Negro. So to let you know, they couldn't have been no white boys. Then it says, still later came Niger from the river of that name. It says, it is likely that people from Nigritia, land of the Niger, N-I-G-E-R, now Nigeria, brought that word into the language of the Romans, and since they were black-skinned, Niger, in parentheses, came to mean black. It says originally the Latin for black was ater, A-T-E-R, I believe that's pronounced. But later the terms became interchangeable. It says, this seems sure. Niger is not originally Latin, as Leake says in his dissertation on the Niger. Now, you know, some people argue that as well. It says, more than one celebrated writer have fallen into the error of supposing Niger a Latin word. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to page 57. Matter of fact, let's go to page 57 because there's so much information in there. Page 57. It says, so predominant was the black skin of the Moorish invaders of Europe. So think about it. If these people were black, how is it so hard to believe that King James is black? It says that blackamoor, in parentheses it says black as a Moor, came to be used not only for Moroccans, but for other blacks, as Ethiopians and Sudanese. And remember in the book titled Golden Age of the Moor, it said at one time that all Africans were called black. All right, and that the word black meant Negro. It says, as Elliot Smith says, Negro admixture is so evident among the Moroccan population that the word Moor is often used to suggest Negro influence. Everybody's saying the same thing. So Moor just don't mean that you're from no Morocco at all. So it says, as we see it in Blackamoor, it says Human History, page 124, year 1919. It says the Oxford Dictionary also says it was commonly used for Negro in the Middle Ages and as late as the 17th century. Hambly, a more recent writer, says in physique, a Moor may be a Berber or an Arab. That sounds like what we learn in this book. All right. Then it goes on to say, or mixture of the two, with the Negro blood as well. Because remember, at one point, all the Arabs at one point were black as well. All right, it says, Source Book of Anthropology, Volume 1, page 135, 935, and then it says 1937. It says, but since many Arabs and Berbers are already Negro, we can simply say that Moors range in color from unmixed black to fair white with all the shades between. Now, let's go to page 70. Page 70. All right. It says, in fact, all right, it says, in the person of a king of Alban of the 10th century, history knows him as Kenneth, sometimes as Duck, as Niger. Now remember, where's the book at? Right here. We learn about him. Remember, he's a direct descendant of King James. Remember that? Let's go and get there. The person who we talking about. Oh, I went too far back. Here he is. I'm going to read it again. It says, in the person of a king of Alban of the 10th century, history knows him as Kenneth, sometimes dubbed, D-U-B-H, and as Niger. And remember Acts 13:1, people were called, Simon and Barnabas was called Niger, was meant black. It says, we know him as a historical fact that Niger el-Dub has lived and reigned over certain black divisions of our islands. Now remember, this is King James. He's a descendant. King James is a descendant of him. It says, and probably white divisions also. So he ruled over them. It says, and that race known as the sons of the black succeeded him in history. It says, Welsh tradition, he says, tell also of these black people, and the legends and history of the Scottish Highlands are both witnesses to existence of a purely black people there. A purely black people there. All right. It says, I'm going to jump down. Matter of fact, I'm going to jump to page 71. No, I'm going to jump down. It says, there's a reason to believe that there were Negroes in Britain before Julius Caesar. Before Julius Caesar. It says, Irish folklore mentions a small black people in Firbolg. I guess it's F-I-R-B-O-L. Firbolg. It says these might have been prehistoric Bushmen, pygmy flint instruments, Negro skulls. It says, and Grimaldi relics have been found in Scotland. A very ancient British saying, according to Burton Stevenson, is black as a blowerman. In parentheses, that means black as a Moor. It says Godfrey Higgins, Gerald Massey and David McRitchie. Hold on, David McRitchie. He wrote this book. Look at that. Ancient and Modern Bridge. Notice one is white and the other one is black. One is an ancient and the other one is a modern. And I'm sure you know the answer about who's the ancient and who's the modern. All right, it says, have written on these ancient British Negroes. Now, you know he ain't lying because I got the records right here. And if we got time, we're going to go into some of that as well. All right, page 72. It says, more. It says, the race, and it occurs European Haudry always meant Negro. Look at that. Always meant Negro. The Greeks, as was said, used Moros, M-A-U-R-O-S. Now mean black or dark. That's what it means, black or dark. It says, and the Romans used it for Negroes. Woolly hair like a Moor's, says Marshall. Now look, I'm not lying. Look, it's right here. See that? I'm not making this up. All right. It says, and you can get this book on PDF as well. All right. It says, woolly hair like a Moor, says Marshall. To Claudian Moors, Ethiopians, and the Grecians, that is Negroes, were one and the same. He speaks of the Moors who dwell beside the waters of Gir, which is G-I-R, most famous of the rivers of Ethiopia, that overflows its banks as if they had been another Nile. The Gir referred to here is the Niger or Niger, N-I-G-E-R, and the Gir is spelled G-I-R. It says Sir William says that the Moors were known in the Alexandrian dialect as blacks, and that the Moors must not be considered a different race from the Numidians. And it says, Aegir says that to the Greeks, Romans, and Gauls, the Moors were known as the black people. He adds the word Mauritania. Remember the word Mauritania was also meant Moor, as we read on page 53? It says the word Mauritania inhabited by black populations. And it was later called Nigritia. It says, or Negro land. It says, Moor therefore was equivalent of Negro. That's all it means. It says the word Moor, or Moor, M-O-R-E, signifies a primitive of black population. I'm going to jump down a little bit. It says, man, I'm going to just keep reading. Since therefore the Romans invaded Britain, France, Belgium, Germany, and other parts of Europe, they undoubtedly took the word Moor, meaning a black people, with the term. In fact, so common was the use of Moor for Negroes that it is astonishing to find writers calling Moors a white race. McRitchie referring to a passage Claudian. This is the book, all right, written by David McRitchie. All right, and we definitely probably gonna get some of that as well. All right, it says, David McRitchie referring to a passage of Claudian, ill leaves Moros, nec falso nomini pictos edumiut, says, and this is what it says. It says, now when the Claudian wrote, and for a long time after, Moros signify a great deal more than the native Mauritania. Any election dictionary, any old one at least, will tell you that Moros, M-A-U-R-U-S, Moros is a Moor, a blackamoor, or a Tawny Moor. And Shakespeare used the word Moor as a synonym for Negro. It says, the Roman Moros, M-A-U-R-U-S, occurs in the European languages as Moor. Moor as M-O-R-E, Moor as M-O-R, Moor as an M-O-H-R, and Moro, M-O-R-O, and Morian, M-O-R-I-A-N, and Morian, which is M-O-R-I-E-N, and scores of other forms. For instance, the Italian dictionary says Moro, Umo, Nero Dietiope, black man of Ethiopia. The Century Dictionary says Moor means blackamoor, hence Moorian, Morisco, Morris. It is much the same in the Teutonic languages. The word Moor in German says Star was exactly equivalent to Negro in the time of Othello. Moor for Negro continued to be in general use in England until at least the 18th century. You see that? Let me jump down a little bit. It says Black Moor, a native of Mauritania. Remember, that means Moor. Dr. Samuel Johnson in year 1755 has Moor Moros Latin, a Negro Blackamoor. So you see that? It just means black. I'm going to jump down. It says Niger, Niger, the ancient African word from which evolved Negro. Niger, Nigra, Nigrium of the Romans. So keep in mind, there's a long history of this word Moor. All right. I'm going to page 75. Shakespeare uses only once and use it interchangeably with Moor. I'm sorry, Shakespeare uses Negro only once and use it interchangeably with Moor. In the case of a white man getting a Negro woman with child, Moor for Negro was just coming into use, but in 1623, 7 years after Shakespeare's death, James May, in his translation of Almon's Guzman and D. Offrench, uses Negro almost always for Moor. You see that? It seems clear, therefore, that from the foregoing that European placed Moors in their coats of arms. They had no other than what later called Negroes in mind. So you see that? Families with Negro in their coats of arms range from Sicily to Finland. Of the 497 I continue, Richtstrap, French had 146. Now look at these brothers here. And this is King James bloodline. Look at that. Brothers. All right. So check this out. Matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and continue. Yeah, I'm going to continue. It says, where we at? It says, it's so much to start. All right, it says, I might have missed some, but besides Richtstrap gives a few extinct families, some of whose descendants are no doubt living, his works too. Deal principally with the continent, not many British families were named. Later, with only little research, I found 162 of the latter with one or more Negroes. Who are these blacks? Wade and Grimmason and some others say that they represent Moors whom Crusaders fought in Spain and Palestine, which you know is Israel. It says some, as Gog say, represent trade and exploration that is of whites' adventure in black men's lands. For instance, Sir John Hawkins, father of the English slave trade, had bound the Negro in his coats of arms. So you see that during the transatlantic slave trade, don't think they just got some Rudy-Poo people. They were getting royalty people. It says, both of these views are right only in a very small way because they do not explain why so many of these families with Negroes named Moore, Blackamoor, and like McRitchie, same guy, David McRitchie, and who McRitchie is correct when he says that the families with the name Moore, Morris, Morrison, they all spell different, and other derivatives of Moor had Moors as their ancestors. So to let you know that these people in Europe, especially in Britain, were black. So why is it so hard to believe that King James was black? He adds, nor can the Moors of heraldry be explained sufficiently on the theory that the founders of families bearing Moors and supporters and Moors heads as crests had won their spurs and assisting Spaniards to expel the Moor. Because remember, they took down Spain. It says the bearing among ancient coats of arms is too common to admit this explanation, and the heraldic representation of a Moor or Negro man does not suggest Granada. All right. It says, as proof, he gives instances of Negroes in much later times who were brought to England chiefly from Africa, being baptized into the church and given the surname Moor, Moor or Moray. Now remember, we learned in this book here on page 122 that many did come from Africa, and these people were descendants of Kenneth the Niger, and they said that their bloodline came from the tribe of Judah. All right. So this is backing up the same claim. Then it says, because keep in mind, our history like a puzzle, you got to piece it together. All right. It says he cites the case that Ellen More maid of honor to Queen Margaret of Scotland in 1504. He says 2 Blackamoor girls arrived, were educated at the court, where they waited on the queen. They were baptized, Ellen and Margaret, in June 1507. A tournament was held in honor of the queen's black lady, Ellen More, which conducted with great splendor. Her husband, King James, black lady, had Negro minstrels, the chief, which was Peter the Morin or Moore MacRitchie, concludes that Ellen More offers an unmistakable example of the surname Moore having been given because the person in distinguished was a Moor, Moro, or Moray. Keep in mind, you can't run from this. These people were black. It says Peter or Morian. Look at this. Negroes and coats of arms. People of color. All right. Check this out. It says MacRitchie, same person, adds that the legends and the history of the Scottish Highlands are both witnesses to the existence of purely black people there. In Scotland. It says Boswell and Dr. Johnson saw descendants of these black people when they visited Scotland. It says in his journey to the Hebrides, September 1st, 1773, Boswell wrote, one of the clan McRides were some blacks and wild in their appearance as any American savages. Martin, who had visited Western Islands 80 years before Boswell, said of the people of Jura, black of complexion. Then it says, black of complexion of Islay, generally black, of an Aryan, generally brown, and some of the black complexion. The use of brown for some shows very clearly that when he said black, he meant black.
Shalom, shalom, shalom. We're going to open up to this book that I have here. It's by an author by the name of Ivan Van Sertima. The name of the book is called Golden Age of the Moor. Now, the book for the most part is not an easy book to get your hands on. You know, they kind of jack the prices up on a lot of these books. But if you can get it, it's a good book to have. We're learning about the Empire of the Moors. On page 6, because we're going to get to the bottom of this term Moor, because just because you see the word Moor, all right, does not always mean someone of Morocco, all right. But anyway, it's by Ivan Van Sertima. It says on page 6, and I'll try to get this up on the screen so you all can look as well. Pay very close attention. It says, the essay of Runoko Rashidi and James Brunson provides us with one of the most comprehensive examinations of the use of the word Moor, but they concede that it is still difficult to arrive at the precise ethnicity of a Moor through mere terminology alone. You see that? So, it says the fact that the term was originally tended to refer to a black or dark-skinned person. So just because you see the word Moor doesn't always mean Morocco. It was originally referred to as somebody of dark skin. That's it, of dark skin. All right. But then it says, as they have shown, does not mean that everyone called a Moor is African or of African descent. You see that? So just because you call a Moor doesn't mean that you're African or of African descent. It says, the Arabs themselves rarely use the term Moor. They often use the term Berber for non-Arabian people of Northwest Africa, with whom they came in contact and who joined with them in the invasion of Europe. The early Christians also used the term Saracen indiscriminately to cover both Moors as well as other Muslim populations in general. Readers of this recent popular, going up to page 7, edition of the Moors in Spain by Stanley Lane people will seldom find references to the color, but a frequent use of the word Saracen. The Moors, according to the Oxford English Dictionary, are people who are commonly supposed to be black or very dark, and it is synonymous with the word for Negro in many contexts. Rashidi and Brunson provides numerous examples of the synonymity of Moor with black. See that? Moor just means black. It says during European Renaissance and earlier. See that? Then it says the word runs like a ripple across a vast pool of languages. So the word Moor is in many languages. See that? What else we got? It says, during the European Renaissance, explorers, writers, and scholars began to apply the term Moor to blacks in general. A prominent example of this tendency can be found in the work of Richard Hakluyt, a 15th century traveler. Hakluyt recorded that in old times, the people of Africa were called Ethiops and Negriche, which we now call Moors, Morans, or Negroes. In the Roman language, Spanish, French, Italian, of medieval Europe, Moor was translated as Moro, Morir, or Moor. Derivates of the word Moor may be found even today in these same languages. See that? Still in the same languages. It says, in Spanish, for example, the word for blackberry is mora, M-O-R-A, a noun which originally meant Moorish woman. Also in Spanish, the adjective for dark complexion, which now means brunette, is moreno, M-O-R-E-N-O. We find a similar legacy in the French language. In French, Mauricotte means black skin or blackamoor. This is in French. See that? While Morillon means black grape. Again, as in the Spanish, the Italian word mora means Negro. Again, as in Spanish, the Italian word mora means Negro or Moorish female. Also, in Italian, mora means blackberry, while moraola means black olive. See that? Means black olive. Let's turn to page 36 if you have this book as well. Page 36, we're still in the same book. It says, during the European Renaissance, explorers, writers, and scholars began to apply the term Moor to blacks in general. See that? That's all it means. It says a prominent example of this tendency can be found in the work of Richard Hakluyt, a 15th century traveler. Hakluyt recorded that in old times, the people of Africa were called Ethiops or Negriche, which we now call Moors, Morans, or Negroes. Shakespearean scholar Elmer E. Stahl provides additional insight regarding the use of the word Moor as it relates to late medieval and early Renaissance Europe. So keep in mind where I'm going with this, understand that just because you see the name Moor or hear the word Moor, it doesn't always mean one of Morocco. For example, you have people like King James, who sometimes was called Moor. But we know and see that his bloodline traced back to the kingdom of Judah. He was an Israelite. So Moor just means that you're dark skinned. But we're going to keep bringing out more evidence of this. Remember, this book is called Golden Age of the Moor. So this book is strictly on Moor, dark-skinned people. It says, a striking proof that the word Moor was, as among the Germans at this time, exactly equivalent to Negro. It is not only its use as applied to the curly-haired, thick-lipped Aaron and Titus Andronicus, but also the constant interchange of the two words as applied to the equally unmistakable Negro, Eleazar and less dominion. You see that? It says, in the Roman languages, Spanish, French, and Italian of medieval Europe, Moor was translated as Moro, Mori, or Moor. Remember, we just read that. Deviations from the word Moor may be found even today in these same languages. In Spanish, for example, the word for blackberry is mora, as we already just went over. See that? Now, with that being said, let's go to page 85, one of my favorite pages. Page 85, this topic is called the Empire of the Moors. It says the Moors were people who lived in Morocco. See that? That is the reason they called it that. The word Moor meant black. It meant black people. In ancient times, all Africans were called Ethiopians or Cushites. In ancient time, all Africans were called Ethiopians or Cushites. And in Middle Ages, the Africans were called Moors. The word Moor literally means black. So the Moorish people were the black people. In medieval times, the name Moor was not restricted. It was not restricted to the inhabitants of Morocco, but it was customary to refer to all Africans as Moors. So you see that? Just because you see the word Moor does not always mean this person's from Morocco. Don't always mean that. For example, remember the book that we read earlier, The Negro Rulers of Scotland and the British Isles? Page 122. Remember that? It said, the same mongrel people from Africa and Eastern nations migrated to Scotland, the British Isles, and the rest of Europe, etc., under the single name Moor, meaning black or Negro. See that? They migrated to Scotland and British Isles and the rest of Europe under that name Moor. But does that mean they all came from Morocco? No. Let's look when you go down to the paragraph. The next paragraph, it said the Moorish Negro stewards of Scotland and England, who are descendants of Kenneth the Niger. Niger itself means black. But anyway, it says Kenneth the Niger claimed their lineage to go all the way back to the tribe of Judah. Tribe of Judah. That means that these Moors right here are Hebrews. King James is a direct descendant of Kenneth the Niger. And Kenneth the Niger, who was called Moor, referred to as a Moor, said his lineage, his bloodline goes back to the Israelites. The same bloodline as King James. The same bloodline. Remember Acts 13:1. That Barnabas and Simeon was called Niger, black, or what you call Moor. These were Hebrews, Israelites. Let that sink in. Shalom. Let's talk about the Corsica flag. Have you seen this flag before? You may see people in soccer games with this flag. I used to always wonder about this flag. Black man with a bandana on, and I fully understand that. Then I saw one time the Corsica's family crest, and I would see black people, but I would kind of dismiss it because of the Western world education. I just looked at it like, well, I mean, that's over in Europe. Those are Europeans, so I didn't understand how these people were black. So I didn't understand none of that. Then I noticed the Sardinia flag, which is in Italy, of course. Well, it looks pretty much just like it, but it said be 4 heads. So I didn't understand that. So we're going to talk about this Corsica flag. But ask yourself, have you seen this flag, or have you paid attention to this? Because many of us, like myself, have seen it, but didn't understand what it was. So let's get a little understanding on this Corsica flag. Here we go. The flag of Corsica was adopted by General of the Nation Pasquale di Paoli in the year 1755 and was based on a traditional flag. You see that? So this flag was based on a traditional flag used previously. Let that sink in. It said it portrays what? A Moor's head. A Moor's head. And black, wearing a white bandana above his eyes on a white background. So now we know that whoever's on this flag is a Moor. Remember, during this time, they already associated Moor with what? Black. With black. Now wait a minute. In the book by Ivan Van Sertima, Golden Age of the Moor, page 36, all right, when you look at that page, at the bottom it says, in the Roman languages, Spanish, French, and Italian. Now remember, it's the same area of the Corsica flag and the Sardinian flag. It said, Italy. It says, of medieval Europe, Moor was translated as Moro, Moor, M-O-I-R, or Moor, M-O-R. Deviates from the word Moor, M-O-O-R. May be found even today in these same languages. In Spanish, for example, the word for blackberry is mora, M-O-R-A, a noun which originally meant Moorish woman. Also in Spanish, the adjective for dark complexion, which now means brunette, is moreno, M-O-R-E-N-O. We find a similar legacy in the French language. In French, Moricard means dark skin or blackamoor, while Morillon means black grape. Again, as in the Spanish, the Italian word, remember it's the area of Italy, the Italian word for Mora, M-O-R-A, means Negro, or Moorish female. Also in Italian, Mora means blackberry, while Morobia means black olive. So it would make sense when they see the word Moor right here for this Corsica flag, when it says it portrays a Moor's head and black, wearing a white bandana above his eyes on a white background. It just means black or dark. That's all it means. Don't necessarily mean this person was from Morocco, like people are pushing this doctrine today. Just means black, dark, Negro. That's what it means. All right. But let's go ahead and get into a little history of this flag, because again, this picture, I used to see it all the time. Okay, so Corsica. It says French. All right. Corsican and Italian is an island in the Mediterranean Sea. Where at, y'all? Mediterranean Sea. Now remember in the book when Scotland was Jewish about the Douglas family, it said the Douglas means dark stranger in Gaelic, and it may have originated from the Mediterranean complexions of the family founders. Now remember, so that area, dark people. All right. But then it goes on to say in the Mediterranean Sea belonging to France. It is located in west of the Italian peninsula. See that? Southwest of the French mainland and north of the Italian island of Sardinia. Because remember, the Sardinian flag looks just like this one. All right? It looks just like this one. And actually, Sardinia and Corsica is not too far from each other. It's actually Corsica and Sardinia is actually west of Rome, and Corsica and Sardinia is about 7.5 hours from each other. All right, so it's not that far, and their flag look just alike. All right, Sardinia. Let's look at that. It says Italian. All right. Now remember, we just learned about the Italian word. All right, more. It says is the second largest island in the Mediterranean Sea. After Sicily, you remember the Sicilian bloodline, right? That come out of Italy, Italian, those are black people, right? You know that. It says, and before Cyprus and an autonomous region of Italy, which goes by the official name of Region. All right, so keep in mind, you see the same area. You know, it says the nearest landmass are clockwise from north, the island of Corsica, the Italian peninsula. You see that? So flag looks alike. You see Moors is on the flag. Moor just means black, dark. That's all it means. That's all it means. So now you can kind of pinpoint, you can see that it's not so far-fetched that blacks ruled and dominated Europe. I mean, the flag of Corsica is France. So, and when you look at it, they don't push these flags mainstream. So they gotta let you know why. You know, so if it's not so hard to see that these people were black, ruled and dominated Europe, and many of these people were King James family, why is it so hard to see that he himself was black? All right, so let's check out this information before I go. It says the flag of the four Moors, or simply the four Moors, I quattro mori in Italian, so Bartolomeos and Lagudris. It says Sardinian is Quattro Moros, look at the word Moros, and Campidanese, Sardinian, is the official flag of the autonomous region of Sardinia, Italy, and the historical flag and coat of arms of the Kingdom of Sardinia. You see that? They're putting this right in your face. But it's hard for you to see that King James, of course, ruled in Europe. If it's not so hard to see this, why is it so hard to see that King James, just a possibility, could have been black as well? Think about this for a second. Even again, when you look at the book Nature Knows No Color Line, you see these brothers with these same images in here. Think about this for a second. You have a rich history. Shalom.
On this video, again, I am going to show the images that the Eurocentrists who want to rewrite history and claim that the black Moors who ruled Spain for over 780 years were in fact not black at all, and that they were white. I am providing irrefutable evidence as to the race of the Moors who actually ruled and controlled Spain and much of Europe. Clearly, this Moor, who you can see for yourself if you go to Europe, is a black man, as is the crest of the Moor's head there, the same one that is found on the crest for the town. There it is again. And these images are all over Europe. This is inside of a Catholic monastery. There's a Moor's head there who is clearly a black man, and there is another in a position of distinction. So what I'm going to do is go through these images and let you see them for yourself. Of course, there are those who would like to say that if there were Moors, they were slaves, but yet still they cannot explain the fact that so many of the Moorish artifacts show the black Moors in positions of distinction, positions of honor, and wearing crowns. This is a patron saint that is well known. These are the actual Moors. Now, what they do, what the Eurocentrists do, is they'll show you pictures of Moors or people in Moorish attire who were not black, and that's all they would show you, and they would use that to try to explain to you that the Moors were in fact white. What they can't explain is that the ones wearing crowns and the ones on the crests that are there even today in many of the Moorish cities and Moorish towns are of black people. So yes, there were mulattoes and there were people who would be considered as white who made up the Moorish army. But those, for the most part, who were the Moorish kings were, in fact, Negroes. There was a common phrase that was used by the white people of France and other parts of Europe describing the Moors. They were described as black as ink. This is another crest. This is a legacy and a history that, although they are trying desperately to do so, the Eurocentrists cannot steal from those that it truly belongs to, because the evidence is overwhelming. The evidence is extremely valuable, and it is extremely prized. I myself lived in Europe for 3.5 years, and I've seen many of these things live and in person for myself. And it is astounding that the Eurocentrists, who I believe are primarily from the Western world, want to deny an obvious truth rather than accept it and embrace it. This is a coin with a black Moorish head on it. They have no explanation that's plausible. Whatever explanation they come up with, and I'm sure they will, is ludicrous, to say the least. They cannot explain the consistency of black Moors wearing crowns and in positions of leadership. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. A picture should certainly refute 1,000 lies. This is a chair. Take a good look. That is a black Moor. It's almost like a throne. They want you to believe that black people were naked savages running around. These are black as well. Take a good look. Black people, not white. Running around in the jungle, throwing spears at elephants until slavery. This is a history and a legacy. Black people, they don't want you to know about. Why deny the obvious truth when the evidence is so overwhelming? You only make yourself look like a fool. The images speak for themselves.
If you have the book From Babylon to Timbuktu by Rudolph R. Windsor, but yeah, also known as A History of the Ancient Black Race, including the Black Hebrews. If you have this book, turn to page 109. All right, we're going to talk about the topic of the Moorish Empire. All right, because keep in mind, understand that you had Israelites that were among whom many people call us the Moors. Now, again, Moor is a broad term, but for the most part only means black or dark skin. Okay. It says, the Moorish Empire, same book, the Moorish Empire. It says, in less than 100 years, the black Arabs had pushed their way completely across North Africa in the 7th century. So now we have a time period. It says, at this time, the 7th century, the Arabs were black. They had not mixed much with other people. So you see that in the 7th century, who you know the Arabs, they were black, or some would say Moor. It says, the Arabs did penetrate into the interior of the Sahara Desert, but only in small numbers so that the territory remained basically African. Moulay Idris, the descendant of Ali, the son-in-law of Muhammad, all right, Moulay Idris, it says, brought northern Morocco under his control late in the 7th century. His son and successor was Idris II, who founded the kingdom of Fez. Fez is the capital of Morocco, all right, F-E-Z, Fez. All right, it says, at this time in the land of Spain, the black Jews, or who you know, the Israelites, were persecuted. All right, so I'm going to repeat that. At this time in the land of Spain, the black Jews were persecuted, and many had fled to Morocco for refuge. So you already had some Israelites that were in Spain. They were black, and they fled to Morocco. All right. This was in the 7th century, late 7th century. It says, as a result of this persecution, the Jews of Morocco and the Moors planned to invade Spain with the assistance of the Spanish Jews. Because remember, there were black Israelites that were in Spain, and they invaded Spain. So keep in mind, when you learn about the Moors, when they took down Spain, all right, you can even learn about it in this book, Golden Age of the Moor. When they took down Spain, Israelites was with them. All right, and keep in mind, Moor just means black. You either learn it, Golden Age of the Moor. All right, it just means black. That's all it means, dark skin. All right. Now, also, I want to go ahead and touch bases on. All right, matter of fact, kind of reiterate. You remember we learned in page 115. You learned about the Jews. All right, when they got kicked out of Spain and Portugal, because you remember they were there. All right, it says the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and Portugal. All right, I'm going to jump down because I already read this. It says, in order to satisfy Queen Isabella of Spain, remember Israelites was there, King Manuel of Portugal promulgated a royal decree expelling the Jews and Moors from his country in 1496. All right, so remember they invaded Spain and then they had to leave Spain. They invaded Spain in the 7th century and they had to leave Spain in 1496. All right, so that was the time frame we got. It says the Jews who were expelled from Spain and Portugal were scattered throughout the Mediterranean coast. It has been estimated over 100,000 Jews departed from Spain and Portugal during the persecution and the expulsion. Some of these Jews, remember some of them came from Spain and Portugal. It says some of these Jews went to Northern Europe. See that? Italy and Turkey. But most of them went into Muslim countries of Northern and Western Africa. These black Jews would naturally go to African countries, most of all because of less persecution, and they could disguise themselves easily among blacks. Because remember, the Jews, of course, were people of color. All right. Now, of course, again, there was some Babylon and Timbuktu, and that was page 115 and 116. Now, also, what we're going to learn about, Nature Knows No Color Line. All right. Again, it's by J. Rogers. All right. Page 122. We're going to grab that real quick. Page 122. It says, Waite says, an interesting gradation of all shades down to the black is exhibited by the Jews. See that? It says, especially dark were Jews of Spain and Portugal. Now remember, they got kicked out of Spain and Portugal. And remember, the Spanish Jews who were black helped the Moors invade Spain as well.
And remember, they had fled to Morocco for refuge. Some of them had fled there. Then it says, the Portuguese Jews were very dark. Sound like what we just read, right? It says Pritchard. It says, the Duchess d'Ambrance, wife of Napoleon's ambassador to Portugal, said that the Jew, the Negro, and the Portuguese could be seen in a single person. That means what? They all looked alike. So we have been educated to think these people were white. They were black. It says, so dark were the Jews, especially of Portugal and southern Spain. Remember, they got kicked out. White folks kicked them out. That many whites thought all Jews were black or dark. Let me jump down a little bit. It says, many of the Jews who were banished from Portugal by John II. And remember, that's what you learn in Babylon Timbuktu. I'm gonna read it again. Many of the Jews who were banished or kicked out from Portugal by John II settled in the West Indies. Oh, so now we see where some of them went. It says, John Bigelow, who visited Jamaica in year 1850, saw the descendants of these Jews. So you see that? Because remember, they got kicked out in 1496. In 1850, he said he saw some of their descendants of these Jews in 1850. Now, ask yourself, what was going on in 1850 here in America? See that? Then he says, again, he said he visited Jamaica in the year 1850. He says he saw the descendants of these Jews and says that they were Negroid. That they were Negroid. He says the Eastern Jews who settled in Austria, Poland, and Russia were Negroid too. Say they were Negroid too. Think about that. So, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, hey, there's a lot we ain't been taught. Let's go back to Babylon Timbuktu, page 131. All right. All right. This topic is, check it out. See it, the pink part right there up top? All right. Yoruba Jews in Nigeria. It says, there are black Jews in southern Nigeria who are called the Imo Yekwaria, which means strange people, or what you call foreign people. They're not from around here, by the Native Africans. So Native Africans are calling these other black people strange people. They're not from around here. So they know, even though that they're black, that they're different. It says, but these black Jews call themselves by the Hebrew name, Benai Ephraim, which means sons of Ephraim. These Jews claim that their ancestors, now remember those in Nigeria, said they claim their ancestors immigrated from Morocco. From Morocco. So that will only make sense that there were black Israelites in Morocco who were classified as Moor. Same book. All right. The Negro rulers of Scotland and the British Isles. All right. So remember we was talking about the Moors, right? The word Moor, of course. Now, we're going to learn about Elizabeth I. All right. Queen of Scots. Same bloodline as King James. It says Elizabeth had many black-skinned Negroes working in her government. One happens to be the English nobleman Francis Wellingham. All right. It says, who was a statement advisor and secretary of state. He was so black that Elizabeth called him her Moor. You know how you say, man, that's my, right? You know what I'm saying. Then it says he was so black that Elizabeth called him her Moor, meaning Negro. It says it was also suggested that the Queen called Lord Francis Wellingham a Moor because of his obsession to wear black clothes. Now we know, come on now. It said, but this is absurd, since Elizabeth and all of her countrymen wore and favored the color black. So that wouldn't even make sense. All right. Then it goes on to say,
The same held true in Scotland and Ireland. Lord Wellingham, who is also remembered as the Queen's spy master, saved her life on several occasions. One was the prevention of the assassination attempt to kill the Queen and replace her with Mary, Queen of Scots. Now, let's go to King James. All right, page 79. Check this out. King James. Brother. See that? Black man. Let's see what it says about him. All right. What we do. All right. Okay, never mind. Okay, it says, the Escotland Moorish King James the 6th and 1st Stuart was the son of Henry and Mary Stuart, whose bloodline stretched all the way back to the Pictish Scottish King Kenneth the Niger. So his bloodline goes all the way back to Kenneth the Niger. Let's look at Kenneth the Niger. Look at that brother. His bloodline goes all the way back to Kenneth the Niger. Now, before I do, it says the Christian Moors converted Pictish King Kenneth the Niger, Black Duff, and Duffy, the great-grandson of Kenneth MacAlpin, ruled Scotland from AD 962 to 966. All right. Now keep in mind his King James bloodline goes all the way back to Kenneth the Niger. All right. Now watch this. Now, Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary, page 399. Let's deal with that real quick. Definition of Niger. Look at that. It says the definition of Niger: black. Surname of Simon, one of the 12 prophets and teachers of the church at Antioch, who were led of the Lord to send forth Paul, Barnabas on the first missionary. Let's go to Acts 13 right quick, because you know that was coming. Acts chapter 13, and many of you all who know we Israelites already know where I'm going with this. Acts 13 verse 1. Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon, that was called Niger, Niger. Remember, we just read that Niger means black, and we just read about a man named Kenneth the Niger, Kenneth the Black, or who you call Moor, which means black. Now, King James, we just read, he was a descendant of Kenneth the Niger. Same bloodline. Now watch this. Now remember, he was called a Moorish king, right? It says, the name Mongrel, people from Africa and Eastern nations migrated to Scotland. The British Isles and the rest of Europe, etc., under the single name Moor. So they migrated, they came from Africa, migrated to Europe under the name Moor. Now remember, we read here that most of them were fleeing to Northern Europe, Italy, and Turkey to because of less persecution. They could disguise themselves easily among blacks. So we were always mingled in and out of Europe. It says, I'm gonna read it again. It says, the same Mongrel people from Africa and Eastern nations migrated to Scotland, the British Isles, and the rest of Europe, under the single name Moor. See that? Meaning black or Negro. It says, matter of fact, I'm going to jump down to the point. It says, the Moorish Negro stewards, such as King James, as we just read. But anyway, the Moorish Negro stewards of Scotland and England, who are descendants of Kenneth the Niger, such as King James. It says, claim their lineage, meaning bloodline, to go all the way back to the tribe of Judah. Isn't that Israelites? To the tribe of Judah. Now remember, Hebrews 7. Let's
go ahead that real quick. Hebrews 7 and 14. Hebrews chapter 7 and verse 14. For it is evident, meaning it's a known fact, that our Lord sprang out of Judah, meaning he was the descendant of Judah. See that? See what the tribe of Judah looked like. Jeremiah chapter 14 and verse 2. It says, I'm reading from the King James Version. It says, Judah mourning. So you see, Judah's in mourning. It says, in the gates thereof language. They are black. They are black unto the ground. And the cry of Jerusalem is gone up. So the tribe of Judah is described as being black to the ground. Now, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen. So you had King James, who was descendant of Kenneth the Niger. Niger, of course, means black. You had people in the Bible who was called Niger, which meant black. And those people were Israelites. And Kenneth the Niger says, Kenneth the people who come from that bloodline said their bloodline goes back to the tribe of Judah. The people in the Bible. The King James Version of the Bible. All right. So with that being said, shalom. Shalom, shalom, Judah Moshe ben Israel. Now remember, our history is like a puzzle that has to be put together in its proper places. So as we were talking about David McRitchie, this is a book called Ancient and Modern Brits. See that? There's some people that were there, and there were some people that took over that land. All right. Now on page 202, it says, the 4th century Scots. Who's the Scots? The people of Scotland. It says, them being undistinguishable from the general black herd. Letting you know these people were black. You see that? These were the Scots of the 4th century. So if that's not so hard to see. And the guy who did this book, he's not even a brother. Even he knows. Then it says, it says, the 4th century Scots being undistinguishable from the general black herd that made up the Scot Pictish army were themselves of the same complexion as the Picts proper. That is to say, they also were Moray or Moors. So the 4th century Scots were black. It was dark. In other words, you see that? Then it says, now remember we learned that the word Moray on page 72 and 73 in the book Nature Knows No Color Line. You see that? Then it says, but this is a tantamount to saying that the Scots were gypsies. All right. It says, now it is important to remember that although there are traditions of gypsy invasions of Scotland, at a time when a gypsy was an armed foe and no mere vagabond. So a gypsy is like a traveler. He's not. Some people say a criminal. All right. A vagabond is like means they ain't got no home. You know, a wanderer. All right. Unsettled. But anyway, it says, yet there is no historical records of such invasions. That is to say, the invasion foes or enemies were not called gypsies by the historians. It says, but such invasions could not well have happened and within the memory of the people without there being some record notice of them. Unwritten history tells us that bands of wild marauding gypsies, black people, came into Scotland from Ireland. Now remember, we learned earlier that the Ireland and the Scots are the same people. So you see that we're beefing. All right. It says, and the gypsies themselves assert the same thing. Almost all the Scottish gypsies, says Mr. Simpson, assert that their ancestors came by the way of Ireland into Scotland. As he said earlier, they're the same people. And remember, we learned about that. Oh, not this one. I'm sorry about that. The Negro question part 4. Right? Same thing. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let's grab that really quick. On page 9, it says, the ancient Scottish was from northeastern Ireland, which means the Scots are really Irish. So if I've seen an ancient Scot, I've seen an ancient Irishman. And if I've seen an ancient Irishman, I've seen an ancient Briton. Remember, we went over this earlier. At the bottom. See that? Then it says, it says, and the gypsies themselves assert the same thing. Almost all the Scottish gypsies, says Mr. Simpson, assert that their ancestors came by the way of Ireland, meaning northeastern Ireland, into Scotland, written history tells us that the Scots also wild marauders, meaning they were jack boys, right? Lurking to kill, wanderers. It says shameless Irish robbers by Gildads came over from Ireland, and the very district that especially tells us of their fierce and turbulent nature is full of stories of the wild Scots of Galloway. It is true that the gypsies do not style themselves Scots, and true also that the gap between the 6th century robbers, it says, of Gildads and the 5th century gypsies of Miscellanean story is immense, but it is held by some writers, as stated a page or two back, that the title Scot was given in contempt by the enemies of this people, and that it signified, it says, eschewed, a vagabond. While there is no proof of the 15th century witness of the first advent of the gypsies in Scotland, Father, the wild black Irishman of Queen Elizabeth's reign, Queen Elizabeth, right? We just learned about her. It says, with his plaited hair, his swarthy skin, swarthy meant black. Then it says, and his Finland haunts was virtually a gypsy. And his island was the mother country of the Scots. It says, the speech of the Scots, Galloway, was the Sermo Pictorium. The Moors were the Picts, the gypsies, whether as Moor or as gypsies, were Picts. By all these names, substantially the same people are intended. The Scots were gypsies. Now keep in mind, the Israelites were called many names. Also fulfilling the prophecy of Deuteronomy 28. And let's grab that real quick. King James Version Bible, Deuteronomy 28, verse 37. And thou shalt become an astonishment. That means an amazement. A proverb and a byword. These are sayings and names. Among all nations where the Lord shall lead thee. So keep in mind the children of Israel got scattered and they were called proverbs and bywords. Names that are being called is not originally their name. All right. Now, so today we call yourself black. You call yourself African American. Right? You're an Israelite. Then it says, however, contradictory, this deduction, many appear, it must never be forgotten that the people who made Scotland an independent nation were not Scots. It says, the Bruces, the Wallaces, the Stuarts, remember the Stuarts, King James bloodline? It says, and many other lesser names were Normans and Flemings. It is true they identified themselves with the earlier races and really assumed the name and some of the ideas of their adopted country. For men, very chameleons in their aptitude for taking a local color, but they were not Scots. Now remember, they came from Ireland as well. It says, the rank and file of their followers may have been Scottish. Some of the leaders were so. For example, the good Sir James, the most loyal of all Bruce knighthood, but he came of a race that boasted in its ancient or aboriginal blood, and that bore the surname which signified the black man, Sir James. It says, and he himself, although by his time the family of Douglas had likely enough made more than one alliance with the whites, he himself was a black and swart complexion. S-W-A-T, swart, they mean what? Black, or dark. It says, according to Godskov, for which cause he was known to his foes as the Black Douglas. So his enemies called Sir James the Black Douglas. Now, keep in mind, I have a book you'll learn a little bit more about. It's called When Scotland Was Jewish. All right, this means when during the time when the Israelites ruled in Scotland. But down here, read that. It says, DNA evidence, archaeology, analysts of migrations and public and family records show 12th century Semitic roots. So back then you had Israelites who were dark that had Semitic roots. These people were Israelites. I'm gonna turn to page 59 because remember we just got done talking about Sir James who come from the Douglas family. And to talk about these families, look at that right there. Douglas. See that? Douglas. We're going to read about that family. It says the Douglas means dark stranger. In Gaelic, and may have originated from the Mediterranean complexions of the family founders. Now the Mediterranean, you know they dark. That area is all dark people. Then it says the black Douglases, so named for their dark coloring, were the dominant force on the borders between England and Scotland from 1300 to 1455. Family portraits attest their ancestral Mediterranean physiognomy. Now remember this about the Douglas family. Turn to page 61. What else it say about this Douglas family? All right. It says, it highlighted part down there. I'm going to read about the Douglas family. So you see I ain't making this up. It says, notable in this genealogy are relatively frequent marriages with the royal Stuart family. Who's the Stuart family? James Charles Stuart. See that? Married into the same family. It says, which regarded itself of Jewish or Israelite ancestry. That's how you know it's not talking about the religion, because it said ancestry. That's talking about the lineage, bloodline. Now keep in mind, remember our history is like a puzzle that has to be pieced back together. Remember this book, The Negro Rulers of Scotland and the British Isles? Page 122. Let's go back. It said, the Morris Negro Stuarts, remember they married the Douglas family. The Morris Negro Stuarts of Scotland and England. Now wait a minute, that sounds like what we just read. Let me go back. It says, page 59. It said the black Douglas, so named for their dark coloring with their dominant force on the borders between England and Scotland from 1300 to 1500. But it says right here, the Morris Negro Stuarts of Scotland and England, who are descendants of Kenneth the Niger, claim their lineage or ancestry to go all the way back to the tribe of Judah. So that lets you know the Douglas family, the Stuarts family, all these people within them areas of Scotland, England, right? All these people were black people who were called Moors, but their bloodline goes back to the tribe of Judah. Keep that in mind. Let that sink in. You can see right here that these royal bloodline, the so-called royal bloodline people already know this. All right. It says, remember we talked about the Stuarts? Stuart. All right. It says, Stuart. We have already discussed the Stuart family in some detail in chapter 1, the clan of Stuart, also in parentheses, Stuart as S-T-U-A-R-T. All right. Then it says, Walter the Stuart came to Scotland with King David I. All right. So keep in mind, look, it's time that we got to wake up, guys, because these people already know what's up. Then check this out. It says, although it may seem odd to place emphasis on the female given the name Judith, keep in mind that this was the Middle Ages, a time with ethnic identity of given names of the critical importance. Like, for example, you had many people who were called Moors who took on the name Moors, as we learned in this book. Everybody's saying the same thing. It says, yet it's very unlikely that a woman of noble birth would be named Yehuda unless she was indeed a Jewish, meaning an Israelite, and it wished by her parents that she be recognized as such. So it's kind of like if you're a Muslim, right? You name your child Muhammad or Ali. If you're in the Moorish signs, you name your child Bey, right? Or if you're an Israelite, you may name your child Israel. Why? Because it says, it is unlikely that a woman of noble birth would be named Yehuda, which means Judah, unless she was indeed a Jewish, meaning an Israelite, a Jew. And it was wished by her parents that she be recognized as such. Why? Because that's who she is. And keep in mind, this is under the line of Stuart. All right. Then let me go back up. It says, as we explored in chapter 1, it says Prince Michael Stuart claims to be of Davidic Jewish descent. Davidic is David. Jewish is Israelite. Descent is his bloodline. That's right there. Up top. Highlighted part. I ain't making this up. So keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, you had many people that ruled and dominated in Europe and Scotland who were called Moors. However, their bloodline traced back to the Israelites of the Bible. I got a documentary on YouTube called True Identity of the So-Called Negro. It's a 4-part documentary showing that the Negroes in America are the true children of Israel. All right. And a lot of those kings and queens that came up out of Europe that went into slavery with ships were our ancestors. And keep in mind that slavery in the Bible is biblical prophecy. Deuteronomy 28 and matter of fact, before we do it, let's read what the word Egypt means. Because on the back of your dollar, when you see the word Egypt, Egypt means what? When you see the back of the dollar bill, when you see those pyramids, you think of Egypt, right? Exodus 20 verse 2, it says, I am the Lord your God, which have brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. So Egypt is synonymous with the house of bondage. Exodus chapter 13, and I'm going to look at verse 14. It says, and it shall be when your son ask thee in the time to come, saying, what is this? That thou shalt say unto them, by strength of the hand of the Lord brought us out from Egypt, from the house of bondage. So Egypt in the Bible is synonymous with bondage. With bondage mean what? Slaves. Deuteronomy chapter 28 verse 68. It says, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt. Egypt meant what? Bondage. Again with ships. How we get here to Americas? How did we get scattered throughout the 4 corners of the earth? With slave ships. It says, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, by the way I'm talking to you, you shall see it no more again. You ain't gonna see nobody else go with slavery with ships anymore again. And it says, in there, meaning when you get there, you shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, which is a male and female slave, and no man shall buy you, meaning redeem or save you. That Hebrew word for buy is kana, means to redeem or save you. So keep in mind, we have a long history in the Bible. We have a long, rich history in Europe. So if these people were black, why is it so hard to understand that King James was black? I want you to think about something. Now, if history is lied to us about the Vikings, because that's a known fact that the Vikings were black. Okay. If they lied to us about the gladiators that fought in Rome to the death, telling us that they were white, when that history is out that those people were black. If they lied to us something so simple as a idolatrous statue, that Venus statue in Italy, if they lied about that, gave you a white Venus statue when it was originally black, and that's something simple as an idolatrous statue. It was originally depicted as a black woman, though. If they lied about something so simple and silly as that, what makes you think they're not going to lie about King James? Come on now. This Western world education has failed us. It's not so hard to see that this man could have been black. And if you like me and see how I see it for what it really is, he was black. Shalom.
Going on. Thank you for clicking this video. I don't want to hold you up. I'm going to get right to it. We all know who King James is, right?
Yeah. So what?
Especially if you were like me, you were raised in the Baptist church or whatever, we always hear King James. They never told us about King James. They just said that we're reading out of King James version of the Bible. When I got older, I started researching King James. Who's King James? I realized he's this pedophile dude, this homosexual, king that, just whatever, did a little whatever, right?
Yes, everybody says that. Everybody knows. But you're repeating what you hear somebody else say. I know. Yeah, you got it from Google. Maybe some YouTube video you saw. Who knows? Or maybe you got it from Sir Anthony Weldon, who wrote this book, Courting Character of King James. The guy started this rumor 25 years after his death. We know he was a coward. He waited till his son died so that he can go ahead and spread these rumors. Yeah, we'll talk about it later, but I'll let you go ahead continue. You know it all. But yeah, what you were saying, I forgot.
Especially if you were like me, you were raised in the Baptist church or whatever, we always hear King James. They never told us about King James. They just said that we're reading out of King James version of the Bible. When I got older, I started researching King James. Who's King James? I realized he's this pedophile dude, this homosexual, king that, just whatever, did a little whatever, right? He wrote the Bible.
Wait, I'm up. Did you say he wrote the Bible? Really? Wait a minute. So, which verse did he write? I'm confused. Like, he wrote the Bible.
Rewrote an already revised version of the Bible in 1611.
Oh, so that's how the King James 1611 edition version of the Bible came along. Oh, okay. So the original King James Version Bible, that's how this came along. Okay. So are you gonna be talking about the Septuagint as well? You gonna be talking about that? Septuagint with the Apocrypha? I do know that the King James Version Bible, it has the Apocrypha in here. Okay, hold on, wait a minute. I think it's in here somewhere. Oh yeah, it is, Apocrypha books. Okay. So the original King James Version Bible, 1611, huh? Okay, so that's how this came along. Continue.
Right? So I already knew that type of stuff when I first realized, who King James was. But, today I found some more information.
Get out of here. You found out today. Today you found out.
It brought tears to my eyes and brought chills down my spine.
Ooh. Did you feel that chill? Ooh, King James wrote a book called Demonology. Ooh.
Tell me about it. I just hear that name and I shudder.
Oh yeah? Demonology.
Ooh. Do it again.
Demonology. Demonology.
Ooh. Do it again.
Demonology.
It brought tears to my eyes and brought chills down my spine, right? That I realized that, yeah, sure, 1611 was King James Bible. He wrote King James Bible, the Holy Bible, right? But in 1597, who can tell me what King James wrote in 1597?
Oh, you said 1597, right? That's this book, Demonology. He wrote Demonology, right? Isn't this the book? You asked like that was just a hard question. Demonology, duh.
That I realized that, yeah, sure, 1611 was King James Bible. He wrote King James Bible, the Holy Bible, right? But in 1597, who can tell me what King James wrote in 1597? Who can tell me what King James wrote in 1597? I'll tell you right now, he wrote the Bible of Demonology. So let that sink in. He wrote the Bible of Demonology. So the same person who wrote or gave you your awareness of God or Jesus.
What? KJV, King James Version. I've been tricked.
Or whatever. Is the same person who 14 years before wrote the Bible of Demonology. Now, just so you know I ain't flexing, you could look up King James Bible of Demonology, or you just look right here.
Or we could stop being idiots and actually go and read the damn book for ourselves to get some understanding on what it actually says, to see if the book actually matches up with what we've been hearing. We can either do what he's saying doing, or we could go and get the book for ourselves and educate ourselves. That's what we probably could do. Or we could just see if the book exists.
Forgotten books. I'm about to go to the library, see if it's there. If not, I'm going to just order it off Amazon. But I mean, it tells you right here, like, who King James is, the real story on the scoop, and what was in the. So I'm really interested in seeing what type of information is in that book.
Huh? Oh, my bad. I was actually reading the book that you were looking at. And hold on, wait. Did you just say you're going to order the book so you don't have a book, but you're teaching me about a book that you yourself never read? And I'm supposed to believe you? That doesn't make sense. But I'm reading a book right now, so I mean, hey. It don't line up with what you saying. I mean, first off, on page 65, when you look here, wait a minute. Let me make sure I got that right there. Page 65, I highlight that part right there. He's quoting Christ. King James is quoting Christ. But the King James Version Bible didn't come out till, as you say, 14 years later. But he was still quoting the Bible. Then I have a book right here with all his political speeches, his writings, and you can see his own words for himself, what kind of man he really was. But you didn't tell nobody about that book, though, so we're not going to talk about that right now. But you did say about this one, though, right? On page 65, it says, but from the last symptom, and it's still in Old English. It says, is accepted such as altogether in the time of their possessing bereft of all their senses, being possessed with a dumb and blind spirit, whereof Christ revealed one in the 12th of Matthew. Talking about the chapter, Matthew chapter 12. It's funny because I actually read that in Matthew chapter 12. So he's quoting the Bible. So, but I thought he was a devil worshiper. Why would he quote the Bible and then turn around and authorize it to be translated? Oh, no, my bad. You say he actually wrote the Bible. He introduced God in Christ to us. But that doesn't make sense. Like, for example, why is he referring the Bible? Genesis chapter 3. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, that's right. The King James Version Bible. What about right here? Ephesians chapter 2. You see at the bottom? Ephesians chapter 2. Or John chapter 9. Why is he referring the Bible the entire time? That doesn't make any sense to me. I thought he worshiped the devil. Like, this doesn't make sense to me. What about this one? Look at that. Acts chapter 12. Why is he referring the Bible? Exodus chapter 33. Well, go ahead. I'll keep listening to you. You never read the book, so clearly you know it all. So, what was you saying now?
Forgotten books. I'm about to go to the library, see if it's there. If not, I'm going to just order it off Amazon. But, I mean, it tells you right here, like, who King James is, the real story on the scoop, and what was in the. So I'm really interested in seeing what type of information is in that book.
Shalom, shalom, shalom. My name is Judah Moshe Ben Israel, and what I want to do is I want to talk about the topic of King James. Now, many people stumble at the Bible because they have a problem with the King James Version of the Bible. So one thing I want to do is I want to kind of touch bases on the topic of King James. One thing I want to clear up, well, I cleared up a few things already in my documentary titled True Identity of the So-Called Negro, Part 3. You can go on YouTube if you have a computer or laptop and actually watch it. Now, most phones will not allow you to watch the documentary. But at the end of that documentary, I talked a little bit about King James, on how, of course, he wasn't a white man, that King James, of course, was actually a black man. He was a brother. Okay. Now, if I have time, I may go into it. I have plenty of books over here, of course, going into King James, of course, and so if I have time, I may go into that. But one of the books I want to discuss is a book that he wrote in 1597.
Now, most don't know that the original King James Version Bible, the very first one, was authorized to be translated in the year 1611. And in between the Old and New Testament of the original King James Version Bible, you have a title that is called the Apocrypha. Now, the Apocrypha is not a different book. It's only a title, which means hidden or secret. Okay, you can also get the Apocrypha by itself. Now, before I get into this book that he wrote in 1597, one of the things I wanted to actually do was I kind of wanted to go in a little bit into the history of how the King James Version Bible was compiled together. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to watch this with an open mind, because you're definitely going to hear some things that you have not heard in the church today. Now, this is the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary. Many of you already know and understand what this is. It says King James Version. It says, this is on page 86. When Elizabeth died in 1603, the crown passed to James I, who had been King of Scotland for 37 years, as James VI. Several months after he ascended the throne of England, he authorized a new translation of the Bible to replace the Bishop's Bible. Now, understand that King James never wrote a word in the Bible. He was not the author of the King James Version Bible. He only authorized the King James Bible to be translated. A translation is when you say one thing in one language and you translate it from one language to the next. So, of course, like for instance, you have the Old Testament Bible in Hebrew, which is the Tanakh. Okay, so you can read, if you can read Hebrew, of course, you can also read the same thing in English. It's the same thing in a different language. So, of course, the King James Version Bible was a new translation of the Bishop's Bible, and it was a more accurate translation as well, but that's another topic. But anyway, it says 47 of the best Hebrews and Greek scholars of the day were divided into 6 groups. And this is how thoroughly he was. He separated them. All right, they went in the same room. All right, kind of like, for example, if you're a cop and you want to get the full story, you separate people, right? Why do you separate them? And see if it matches. But then it goes on to say, where we at? Oh, it says 47 of the best Hebrew and Greek scholars of the day were divided into 6 groups: 3 for the Old Testament, 3 for the New, and one for the Apocrypha. It says the groups met at Oxford, 2 at Cambridge, and 2 at Westminster. When a group had completed its task, its work was submitted to 12 men, 2 from each panel. Now understand that the Apocrypha was and is a part of the King James Version Bible. And many religions today are being miseducated on the Apocrypha, which I may in the future touch bases on. But I kind of want to get to this reason why most people reject the King James Version Bible. Now, the original King James Version Bible was authorized to be translated in year 1611. Okay, it's over 400 years old. Now, in 1597, long before the King James Version Bible was translated, King James wrote several books, of course, but one of his most famous books amongst non-believers of the King James Version Bible is none other but a book that he wrote called Demonology. Now, many people who kick against the Bible, they'll send you pictures, say, well, King James wrote a book called Demonology, he worshiped the devil. Now, when I first heard this, it was a stumbling block for me as well, because at one point in time, I did not want to read the King James Version Bible because of the things that I was taught, that he was white, he was a homosexual, and he was a wicked, he was a pedophile. And then when I started doing extensive research, I found that this was a lie. Okay, so one of the things is, one of the best ways to determine if a brother was and is something or not, if you put him on trial, you have to at least hear him out, what he had to say. All right, but in the future I may do various topics on King James, but again I want to touch bases on this Demonology book. Now, many people who do not believe in the Bible use this as ammo to get believers of the Bible to steer away from the Bible
And this is one of the main things that they would use. This book called Demonology. Okay. Now, when I first found out about it, it's not that much information out on this book. Now, it is, but it's misinformation. So until you get the actual book for yourself, you're going to run into a lot of people who's going to miseducate you. Now, one of the things, I won't have time to go on topic on everything, but one of the things, if you would have asked me, well, to sum it up, what is this book about? The best scripture I can give you is Ephesians chapter 6. Okay. And the reason why I'm going here is to sum what the book is about. I'm going to start in verse 10. Ephesians chapter 6, verse 10. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of the Most High, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. Now, wiles meaning trickeries or fooleries of the devil. So you believers out there, put on the whole armor of the Most High. Verse 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. So when studying this book, it reminds me of that. All right? The rulers of the darkness of this world and the spiritual wickedness going on in high places. Now, King James basically played good cop, bad cop. He pretty much interviewed himself. Now, back then you had people who did not believe in what we just read in Ephesians 6 and 12. They didn't believe in spiritual wickedness or demons, anything like that. So King James basically used the Bible to prove that these things did exist, and of course, the things that he had learned. Now, this book was before the King James Version Bible even existed. Now, King James was a devout follower of Christ. And if I have time, I definitely will prove that. He did not worship the devil like most people have been miseducated into believing this. Now, what I'm going to do is, of course, and even for you non-believers, I have a question before we go into this. If what you say is true, that King James worshiped the devil and that this book was just talking about this, now keep in mind this is written before the King James Version Bible in year 1611, right? This is in 1597. So if we're looking at it from your perspective, couldn't it have been possible that King James could have repented from his sins? Could that have been possible? Could that have been possible that if he worshiped the devil in the 1500s, that he could have turned from his wicked ways and start following Christ and then authorized the Bible to be translated after he sat on the throne? Is that possible? If it's possible, then you leave the door open for questions. And for you who out there who are straddling on the fence, this is a question that you should be asking the people who are lying to you, telling you that nonsense. That's a question that you should be asking. Now, again, King James was a black man. He was not a white boy. He was black. Okay? King James, a brother. Now, this is on page 45. I'm going to jump right into it. Now, notice at the bottom is using the Bible as a reference. Ephesians chapter 2. Now, remember, the King James version of the Bible didn't exist. Why is he using the Bible as a source to back up the things that he's bringing out? If he worships the devil. Don't make no sense to me. Let's use common sense. Now, this is one of the things that he said. Well, before I do, I want to go to page 5, of course. He says, I have put in the form of a dialogue which I have divided into 3 books. The first speaking of magic in general and necromancy in special. But for time's sake, I'm going to just go ahead and read it. It says, the second, sorcery and witchcraft, and third, continues a discourse of all these kinds of spirits and expectures that appearance of troubled persons, together with the conclusion of the whole work. My intention of this labor, meaning of this work, why he wrote this book, is only to prove 2 things. As I have already said, the one, that such devilish arts have been and are. So he wanted to prove that this wicked stuff is going on back then. It existed as it is today. Then it says the others. This is what else he want to prove. Matter of fact, I challenge you to get the book. I'm gonna go ahead and read it. Okay, it says the other what exact trial and severe punishment they merit, and therefore reason I what kind of things are possible to be performed in these arts,
and by what natural causes they may be. Now, keep in mind, he wrote the book to prove some things. Not to say that he worshiped the devil, that he was a demon. Where are you getting this from? Because it's not here. Then it goes on to say on page 45, this is what he's speaking about, what the people who worship these demons, he's saying that these are some of the things that they can do. It says, at the bottom of page 45, it says, they, not him, they can make spirits either to follow and trouble persons and to haunt certain houses. It says, and affair oftentimes the inhabitants, as have been known to be done by our witches at this time. So meaning by the witches in this time period. Then it goes on to say, and likewise they can make some to be possessed with spirits, and so to become very demoniacs. It says, and this last sort is very possible likewise to the devil, their master. Not his master. He called the devil their master, the people who do these things. It says, to the devil their master to do. Such may easily send his own angels to trouble in what form he pleases any whom God will permit or allow him to use. Now, he was playing good cop, bad cop, meaning he would play as the person who believed, and then he would speak as the person who did believe. And the reason why he did this, he kind of put himself on trial. So it's kind of like, for example, you know how sometimes people may do videos and they may interview themselves, right? To get the audience to, or the readers in his case, to see the point from both sides of the ball. And that's what he was doing in his book. So until you get the book yourself, you're not going to understand what is going on. Stop listening to other people and get the book for yourself. Then it says, now this is when he's playing as the one who's interviewing the one who worships the devil. This is what he said. But will God permit these wicked instruments by the power of the devil, their master, to trouble any of these means, any that believe in him? Now this is the other guy. It says, no doubt. For there are three kinds of folks whom God will permit or allow so to be tempted or troubled. The wicked for their horrible sins, to punish them in the like measure. Then it says the godly that are sleeping in any great sins or infirmities, and weakness in faith, to waken them up the faster by such an uncount form, and even some of the best, that their patience may be tried before the world, as Job was. Now remember, he's speaking of who? Job. Because remember, Job was tested. Okay, now I want to go ahead and I want to touch bases on, because it's so much, for time's sake, I'll get right into it. This is on page 47 that I'm about to go ahead and read. Okay, then it goes on to say this. Now pay close attention. Now remember, he used the Bible as a reference to back up the things that he was saying. It says, only by earnest prayer to God, by amendment of their lives, by sharp pursuing every one according to his calling, of these true mints of Satan, whose punishment to the death will be a salutary sacrifice for the patient. Then it says, as this is not only the lawful way, but likewise the most sure. For by the devil means can never the devil be cast out, as Christ said. Now, why is he quoting Christ if he worships the devil? Now, keep in mind, this is written before the King James Version Bible was even put together. Now, you got brothers saying the Bible was first put together in 1611, but he's already quoting Christ right here. Why are he doing that? Why is he quoting Christ right here? Why are he doing that? Then he said, as Christ said, and such a cure is used, it may well serve for a short time, but at the last it would doubtlessly tend to the utter perdition of the patient, both the body and soul. Okay, so again, why is he quoting Christ? Why is he doing that? Where do you think he got this from? If you read the book of Matthew chapter 12 verse 25 through 28, you get that understanding on why he was saying that and who he was quoting. I mean, of course he's quoting Christ, but you'll get the understanding on why he said that. So he quoting the Bible.
right here. All right. So keep this in mind. Keep this in mind. Let's go to page. It's so much. We're gonna go to page 65. Go to page 65. Matter of fact, no, we're gonna go to page 58 first. I'm gonna go ahead and get. It says, as Christ says, speaking of them upon the tower in Siloam fell. Now, if you think I'm lying, it's right here. If you pause the screen, you'll see it. He's quoting Christ right there. Guess what scripture he's quoting? Luke chapter 13, verse 4. Let's get that. Book of Luke. Remember Proverbs 14:15 said, the simple believeth every word, but the prudent man look well into his doing. So one who's wise, he's going to research, he's going to look into things before he just start believing what people say. When you look in the Apocrypha, Ecclesiasticus chapter 3 and verse 24, it says, for many are deceived by their own vain opinion. Vain meaning worthless. And by evil suspicion have overthrown their judgment. So you get brothers that say, oh, King James was a white man. King James was a white man and he was a homosexual devil worshiper. Right? But not knowing you've been deceived by your own vain opinion. When you go into the history, you see that one of his forefathers right here, he was black. He was black. Look up Kenneth the Niger. Niger means black. But let's look on page 79. Look at this. King James, a brother. Pay attention to what he got on. Because it's the same thing you see right here. Look at that. A brother. Then it tell you at the bottom, right where the highlighted part, if you think I'm lying. It says, the name Stuart derived from the Norse word swart, meaning black. So his last name even means black or dark skin. When you get the book called When Scotland Was Jewish, I talk that my brothers brought out in part 3 of my documentary. You can research King James bloodline. It go back to the throne of David. He was an Israelite from the tribe of Judah. You learn that in page 25. But anyway, he was quoting Luke 13 and 4 here. I'm going to start in 3. It says, I tell ye, nay, but except ye repent, you shall all likewise perish. Verse 4. Of those 18 upon whom the tower of Siloam fell, and slew them all, think ye that they were sinners above all men that dwelt in Jerusalem? I tell ye, nay, but except ye repent, you shall all likewise perish. So again, he's quoting the Bible. The things he talked about in here, he used the Bible as a source. Now let's get page 65. Page 65, because this is where it really gets good. Here we go. And if you think I'm lying, of course, you can also pause the screen and read that. All right. Now, here we go. Shalom, shalom, shalom. We back at part 2. And of course, we're discussing the book Demonology that was written by King James to destroy the lies that people who are non-believers are bringing out and saying that King James was the devil. He was wicked. And they take this book out of context. Well, really, the ones who are bringing this out has never even really read the book. You know, for those of you who are on these social networks, they will send pictures and screenshots. Oh, he wrote this book. Look it up. Look it up. But then when you actually look it up through Google, you'll see misinformation. Now, you know how the saying, if you want to hide something from a black man, put it where? In a book. One thing that we as a people do, we lack understanding because we lack education because we read when we don't read. So in the book that he wrote before the King James Version Bible, that was authorized to be translated in 1611. He was an author. He authorized it to be translated. So I was saying in my last video that if what you're saying, you non-believers, what you're saying, that if you're saying that he was the devil and he was wicked, could have been possible that this book that was put out in 1597, right? Could have been possible that he could have repented from his wickedness, from his sins, and then turned to Christ, and then had the Bible to be translated? Is that possible? Is it possible? Of course it is. But, of course, we know that this is not the case. He did not worship the devil at all. He was not wicked like the people who are lying and bringing forth these rumors and saying this nonsense. Now, what we're going to do is, in this same book, we're going to go ahead and turn to page 66. So if you have the book, we're going to page 66. If you have the King James Version Bible,
we're going to be reading some scriptures out of here. Now, keep in mind, if King James was so wicked, then ask somebody who supposedly had the book, why did he use the Bible as a source to bring out the information that he learned? It's no different from brothers who are preaching the gospel. And they do what? They go into the Bible, the very source, the foundation, to prove exactly what they're saying. And that's all King James did. It's no different from you non-believers. If you want to teach something and you go into a book, what? To prove what you're saying. And he did that with the Bible, going chapter and verse. And if I get time, I'm going to bring out the book called the Basilicon Duran that you non-believers don't want to address. He talked about Christ and quoting scriptures all through here. And this was in 1599, 2 years after he made this one. So could it have been possible he could have repented 2 years later and came on to Christ? I challenge you to get the book Basilicon Duran. Get that book. Why don't you non-believers speak of the Basilicon Duran? Speak about that one. Why don't you talk about that one? Huh? You don't talk about that one, huh? You don't talk about King James being a brother, a black man. Come on now, you don't talk about that. He wasn't no white boy. Get off Google. He wasn't white. He was black. King James, James Charles Stewart. Stewart means black, dark skin. You can get a book that traces bloodline. This whole bloodline back to the Israelites of the Bible. But that's another topic. Page 66. All right. Get your King James Version Bible out, whether you believe or not. All right. Now keep in mind, he's quoting the Bible in here. And this was before the King James Version of the Bible. This is what he said. It says, as to the other part, matter of fact, I'm going to start at the bottom of page 65 real quick. All right. Now, it says, but Friday, the last symptom is expected, such as are altogether in time of their possessing beareth, of all their senses being possessed with a dummy of blind spirits, whereof Christ relieved one in the 12th of Matthew. Now, hold on. He's saying that Christ cast out a devil in the 12th chapter of the book of Matthew. And this is before the King James Version of the Bible. Why is he using the Bible to back up the facts that he's bringing out? Answer that. Then it says, and you think I'm lying? It's right here. I got it highlighted. See that? You can pause the screen and read it. I ain't taking this out of context. I'm not lying. I ain't got nothing to gain. Then it says, and as to your next demand, it is first to be doubted if the Baptist is basically, because when you look at when you go into the history of King James, I don't know if I got it in front of me. Yeah, here we go. This book right here, the book about the King James put out. He was into it with the Catholics. So of course you see here he's dissing the Catholic Church because that's usually a derogatory term against Catholics. Then it goes on to say, it says, as unto your next demand is the first to be doubted of the Baptist or any not professing of the only true religion or worship. It says can relieve any of that trouble. And next, in case they can upon that respects, it is possible unto them, as to the former upon two reasons. It is grounded. First, that it is known so many of them to be counterfeit. All right, meaning fake, false. It says, which while the clergy invents the confirming of their rotten religion. All right, because he wasn't Catholic. Then it says, the next is that by experience we find that few who are possessed indeed are fully cured by them. So he's letting you know that even though he called their religion rotten, he's letting you know that there are times where they say that they cast out devils, but they didn't. But then there's times, according to him, he's saying that there are times that they did cast out devils. All right. Then it says, but rather the devil is content to release the bodily hurting of them for a short space, meaning for a short time, he leave them alone. Then it says, thereby to obtain the perpetual hurt of the souls of so many that these false miracles may be induced or confirmed in the profession of that erroneous religion, meaning that wrong religion. So he says, even as I've told you before that he doeth in the false cures or casting off diseases by witches. Now watch this. This is where it gets good. It says, as the other part of the argument, because if you watch the first part of my video, you already see what I was talking about, that he played both sides. Then he said, not playing both sides, he worshipped the devil, but basically when he played both sides, he interviewed himself. So he acted as one who would bring forth the information of them being believers, speaking to one who did not believe in witchcraft. So he was trying to prove that witchcraft existed back then and it did today. And he was using the Bible as a source to back the facts of the things that he had learned that he was bringing out. Then it goes on to say, as the other part of the argument, pay very close attention, guys. It says, in case they which rather with reverence of the learned thinking otherwise, I am induced to believe. That's what King James says. I'm induced to believe by reason of the faithful report that men sound of religion, meaning worship, have made accordingly to their sight thereof. I think, if so be, I say these may be the respects whereupon the Baptists, meaning referring to the Catholics, it says may have that power. So he's saying that they might can do this. All right. But he says, Christ, if you think I'm lying, he's quoting Christ right here. See that? It says, Christ gave a commission and power to his apostles to cast out devils, which they accordingly thereunto put in execution. Then it says, the rules he had to them to obscure in that action was fasting and prayer. Now, where do you think he got that from? He said, yeah, you can cast out devils, right? He said Christ, and Christ told his apostles that, yeah, you can cast out devils, but you got to fast and you got to pray. Now, remember, the King James Version Bible didn't exist. So where he get that from? Let's go to Matthew chapter 17 right quick. In the Bible, Matthew 17. I'm going to start in verse 16. And it says, and I brought him to your disciples, and they could not cure him. Then Messiah answered and said, O faithless and perverse generation, how long shall I be with you? How long shall I suffer you? Bring him here to me. Like, bring him here. And Messiah rebuked the devil and departed out of him. And he, meaning the devil, departed out of him. The man who had this devil. The child. It says, and the child was cured from that very hour, meaning that very time. Then came his disciples to Messiah apart and said, why could not we cast them out? Like, why couldn't we cast them out? Right? Because they knew that he gave them the power to do so. It says, and Messiah said unto them, because of your unbelief. For verily I say unto you, if you have faith as grain as a mustard seed, ye shall say to this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall be removed, and nothing shall be impossible to you. However, this kind goeth not out, but by prayer and fasting. That's what I just read here. If he worshipped the devil, why he using the Bible to prove what he's saying? Come on now, let's not be simple. The simple believeth every word, but a prudent man look well into his goings. That's Proverbs 14 and 15 again. But again, it says, the rules he had, talking about Christ, them to obscure in that action was fasting and prayer, and the action itself to be done in his name. Then it says, this power of theirs proceeded not then of any virtue in them, but only in him who directed them, and was clearly proved by Judas, his having as great power in that commission as any of the rest. Now, again, let's go to we're gonna go to Matthew. Now we're gonna go to Mark chapter 16, because remember it said that it had to be done in his name. So he was using the Bible to back up the facts that he was bringing out. Mark chapter 16 and verse 17. It says, and these signs shall follow them that believe. In my name shall they cast out devils. In my name shall they cast out devils. They shall speak with new tongues, many languages. So he's quoting the Bible. Quoting the Bible. Matthew chapter 10, verse 5 and 8. Let's get that right quick.
The book of Matthew, chapter 10, verse 5. These 12 Jesus or Messiah sent forth and commanded them, saying, Go not into the ways of the Gentiles and into any city of the Samaritans into ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house, meaning the family of Israel. And as you go, preach, saying, the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Heal the sick, cleanse the leper, raise the dead, cast out devils. Freely you have received, freely give. So you see that they already had this power. All right. Then it says again, we're going back to the book. It says, as was clearly proved by Judas having his great power in that commission as in any of the rest. It is easy then to be understand that the casting out of devils is by the virtue of fasting and prayer and calling and in calling of the name of God. Now this is what King James is saying. But he's supposed to be a devil worshiper? It says, suppose many imperfections be in persons that is the instrument as Christ, Messiah, Hamashiach, himself teacheth us. Hold on, wait a minute. It said teach us. That means he including himself. Teach us of the power that false prophets shall have to cast out of devils. Where do you think he got that from? Where do you think he's quoting that from? That's Matthew chapter 7, verse 15 through 23. When he said, beware of false prophets. Because remember when you read on through the chapter, I believe in verse 21 through 23, it tells you that many people would say, Lord, Lord. Matter of fact, let's get that. Because when you look in verse 7, I'll get to the point for time's sake. Matthew 7 and 15, beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep clothing, but inwardly they are raging wolves. Ye shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes of thorn, or figs, or of thistles? So he goes on to say you will know these false prophets by their fruits, right? But when you look at verse 21, it says, not everyone that saith to me, Lord, Lord, or Master, Master, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of my Father which is in heaven. What's the will of the Father? Keeping the commandments. Psalms 40 verse 8. Verse 22. Many will say to me in that day, Master, Master, have we not prophesied in thy name? Right? And in thy name cast out devils? Say they're going to be asking that. What we read here. Then it says, and in thy name done many wonderful works, and then I will profess unto them, I never knew you. Depart from me, ye that work iniquity. So again, we got a problem. He quoting the Bible and using the Bible as a source to back up his facts. But you saying he works with the devil? What are you talking about? For you people who believe in the Bible, don't let nobody steal your salvation on no nonsense. There's a lot of stuff I'm going to be exposing in the future too. Most High willing. Now, again, it says, I'm going to read it again. It says, it is easy then to understand the casting out of devils. It is by virtue of fasting and prayer and calling of the name of God. Suppose many imperfections be in the persons that is the instrument as Christ or Messiah himself teacheth us of the power that false prophets shall have to cast out devils. If you think I'm lying, that's right down here. Where we at? Right in this area. You can pause the screen and read that. I'm not making this up. You see Christ right there. Yeah. And you see Christ here while I was reading that. Right in that area. All right. Then it goes on to say, and there's no wonder then these respects of this action being considered that it may be possible to the Baptists, meaning that's a derogatory term to dis Catholics, that these Baptists, I lost my spot. These Baptists through erring in the sundry points of religion, meaning worship, to accomplish this, if they use the right form prescribed by Christ herein. So he letting you know that King James believed that these Catholics can do it if they do it the way the Messiah told them to do it. Other than that, he didn't believe that they can do it. But you supposed to say that King James was wicked, he worshipped the devil? No, you've been exposed. Then it says, for what the worst is the action that they err in the other things more than their baptism is the worst than they err. Now that's just going into when he was dissing the Catholics or whatnot. But let's deal with this right here. Right here where I got highlighted right there. Think I'm lying? Go to Matthew 15, verse 11, because we about to read it. What I'm going right here, Matthew 15, verse 11. All right, it says, "For as Christ said, or Messiah said, it is not anything that enters a man that defiles him, but only which proceeds and cometh out of him." That sounds like Matthew 15 and 11, when he spoke the parable. It says, "Not that which go into the mouth that defileth the man, but that which come out of the mouth defileth a man." Whoa, look at that. But he's supposed to be a devil worshiper? Supposed to be a devil worshiper. For time's sake, the Basilicon Duron that I had spoke of earlier, get this book on page 89 real quick. And read Luke chapter 12 right quick, verse 2 and 3. Let's go there right quick. Luke chapter 12, verse 2 and 3. All right. And this is on page 89 in this book. All right. But he's supposed to be a devil worshiper. You think I'm lying? I got screenshotted if you want to. I'm not lying. I ain't got nothing to gain. I get this information out for free. I ain't trying to get nobody money and try to be seen. I do this for free. But again, it says, "Charitable reader, it is of the golden census which Christ our Savior." He called Christ his Savior. And this is in 1599, 2 years later. "Uttered to his apostles that there is nothing so covered that shall not be revealed, neither so hid that shall not be known, and whatsoever they have spoken in darkness should be heard in the light, and that which they have spoken in the ear in secret places should be publicly preached on the tops of the houses." Luke chapter 12, King James Version Bible, printed years later. Luke 12, verse 2, "For there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known. Therefore, whatsoever ye have spoken in darkness, it shall be heard in the light, and that which you have heard spoken in the ear of closets," meaning private rooms, "shall be proclaimed upon the housetop." He quoting the Bible. Then he said Christ was our Savior. Our Savior. What are you talking about? He worshiped the devil. What are you talking about? He did not worship no devil. You worship the devil. Shalom, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Judah Moshe Ben Israel, and we're going to pick up where I left off. The title, King James, Demonology King James. He wrote a book back in 1597, about 14 years before the original King James Bible was authorized to be translated in the year 1611. Now, there are rumors that have been spread about King James. There are various rumors that if I have time, I'll deal with all the rumors and clear up the confusion about King James. One of the things we're going to deal with, of course, still on track, did King James really worship the devil? Now, people will see this book, Demonology, and they look at the title and, oh, he worshiped the devil. Okay, now I'm going to start this off with John chapter 8, verse 32. It says, "And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." So understand, when you come into the truth, it will break you free, not only from sin, but also psychological slavery. You have been miseducated. Okay, saying that King James was a devil worshiper is like you saying that you believe in the tooth fairy. It's a fairy tale. It's made up. Now, you who do not believe in the Bible, I'm not saying believe. I mean, I would like for you to, but we're going to bring forth this information because many of you come with excuses on why you don't want to deal with the Bible. All right. So, but we're going to deal with various topics, but we're going to pick up where we left off. The book Demonology, of course, it was in fact written by King James. So you're not going to fully understand what this is about until you watch part 1 and part 2, because I'm clearing up the confusion about King James. He did not worship the devil. Okay. Now, this is on page 32. You can screenshot it if you think I'm lying. All right. One of the points I was bringing out was, if he worshipped the devil, then why is in this book he's using the Bible as a source to back up the facts and the information that he was bringing out? All throughout here, he's using the Bible as a source. Okay, it says, "For if the devil, their master," notice he didn't say his master. He said the devil, their master. Who? Whose master is he talking about? Whose Lord is he talking about? Those who are often to witchcraft. It says, "For the devil, their master, were not bridled as the scripture teaches us." Now, hold on. If he worshiped the devil, why is he saying he believed in the scriptures? He says that the scripture teaches us. Suppose there were no man nor women to be his instruments. It says he can find ways enough without any help of others to wreck all mankind. Whereunto he employs his whole study and goeth about like a roaring lion. As Peter said. He quoting Peter? Look at that. He quoting the apostle Peter. Where can we find that in the Bible? 1 Peter chapter 5, verse 8 is what we can find where he was just quoting. It says, be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, what's the adversary? One that goes against you, your enemy. Your adversary, the devil, which is the deceiver. As a roaring lion. Didn't we just read that here? As a roaring lion walketh about, seeking whom he may devour. He's quoting Peter. He's bringing out information about these wicked, the spiritual wickedness that goes on in high places. He's using the Bible as a source to back up the things that he's bringing out. Let that sink in. Stop being simple. Proverbs 14 and 15 let you know the simple believeth every word. Now, what we're going to do is this book, a lot of people who read the King James Version Bible don't fully understand the history. So all praise to the Most High. I'm going to bring out information so therefore you can be able to get this information and, of course, share this with others. Now, this is the book I'm bringing forth. Here we go. Notice it says King James 6th and 1st and the Reunion of Christendom by W.B. Patterson. Okay, now this information comes from the most one of the most prestigious universities in the world, Cambridge University. Now check this out. And the reason why I'm bringing this out was because, pardon me, I got a lot of books up here, a lot of information. Oh, here we go, it's under here. One of the reasons why I'm bringing this out is because I mentioned the Basilicon Duran. Now, the Basilicon Duran, which we'll go into next. Now, this is on page 24 out of this book. All right. As you can see right here, what I'm about to read, the highlighted part there. All right. So it says, James of the Treatise Basilicon Duran was published in only 7 copies in 1599. So it wasn't that many copies originally. It says, though intended for his son alone. So when he wrote the Basilicon Duran, it wasn't for you. It was really for his son to get this. All right. So it says, inaccurate copies were soon in circulation, making it necessary to publish another edition in 1603, with the preface explaining some of more contentious passages. It says the fact that the book was originally intended for a small circle. So it's kind of like, for example, you put a book out, or I'm sorry, a video out, and you intended for one person to get it, but then it leaked out and everybody has it now. This is how the Basilicon Duran came into play. It says, the book was originally intended for a small circle, not the general public. It says, probably accounts for the king's occasional use for more pungent and outspoken language than he used in the first treatise. It says, James began by describing the king's duty to the Most High. It says, in course of which he stated the key components of his own religious faith, which he invited his son to follow. Now, you got rumors that he was a homosexual, which I'll be clearing up. And of course, he was a pedophile, which I'll be clearing up as well. But then it goes on to say, his religion was based on the plain words of the scripture, the Bible. Then it says, without which all points of religion of superfluous of anything contrary to the same is abomination. It says, salvation he understood as a result of Christ's sacrifice apprehended by faith, not the results of works. What works he talking about? Animal sacrifice, letting you know that he understood and believed that Christ was a sacrifice. All right, it says, faith was the free gift of the Most High, and was nourished by prayer. It says with reference to the church, he warned the young prince, talking about his son, to avoid two extremes. The one, to believe with the practice, the church's authority, better than your own knowledge. The other, to lean with Anabaptists to your own conceits and dreams, revelations. So in other words, don't be leaning to your own understanding and follow behind these worthless religions. All right. Now, we're going into the Basilicon Duran. This book is also known as the King's Gift. Okay, so this is two books in one. The True Law of the Free Monarchies and the Basilicon Duran. And I'm on page 103. Now, ladies and gentlemen, watch with an open mind. Okay, because again, you've been miseducated on King James. All right. The simple believeth every word, but a prudent man looketh well into his going. Okay, so now on page 103, this is from King James' own words. This is what he said. It says, as the royal prophet saith, except the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it. Now, wait a minute. Where can we find that in the Bible? Where can we find that? Huh? That's Psalms 127 chapter. Check this out. Psalms 127, verse 1. It says, except the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it. Except the Lord keep the city, the watchman waketh but in vain. Think I'm lying? That's in the Bible. He quoting the scriptures. I don't know if you're able to see that. Psalms 127, verse 1. Now remember, this book was published in 1599 before the King James Version Bible came into existence. But he's still quoting the Bible, right? All right. Then it goes on to say, where we at? It says, in respect, the blessing of the Most High hath only power to give the succession thereof to, as Paul said, he planted Apollos wherewith, but it is the Most High only that giveth the increase. What can we read that? 1 Corinthians 3 and verse 6. Matter of fact, you read that. You can do it. He's quoting 1 Corinthians 3 and 6. Go read it. Then it goes on to say, therefore, my son, because remember this is written to who? His son. My son, first of all things, learn to know the love of the Most High, whom to ye have a double obligation first. For that he made you a man, and next, that he that made you a little God to sit on his throne. Don't Psalms 82 and 6 say, I've said that you are gods? Huh? Come on now. In other words, for God is ruler, judges, powers. Then it says, and rule over other men. Remember that as in dignity he hath erected you above others, so ye ought in thankfulness toward him go as far as beyond all others. A mote in another eye is a beam into yours. All right, so in other words, before you tell other people something, make sure that you got everything on point. Make sure you on point with what you're doing. You're giving his son advice. Now we're moving on to page 104. Okay, page 104. What we about to do? All right, as my brother said, we're going to talk or we're going to play. Let's get into it. We're going to get into what King James himself said. Instead of following behind rumors that were spread about King James. Matter of fact, I'm going to get into that in a second, though. All right. But anyway, 104, it says, now the only way to bring you to the knowledge is diligently to read his word and earnestly pray for the right understanding thereof. Search the scriptures, saith Christ. Now, why is he quoting the Bible? That's John chapter 5, verse 39. Search the scriptures, saith Christ, the Messiah. It says, for they bear testimony of me. And the whole scripture saith Paul. He's quoting the Bible. This supposed to be a devil worshiper quoting the Bible? This is his own words. It says, it's given by inspiration of the Most High, and it's profitable to teach, to convince, to correct, and to instruct in righteousness, that the man of the Most High may be absolute, being made perfect unto all good works. That's 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16 and 17. The King James Version Bible was not even existing, and he quoting the Bible. Right? But he's supposed to be the devil worshiper? Get your mind right. It says, and most probably of any other belongeth the reader thereof unto kings, since in that part of the scripture whereon the godly kings as first made mention of that were ordained to rule over the people of the Most High. And that sounds like Deuteronomy the 17th chapter. Deuteronomy 17 and 19. But then it goes on to say, where we at, it says, there is an express, most notable exhortation of the commandment given them to read, meditate in the law of the Most High. Meditate on the commandments of the Most High. But he's supposed to be a devil worshiper? Come on now. Then it says, I join this careful hearing of the doctrine, meaning teachings, with the attendance and reverence, for faith cometh by hearing, saith the same apostle. That's Romans 10 and 17. Now keep in mind, if we're gonna put King James on trial, if we're gonna put him on trial, at least let the brother speak forth and let him bring forth his own words. Let him plead his case. Think about it. If you was accusing somebody of something, right? Wouldn't it be fair for us to hear both sides of the story instead of being biased, getting one side? Huh? Think about it. Isn't by law they tell you that you have the right to face your accuser? Come on now, let's not play. All right. And it says, but above all, beware lest you rest, meaning twist, not the word to your own appetite, meaning your own understanding, as over many do, because many people like to twist the Bible. You so-called religions out there, another topic. It says, making it like a bell to sound as ye please to interpret. So you get brothers that are cherry pickers. They'll pick certain scriptures that sound good and make it fit their little doctrine. And King James Charles Stewart, is letting his son know, don't be doing that. All right, it says, but by the contrary, meaning different from all your affections to follow precisely the rule there set down. Okay, now we're going to go to page 105. All right, you see the highlighted part? That's why I'm reading that. See that? That's what I'm finna get into. King James words. It says, as for the particular points of religion, I need not to delegate them. I am no hypocrite. Now keep in mind, if all these rumors that we hear about him, he's saying he ain't no hypocrite. This is what he said out of his mouth. But it says, follow my footsteps, what he's telling his son. It says, follow my footsteps and your own present educate therein. I thank the Most High, I was never ashamed to give account of my profession. Howsoever the malicious, mean the evil, lying tongues of some have traduced me. Now what does that mean? That means badly, or to lie on a person to damage their reputation. So even the time when he walked the earth, he's saying that people was lying on him, trying to damage his reputation. Today we call them what? Haters. And it will only make sense for people to allow this information to this false information to surface, because King James was a brother. He was a black man. And just like our brothers today, you get people that want to slander us. Think about this. I mean, if we're going to put it on trial, let's not be biased. All right? But then it goes on to say, and if my conscience have not resolved me that all my religion, meaning worship, presently profess me by my kingdom was grounded upon plain words of the scripture. So you see that King James was rooted and grounded in the scriptures. All right. He was rooted and grounded in the scriptures. All right. Then it goes on to say, because it's so much, matter of fact, bottom of page, it says the whole scripture is guided by God's Spirit, thereby by his lively word to instruct and rule the whole church militant to the end of the world. It says it is composed of two parts, the Old and the New Testament. The ground of the former is the law, or Torah. It says, which our own sin and contain justice. The ground of the other is the Messiah, Christ. It says, who pardons sin, continueth grace. Now, this is supposed to be a homosexual, but believing in the Messiah, right? The King James Version Bible that he named after himself, that he authorized, not he was the author, he authorized, I mean, he gave permission to put it out. That same version Bible condemns the homosexuality, which we're going to get into in a second. But it says the sum of the law is the 10 commandments. All right. More largely dilated, the books of Moses. Now think about this. It says interpreted and applied by the prophets and by the histories or examples show of obedience or disobedience. Now think about this. This brother is telling you right here he believes in the Bible. Out of his own words, talking to his son. Think about this, guys. There's so much, but for time's sake, because I want to keep this under 20 minutes. All right, page 117. All right. Now, there was a rumor that was started by a man named Sir Anthony Weldon, as I talked about in my documentary on YouTube. It's called True Identity of the So-Called Negro, Part 3. And the only way you can see it is through a computer. Most cell phones banned it. All right. But if King James was a homosexual, then let's explain this. Out of his own words, it says, but their service justice of yours upon offenses would be for a time, as I've already said. So there are some horrible crimes that you are bound in conscience never to forgive. All right. Such as witchcraft. So where we at? The demonology book, if he was on that, he's telling his son, don't forgive that. It says willful murder, incest, especially within the degrees of constant unity, meaning close relatives, and sodomy, homosexuality. Page 161. All right. Page 161. Look at that. Page 161, it tell you. I'm going to get to the point because I'm running out of time. It says, but especially eschew, which means refrain from, keep away from, to be effeminate in your clothes. So he letting you know, don't even dress like an effeminate. Read 1 Corinthians 6 and 9. Let you know that an effeminate cannot get in the kingdom. All right. But I'm going to go ahead and do another part. Clearing up the rumors about King James, James Charles Stewart. Shalom. Shalom, shalom. I'm Judah Moshe Ben Israel. And what we doing is we continuing where I left off. Now, this is part 4. The topic is King James. I've already went over, of course, the Basilicon Duran, which is one of the most famous books he read. I've talked about demonology, of course, clearing up the rumors that he did not worship the devil. All right. Now, you have not watched the 3 parts. You need to stop this video before, because this is the 4th one. Go watch the 3 parts and work your way to this one. Now, we're going to start this off with 1 Corinthians 8 and verse 2, King James Version Bible. It says, 1 Corinthians chapter 8 and verse 2. And if any man think that he knoweth anything, he knoweth nothing, yet as he ought to know. Now understand, once you get to the point you think you know something, you're going to find out you don't know nothing as you ought to know. For example, did King James did he really have sex with his mama? It's another rumor that's going out saying that King James had sex with his mama. Now, before we clear up these rumors, right, let's just say if it was true. What does this have to do with the Bible? He didn't write a word in here. If you had sex with your mama, right, but you gave me permission to translate the Bible from one language to the next and put your name on it, and then 400 years later somebody say, oh, well, you know, you was a homosexual, right? Should we just put the book down because of what you did? Think about that. But we know that's not the case. All right. So for you who out there saying that King James has sex with his mama, let's see you explain this. All right. Hopefully to get through this video, you're going to have to learn how to add. Okay. Now, first thing we're going to deal with. All right. Because when you put somebody on trial, you let that person tell his side of the story. Now, one thing we're going to deal with is King James. King James, the 6th and 1st. The 6th and 1st and the Reunion of Christendoms by W.D. Patterson. Now, this is on page 4. All right. Now, the reason why I'm addressing here first is because we're going to get the time frame in which he was born. Okay. So it says James was born on June 19th, 1566. All right. In the midst of the political and religious upheaval threatening the government of his mother. It says Mary, Queen of Scots. This was his mom. It says, And he was crowned king a little over a year later. Now keep in mind, he was born in 1566. And it said he was crowned king a little over a year later. Right? He's still an infant, a baby. Then it says, and one event in rebellion aimed at outstanding her from the throne and securing the Scottish Reformation on a permanent basis. See that? Then it says a civil war ensued between the adherents of the queen and those of the infant king. He was an infant. And continued until the surrender of Edinburgh Castle in year 1573. So we see right here, you're doing math, right? You adding this up, write down 1566. It's when he was born, right? He became king a little over a year later. About what? 1567, right? Now, where we at? Okay, page 14, highlighted part right here. It says, yet in these very years, Huntley seemed to advance steadily in James' favor. After the fall of Arran at the end of year 1585, it says Huntley Crawford had become members of the council. Watch this. Following Mary's execution in England in 1587. So he was born in 1566. His mom was executed in 1587. So that means King James was what? 21 years old, right? So one, you have to say, oh, well, okay. Well, there's a chance that, I mean, she didn't get killed till he was 21 years later, right? That's what you'd be saying. So that would be enough time for him to have sex with his mom, right? From the time he was king to him being 21 when she died, right? Wrong. I'm gonna show you why you're wrong. Now, what I'm doing is, and here it is, I'm freestyling this. I'm pulling various sources, showing you, read, do research. Don't just go on no Google and watch some damn YouTube video and all of a sudden you're a scholar. Okay. Now, this book, much love to my brother out in Colorado, Michael. I know you want to know the name of this book. I told you I wasn't gonna tell you, but I'll go ahead and tell you now, bro. The author of this book, he actually is right here in St. Louis. See that? Dr. Johnson L. Johnson. Okay. But anyway, the Negro rulers of Scotland and the British Isles, showing how blacks, or people of color, ruled and dominated Europe. Okay. Or what some of you people will call Moors. Moors just means dark skin. Okay. Now, what we finna deal with, we already established the topic is, did King James have sex with his mom? That's the rumor that's coming out. Now, we see that she died when he was 21 years of age, right? Born 1566, became king a year later, 1567. And we see that, one thing I didn't address. Ooh, sorry about that before we go into this. Sorry, Mike. All right, get the screenshot on page 5. You can pause that and read it if you want. I'm just going to jump to the point for time's sake. It says, I'm gonna just start. Yeah, it says John Erskine of Mar James Guardian. Now he was under someone else authority. I mean, because he was king, but he had a guardian that was watching over him, right? Then it says, who served as the third regent at only a year, died at natural death. Now, let's go into this right quick. So we see he was under someone else's guardianship, right? Where was his mom at? Where was she at? You done the research, you should know this, right? Now, Mary Queen of Scots, not no white woman. Okay. Goes on to say, matter of fact, down there, highlighted part, it says, Mary, like all other Stuarts, was the descendant of Robert the Bruce, who was the descendant of Kenneth the Niger, which means black. It says Mary was dark and brown with coarsely hair, rough or nappy. Right? Then it says, in the middle of page 78, the kinky dark-haired Mary with her mulatto appearance, she also wore ringlets or small curls, including many wigs. It says, descended from a long line of dark-skinned Stuarts. As I already stated, Stuart means dark skin. If I have time, I may touch that in more sources. It says whose lineage goes all the way back to Kenneth the Niger. Following the death of Darnley, which is King James' father, it says the widow Mary, who never married a wife, chose to marry her side lover. Check her out, huh? The swarthy means what? Dark skin. The swarthy James Hepburn Lord forced to give up the throne to her infant son James. Now we already established that King James was 1 year old when he became king, right? So he became king as an infant, right? And the throne was given up to him. It says the queen exiled to England, so she left, right? It says, given that she was considered to be the true heir of England instead of Elizabeth, now Elizabeth was his cousin, all right, who was the descendant of King Henry VIII, another dark man. But it says Mary's arrival to England posed a serious threat to Elizabeth's rule, whereupon Elizabeth ordered her under house arrest and confined her to the Black Bull Inn. Until adjustments were made, Mary remained a prisoner for the next 19 years. 19 years. Now, she died when King James was 21. So she was locked up ever since he was an infant to 19 years. Then it says, Mary remained a prisoner for 19 years until her execution in AD 1587. She lived to be 44. You think I'm lying? Right there. Pause the screen. Look at it. See that? That lines up with what we read here. She died in year 1587. Two different authors, two different time periods saying the same thing. That's how you get a fact. All right. Then it says, oh, hold on. So if she died when he was 21 years of age, right? And she was locked up ever since he was a little over 1 year old. So that means we got a small window from him having sex with his mama. That's from 1.5 to what? 2 years old, if you want to go with 2. So unless he got his rod hard at 2 years old, then that would make the mama the pedophile. Think about this. Stop being simple. Do your research. Do your research. Now, it says, where we at? Okay, it says, Mary of Scott was dark, beautiful, with hazel, dark brown eyes, and 6 feet tall. She was a stallion, baby. It says, highly unlike contemporary portraits of her. Why? Because the pictures bring these people out as if they're white. Then it goes on to say page 79 with King James, as I had brought out earlier. All right. It says, where we at? It says, this colored king was the first to unite the British Isles and Scotland, which became Great Britain. His name was the most well-known of all European kings, since he authorized, not the author, he authorized, look at that. It says, since he authorized the King James Version of the Bible and named it after himself. He didn't write nothing in here, in the King James Bible. It says, his 6 feet dark-skinned and big-nosed wife, Annie of Denmark, who praised her darkness, the beauty of being black, become the mother of 7 children. And some say 9, all right? But if he had that many children, that means, of course, if he was a homosexual, like people make him out to be, the rumors that were spread about Sir Anthony Weldon, who was on the king's court and got mad because he got fired and wanted to get revenge back, and he started those rumors 25 years after King James died. All right. So the thing was, he was a coward. He started the rumors after he died. Look up and research Sir Anthony Weldon if you think I'm lying. Okay. So this guy gets mad and spread those rumors. All right. Said that the Scots' breath stink. Marrying the Scots like marrying a dog. Do your research. The information is out there. I'm not lying. I ain't got nothing to gain from this. All right. So it didn't. So of course, whether he has 7 children or 9 children, understand that to have that many children, that means he constantly has to be giving it to his wife. especially with him being king too. Think about this for a second. That don't sound like no homosexual to me. But it would make sense for the white people, of course, to keep this going. Why? Now, there are references out there that say that, oh yeah, he was homosexual. But guess who funded that? The Catholics. Oh, and guess who King James was into it with when he was alive? The Catholics. So it would make sense for them to push this and to move this so that you, of course, today can still be like, oh, that King James. But even if he was, he didn't write nothing in the Bible. Think about this for a second. Then it goes on to say, King James VI in person was a dark-complected leader, as was the whole Stuart dynasty. King James VI and first wife, Anne, and the 9th great-grandparents of Elizabeth II. Now check this out. Now, I might not have time, but you can go into this book. It's called Ancient and Modern Brits. Notice it got the real Brits, and then they got the British, the people they wish they was Brits. Okay, so if you Jewish, that means you wish to be a Jew. If you saying it's reddish, that means it's like red. But in certain parts of history, they'll use the word Jewish, but it's referring to Israelites. But until you study and going deep into history, you're not going to understand it. Like this book right here, where Scotland was Jewish. You would think that that's talking about Judaism, but it's not. But it says DNA evidence, archaeological analysts, migration, and public and family records show 12th century Semitic roots. That's a bloodline, not a religion. Okay, but check this out on page 21, because in one of my videos, I said page 25 was wrong. It was page 21. We're going to get the screenshot. You think I'm lying. Check that out. Boom. So it says, the Stuart family, maternal line in France, descended from the tribe of Judah. You think I'm lying? Tribe of Judah. I don't know if you're able to see that. All right. Tribe of Judah. That means he was a Jew, an Israelite. It says, he believes his family is of Davidic ancestry, King David. It says that is from Jewish. He believes that his family is of Davidic ancestry, that is from Jewish King David. It's like I just said. And it says, and there is therefore a Jew by descent, not by religion, by descent, nationality, nationhood. Think about this for a second. Matter of fact, we're going to get page 61. Let's get that right quick. Page 61. I'm trying to keep it under 20 minutes. Okay. It says, notable genealogy relative frequently marriages with the royal Stuart family, which regarded itself of being Jewish ancestry. All right? Screenshot it. Got to keep it moving. Okay. Matter of fact, page 66. All right. It says figure 6. When you look at this, it got King James' whole bloodline, his whole royal family. But it says figure 6 shows the descent to Isobel of Mar, who married Robert I. Bruce, was the mother of the Marjorie Bruce, and the grandfather of Robert II, the first Stuart monarch. But I'm gonna get to the point. It says, by the same reason used with Judith, we can infer, given the historical context, that the name Jacob marked one as a Jew, meaning as a Israelite. Okay, what else do I want to touch bases on? Let's go back. You see right here, bloodline King James, go all the way back to the kings of Jerusalem. This is no joke. See that? Matter of fact, this is so long. Because there's so much that I want to get in so little time. We're going to get page, let's see. Okay, here we go. It says, as he states, Tamar and Kai were descended most of the royal lines of Ireland through the kings of Scott, traced their succession from the biblical kings of Judah. Biblical kings of Judah, right? But you sitting here thinking that King James was a white boy, right? He was a white boy, right? Better wake up. You've been lied to. All right, it says, bottom of page 63, it says, although it may seem odd to place so much emphasis on the female given name Judith, keep in mind that this was the Middle Ages. a time when the ethnic identity of given names was of critical importance. So they weren't just going to name their children something for no reason. So it says, it is very unlikely that the woman noble birth would be named Yehuda, which is Judah, unless she was indeed a Jewess, an Israelite. It says, and it was wished by her parents that she recognized, that she be recognized as such. She got an Israelite name. She an Israelite. Look at that. Really quick, another book. Hebrews of West Africa goes into how we kept Hebrew customs long before the slave ship. But one thing I want to touch bases on is page 126, if I can get it all through. Okay, page 126. Ooh, wait, 126. Ooh, that time is moving. Okay, topic right there is Lost Tribes of Israel. It says, it is proved that the British are Israelites. Oh, King James. It says the whole history of England will be understood with the right point of view, and that God's dealings with her, being Israel, show forth that he is true and faithful and covenant keeping. This is a true secret of England's greatness. So you see, they've been keeping this a secret, and not any inherent goodness that rests in her of the people. It says, meanwhile, as early as 1861, it says Glover transferred the attention from the lost tribes to the surviving Judah, had indicate that he was pleased to call a possible descent of the royal family of England from the house of David, meaning the family of David. But I'm going to jump down. According to the Shemitah, the kings of Judah from David. So you see this? These people descend from the royal line, royal kings of David. They were Israelites.
Come on, let's go to the next one. Oh man, I love this. Where's my book? Demonology by King James. Where's my book? Show me that book. Demonology by King James. Find that book for me, brother. This is interesting. You know what's inside this book? Find that book. Yo, all you gotta do is go to page 5. The average Israelite will tell you what? He'll tell you that you need to read the King James Version of the Bible. The King James Version. Out of the hundreds of different types of Bibles they got out there, Daniel and Hoshana want you to read the King James Version of the Bible. But guess what? When King James, they talking during my time. When King James, they feeling the pressure. When King James, Let me work. You know why King James wrote this book? He said because the witches and the tooth fairies was on his heels, and he had to get this shit off before they do something to him. Start reading from page 5. King James wrote this shit because the tooth fairy backed his ass down. In this book, King James believes in fairies, he believes in witches, he believes in warlocks. But these guys tell us we gotta come to court. But they support stuff like this. Hey, I got 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Hey, look at you. Start from page 5. Start from page 5. And the damn queen of the fairies is named Diana in this book. Read out the book. Read it. And let's read what Queen James said. You see how emotional they being? Very emotional. You see it? They talking during my time. The Dark Side Christian History, page 116. In King James' words, I estimated that the ratio of women to men who succumbed to witchcraft was 20 to 1. Of those formerly persecuted for witchcraft, between 80 to 90% were women. Do you know what they did to people they thought were witches back then? They burned and killed them. How many people did King James say was persecuted? 80 to 90% of the women. So this means they murdered 80 to 90% of the women. Who would be left? Nasi knows the answer to this. Hold on, let Nasi answer this question about King James. Let's go to the next one. Oh no, this is our motion for exoneration. We're innocent. This is our declaration of innocence.
That's
Everything y'all accusing us of, y'all guilty of.
That's right.
That's what this round is called. Declaration of innocence. Now, play this. Y'all read the indictment?
Use the word Bible because I hate that word. It's ugly to me. Let's use it now because you know Bible got a bad thing about it. You start talking about King James and you start high-fiving one another, but we're not getting into that. We're talking about the Tanakh because you know Bible got a bad thing about it. You start talking about King James and you start high-fiving one another, but we're not getting into that.
So he said when you start talking about King James, you start high-fiving brothers on the butt. He said, I don't like the word Bible. Let's say Tanakh. Because you start talking about King James when you deal with the Bible. You start high-fiving people on the butt. Now, how they going to get mad at me when he's saying it? Now, my question is, if you can't trust people who read the King James Bible because you might start high-fiving people on the butt, then why would you have teammates that believe in the King James Bible? God damn it, they read the indictment. And I'm telling you, we innocent. I'm telling you anything that they act. And I'm telling you, why they acting like that? Because that corny shit they put up, I just tore that shit up. I tore it up. They not carry on. You don't hear that from Yashara shit anymore, do you?
Did you feel the energy in that room? Now, although I didn't agree with nothing he said, the energy in the room was crazy. Now, again, I said this is King James on trial. We're not looking at it from a biased standpoint. We're going to let people bring their evidence forth. Now, so no matter what side of the fence you're on, you get to get evidence and information. Now, again, as you just saw, kind of reiterate, for those who all don't know, is a brother Polite. He does not subscribe to the Bible at all. But anyway, he brought up the book Demonology, of course, which was written by King James in year 1597. Now, even though I didn't agree with what he said in there, of course, I allowed the information to come forth, so therefore you get to see what people out there are saying. But one thing that caught my attention was in the video, he called out Brother Hashar. Remember, this is the brother from early in the documentary who addressed Shaka Utmost presentation on King James. So he said, out of all the different versions of the Bible, Brother Daniela and Hashar wants you to read the King James version of the Bible. All right, so with this debate, he didn't get a chance to respond back to him, but keep in mind, he did do a rebuttal. So we're about to go ahead and watch the rebuttal that Daniela brought out. And Daniela's going to address what the brother Polite said during this debate. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, this is King James on Trial. I'm Judah Moshe Ben Israel. You can find more videos at youtube.com/Judah Yisrael 314. That's YISRAEL 314. Shalom.
Hey, Shalom Israel, what's going on? We're coming live to you from the National Black Theater. We're about to make this presentation. I want to wish everybody, man, a happy Passover. May the Most High in Christ bless your Passover that day. And you brothers and sisters are going to see the film. I mean, I don't have too much to say. Just understand that when I put the presentation up, my man Polite's going to look kind of stupid. I say shalom with that.
If y'all saw the debate, my face was put up on the screen. And there was false information that was associated with my name. So what I'm here to do for the first 15 minutes of my presentation is I'm here to correct false information that was being presented. So the name of my presentation is called The Conspiracy to Destroy All Bibles. I need everybody in the audience to understand something for me. If there is a push to destroy any of the translations of the Bible, it is to destroy all Bibles. So when there's an attack on the King James Version of the Bible, you better believe that that is an attack on all Bibles, because the average person doesn't know the difference. So when they put down one Bible, they put them all down. So I need y'all to understand that. So although my presentation is speaking about the King James Bible, I want everybody to understand my stance. There is no English translation that can equate to the Hebrew. I'm going to say that again. There is no English translation that can equate to the Hebrew Bible. But when they attack any English translation, the unlearned of our people, they don't know the difference. So as far as they're concerned, if one translation is corrupt, they're all corrupt. And a lot of these guys that's pushing these false lies on the English translation, they know that. They understand that. So I'm here to defend the Bible. What Bible? All Bibles. That's what I'm here to defend. Look at my line. Next slide. I have a message to the conscious community. This is my message to them right there up on the screen. And I want them to understand this. Message to the so-called conscious community. Don't lie to me unless you are absolutely sure that I will never find out the truth. The conscious community had the audacity on February 8th to lie about a book that costs less than $20. Get him, man. Get him. If you want to lie about a book that costs $1,000, because then I might not be able to afford to get that book. Lie about a book that costs $500, because I may not be able to afford that book. But these guys had the audacity to lie about a book that costs less than $20. Like I wasn't going to go out and get it and spank your behind about the lies that you tell on the Bible. Next slide. All right, let's go. Now we got some work to do. I know. Hold on, brothers and sisters. I only got 30 minutes, so I need y'all to bear with me. Listen good to what I'm saying. Listen good to what I'm saying. Y'all apologize. I apologize for my passion. I'm a passionate brother when it comes to defending truth. I'm passionate when it comes to defending truth. This guy had the audacity to lie on a book that cost $20. And at the debate on February 8th, he put my image up on the screen and he outright lied. So before I can get into my presentation, the conscious community is deserving of me responding to what Brother Polite said about me on February 8th. Now, I've seen comments on YouTube videos where people are saying, well, you didn't answer the question about fairies. You didn't answer the question about fairies. You didn't answer the question about King James and the fairies. Well, guess what? I'm going to answer it today. APAC, which my brother Nasi gave him that title, and I agree with it. APAC is a damn liar. And I'm telling everybody in this room and everybody on the live stream that when Polite quotes a book, I would advise y'all to go get it. Because my man be lying like hell. Because he takes you guys for granted. He takes your intelligence
science for granted. He doesn't believe that you're going to go out and actually research what it is he says. But guess what? Guess what? I went out and researched what he said. And I'm here to tell you he's a goddamn liar. And you're going to see that in a minute. All right? Now, I want you to pay attention before my brother Malak plays the screen. Brother Malak, you're about to play this video. Right? The quote that Polite says at 2 minutes and 21 seconds is not from the same book that he puts up on the screen. Because he's a goddamn liar. Again, this book only costs $20. Damn it, why did he lie about a book that costs $1,000, man? And I would have to be able to put him up on the screen and give him respect in public. So, Brother Malak, please play the video. On the left, please play the video. I want y'all to pay attention now, because he's gonna make some statements. We have to go and check if his statements are true or not. Right. Play the video, Brother Malak, whenever you get a chance. On the left. The video on the left. Play the video on the left. Huh? There's no sound? Oh, you gotta put the mic there. Yeah, absolutely. Let's go. Let's go. No problem. No problem. Let's go. Keep the cameras up on the screen. Let's put the mic there. Let's go. Where's the sound coming through on the Vaughn? Where's the sound coming through on your computer? Let's go. Y'all see that? That video on the screen. Y'all see that right here? The video on the screen. Listen good. Pause the video. Pause the video. Pause the video. So y'all can make sure y'all get the screen. While our brothers is working on it, I want y'all to understand something. I'm gonna give it away early. Polite says that we should read page 116. What if I told you page 116 is not that book? What would y'all say? He said read page 116.
Emotional they been?
Very emotional.
You see it? They crumbled during my time. The Dark Side Christian History, page 116. In King James words, I estimated that the ratio of women to men who succumbed to witchcraft was 20 to 1. Of those formerly persecuted for witchcraft, between 80 to 90% were women.
Has anybody found page 116? Well, let's see. We have page 92. I mean, if you count these, but still don't add to no 116 pages. But 92. No page 116. So maybe it's another demonology. But remember, he had this one. Beats me.
Emotional they been?
Very emotional.
You see it? They crumbled during my time. The Dark Side Christian History, page 116. In King James words, I estimated that the ratio of women to men who succumbed to witchcraft was 20 to 1. Of those formerly persecuted for witchcraft, between 80 to 90% were women.
Page 116 is not in this book, so he is a damn liar. Let's go. One second, pause the video. I want to say something else. I want everybody to understand. Listen good to what I'm saying. Is everybody familiar with Isaiah 34:17? The Most High said he divides the prophecies amongst the prophets by line, meaning that every prophet had a piece of the puzzle. That is what Hebrew War Machine is about. Each one of us have talent, and together we are unstoppable. The reason why I say that is this. I want y'all to pay attention closely. That's why I'm giving y'all a preview. You're going to notice that when it comes to this particular book, Polite doesn't address me in a video because this is my area of expertise. He doesn't address me. He addresses Nasi. You know why? Because he's a damn coward. That's why. Because if he would have addressed me, I would have cut him up in 1,000 pieces right in front of everybody in the goddamn debate.
Find that book for me, brother. This is interesting. You know what's inside this book? Find that book. Yeah. Oh, yeah, who's going to page 5?
Page 5. Who's going to page 5?
You need to read the King James version of the Bible.
I never said that.
The King James version. Out of the hundreds of different types of Bibles they got out there, they never start once you read the King James version of the Bible.
I never said that. That's a little man. Now listen, stop the video for a second. Y'all might have missed that. Because Polite in his extirpation video, he was talking about somebody that was getting emotional in the audience, and he was talking about me. Now, I was not getting emotional, but if y'all was listening, I was screaming out, what page? Why? Because the stuff that he's telling you is not in that book. And I knew he was lying, but he didn't address me, he addressed the Nasi. But this is my area of expertise. Just like all of us in the Hebrew War Machine have an area of expertise, this is my area of expertise. And Polite, being the coward that he is, would not address me directly. That's why he went to somebody else. That's right. Keep running into it. I ain't gonna emotional ask this question. What page? Page 116. In King James words. Y'all hear page 116? Y'all hear that? Was 20 to 1. Of those fully persecuted for witchcraft, between 80 to 90% were women. Allah, stop the video. Stop the video. I don't know if y'all saw it. You don't have time. Y'all can watch this on video. If you get a close-up of a screenshot that he's showing you a screenshot that says page 116. Brothers and sisters, page 116 does not exist in that book. Keep playing the video. Keep going.
How many people did King James say was persecuted? 80 to 90% of the women. So this means they murdered 80 to 90% of the women. Who would be that?
I answer this question. You got my face up on the screen. But you asked me not to see a question. This dude is a damn coward, man. Next slide, Mala. Let's go, because I don't have much time. I don't want to take up more of my time. Next slide.
Next slide.
We done with that. Let's go to the next slide. I think everybody got the point. Polite, if you watch, he got the point too. Somebody gonna tell him that I answered him. Because I never said on this channel the other day that the Hebrews have never answered the question. Well, I'm answering you now. Here we go. Ephesians chapter 4, verse 14. Whether you are an Old Testament Israelite, whether you are a New Testament Israelite, this wisdom applies because it's just practical wisdom. It says that we henceforth be no more children tossed to and fro and carried about with every wind of doctrine by the sleight of men. You see, I have an image here of like a magic trick. Because Polite is pulling some hocus on our people. He's telling you about page 116, but page 116 does not exist. That's why we have to check this man for every time. Listen, my personal opinion, this is me personally speaking, nobody else. Every time that man's mouth is open and his lips are moving, he's lying. That's my opinion. Next slide. Now, there are 3 tactics that the Kemetic community likes to use against the Bible. The first tactic they like to use is called ad hominems. What is an ad hominem attack against the Bible? An ad hominem consists of what? An argument or reaction arising from or appealing to the emotions and not reason or logic. When you talk about that King James was afraid of fairies or some garbage like that, you're appealing to people's emotions. You're not dealing with facts because that is not a fact. Next slide. Then we have ad hominem attacks. Ad hominem attacks clearly missing the point to draw attention away from the argument. So these guys clearly miss the point of what the Bible is about to draw attention away from the argument and make all these false, phony statements against the Bible because they are set up to destroy the Bible. That's what they're set up for. Polite is set up to destroy the Bible. I'm telling you straight, man. The man already told you that he's a Mason. He already told you that he's a Mason. What more do you guys need? What more information do you need? Next slide. Then there's straw man arguments. What is a straw man argument? A straw man argument is an informal fallacy based on misrepresentation of opponents' positions. These guys have made a misrepresentation of my position. Polite said that myself and Hashar, we are telling you that you must read the King James Bible. I would like for him to produce one video, just one, where I said that. I never said that. Because I understand that there is no translation that is equal to the Hebrew. I already said that. However, guess what? I'm standing here today before you because of the King James Version Bible. Because I, being raised up from a small child up, was raised in church when they read the King James Version Bible. And when I first encountered an Israelite on the street, they were reading from the King James Version Bible. So I'm standing here before you because of that translation. However, I never told you that that's the only translation you should read. So he's putting words in my mouth. That's called a straw man argument. Next slide. Now let's get down to this, right? The man said, page 5, start from page 5. So I'm going to start from page 5. Why not? You should always read a book's preface. The reason why you should read the preface of a book is because the preface tells you the author's intention for writing the book. So when somebody stands before you and tells you that somebody was scared of fairies, that's why they wrote the book. You know how you can tell if that's true or false? By reading the preface. Read the beginning of the book, and the beginning of the book will tell you everything you need to know about why the book was written in the first place. So now I'm going to allow you, King James, to tell you why he wrote this book, Demonology. Because at the debate, if you notice, Polite held up the book. Demonology, demonology, demonology. But he didn't open the book in front of you. I'm actually going to go into the book and show you what's actually in the book. That's the difference between me and him. I'm not afraid to give you information. Polite's afraid to give you information. Now, page 5, it says, the author usually gives you the intent behind the publication of said book. On page 5, the last 4 sentences. By the way, again, I told you this book is less than $20 on Amazon.com. I would advise everybody to get it, if you can. Right? My intention in this labor is only to prove 2 things, as I have said. The one, that such devilish arts, talking about witchcraft, have been and are. You know, witchcraft has been around for many years, and it was during his time. The other, what exact trial and severe punishment they merit. Meaning that he was saying that what punishment should witches get during his time. That's all this book was written for. It wasn't written because he was scared of some goddamn Diana and fairies, all that garbage. That's Polite adding that in this garbage, right? Note that on page 2, King James played a prominent role in some of the witch trials. I'm going to show you why in a second. Next slide. Brother Malak, next slide. Right? Now, this is a message to the reader. This is on page 92. By the way, brothers and sisters, page 92 is the end of the book. So, if you see somebody presenting about page 116 in this book, page 92 is the last page of the book. If anybody in the audience thinks that I'm lying, I have the book over there in the corner. I have it over there. I can show you all the highlighted pages. I have it over there. So I'm not just talking. Right? Now, check this out, right? Page 92. But to answer such, let this suffice, that first, it is well known that the king is a child and servant of God, and that they, talking about the witches, but servants to the devil. He is the Lord's anointed, and they but vessels of God's wrath. He is a true Christian and trusted in God, but they, talk about the witches, that are infidels, for they only trust in the devil. But hereby it seemeth that his highness carried a magnanimous and undaunted mind, not feared with enchantments. Let me say that again. Not feared with enchantments. Let me say that one more time. Not feared with enchantments. But Polite said in this book he was afraid of fairies. Is that what the book says? No. Is that what the book says? No. If you think I'm lying, I have the copy over there. I ain't afraid to show it to you. Not feared with enchantments, but resolute in this, that so long as God is with him, he feareth not. Who is against him? Does that sound like what Polite presented to you, brothers and sisters, on February 8th? Is anybody in the audience think I'm lying? Should I pull the book out now? Does anybody think I'm lying? We believe you are. So now I'm going to ask you, brothers and sisters, a question. When Polite presents information, and these guys are talking about doing another debate, when Polite presents information, should you believe him? No. Should you believe him? No. Should you believe him? No. Why? Because he's a damn liar. Because unlike him, I'm going to put the information up on the screen, man. So wait a minute. If Polite lied about what he said on February 8th, my question to you is how the hell did they win the debate? How the hell did they win the debate? And he was lying. Next slide. I got a problem. I get a little passionate, man. Y'all see the screen, right? It says what? It says sleight of men, magic tricks, sorcery. These guys are using that old hocus pocus on the people. So be very, 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 very careful. Next slide. Now, since he spoke about the witches, I'm going to tell you the real reason why King James had a problem with the witches. Again, I'm not standing here to defend the King James Bible. That's not why I'm doing this. But there is a conspiracy to destroy all Bibles. And the King James Bible is one of the most popular translations that's out there. And a lot of people, they believe a lot of this garbage. And when they move away from the King James Bible, they don't just move away from the King James Bible, they move away from all Bibles. They don't want to hear nothing about no Bibles. So it's our job to defend all Bibles. All of them. Every translation. Every copy. The Torah, the Septuagint. That's right. Get out. All of them. That's right. All of them. I don't give a damn. Now, let's get back to the information. Right? And by the way, this is what you call a primary source. Because the king himself wrote this. So I didn't make this up. Let's go. Witches plot to poison King James, page 83. She confessed that she took a black toad and did hang the same up by the heels 3 days and collected and gathered the venom from the black toad. As it dropped and fell from it into an oyster shell. And she kept the same venom close covered until she could obtain any part or piece of foul linen that had appertained to the king's majesty, as a shirt, a handkerchief, a napkin, or any other thing, which she practiced to obtain by means of John Kurz, who being attendant in his king's majesty, desired him for old acquaintance between them, to help her to one or a piece of such cloth, which thing the said John Kurz denied to help her. Let me help you understand what that's saying in case you don't. The reason why King James had a problem with the witches was not because he was scared of witches. We just read that he didn't fear nothing. The reason why he had a problem with the witches is the same reason why he had a problem with the Jesuits. Because the witches, just like the Jesuits, they were plotting to kill him. Does everybody see that? Yeah. Does everybody see that? Yeah. What they were trying to do, they were trying to get a shirt or a handkerchief or a piece of napkin, and they would poison it. And they would give it back to him, and he would put it on, and they would kill him. That's why he was killing the witches. That is why he was killing the witches. Now what Polite said, that is why he was killing the witches. Why didn't he open the book and show y'all that?
Right.
Because he's a coward, man.
That's right.
He's a coward. All he wanted to do was put my face up on the screen to get a few cheap applauses and a few cheap laughs. But Polite is not a scholar. I'm saying that Polite is not a scholar. And if you think that he won the debate based on that garbage information he presented, you are delusional. Next slide.
Get him, Dan.
I need a time check. I don't want to go over my time, boss. Let me know. Because you know me, man. I'll just go on and on and on. Now, next slide. Now we can understand the statement of that was in the Basilicon Deuteronomy, another primary source. Instructions to be merciful with exceptions, page 83. But as the severe justice of yours upon all offenses would be but for a time, as I've already said, so is there some horrible crimes that you are bound in conscience never to forgive. These are instructions that he gave his son. He was bound in conscience, his son, Charles I, was bound in conscience never to forgive certain crimes, such as witchcraft. Why did he tell his son not to forgive witchcraft? Because the witches were trying to kill him. So he told his sons, look, they was trying to kill me, don't forgive them. Willful murder, incest, especially degrees of consanguinity, sodomy, and poisoning. How are the witches trying to kill him? Let's see who's listening, who's paying attention. How are the witches trying to kill him?
Poisoning!
Witches trying to kill him.
Poisoning!
Nah, Daniel was just making it up. He don't know no history, he don't know scholarship. Them Hebrews don't know no history. They don't know no scholarship. Well, these dudes is lying like hell, man. If you believe them, you are out of your mind. Next slide. Again, same thing, sleight of hand, magic tricks, hocus pocus, you get the drift. Next slide.
Yeah, right there, right there.
Now, how many of you know this? To join New Covenant, let me make sure I'm on camera.
Yeah,
So
I heard
I'm
that.
behind it.
That's what I heard.
What I say. Polite has a problem with me. My camp sets up on 149th Street.
That's right.
Every Saturday.
That's right. We there, baby.
To join New Covenant, the inner core of New Covenant, you gotta be jumped in like a gang initiation. How many of y'all knew that?
Wow.
Well, you know that today. Now, ain't that what's gonna be mad? I wasn't supposed to tell people that. Well, goddamn, Polite is mad about every goddamn thing, so get mad about that. To join New Covenant, you must be jumped in like if you're in a gang. Now, what truth do you know? What truth is there in the world where you have to be jumped in to get the truth? What kind of garbage is that, man?
Right.
I have a camp called Lions of Israel. We affiliated here in New York, and we in Pittsburgh. Yo, has anybody in my camp had to be jumped in to get into the inner circle?
Never.
Has anybody had to be jumped in to get ranked in my camp?
Hell no.
But you got to be jumped into New Covenant, man. But it's the truth. And you have simple so-called blacks and Hispanics that actually fall for this garbage, man. Next slide.
Wow.
So we're going to give the donkey of the day award. If you're from New York,
Pussy ass nigga. That little bitch nigga.
Donkey of the Day Award to Brother Polite. I'm going to give him the Donkey of the Day Award because you have to be a donkey. You have to be an ass to lie about a book that costs $20.
Tell me about it. I just hear that name and I shut up.
Oh yeah? Demonology.
Do it again.
Demonology. Demonology.
Do it again.
Demonology.
It brought tears to my eyes and brought chills down my spine.
Damn! I wish you'd have lied about a book that costs $1,000. God, go with me.
For hundreds of years, people have given you an image of a white King James, right? However, what about this King James? How come we haven't been told that King James' image was actually on a coin? Now that's something I wasn't taught in this Western world education at all. I mean, at all. But I've been presented the white image of King James, but never was I ever presented with something like this. Period. Or here's another one. What about King James on this magazine? How come we haven't been taught that? You think this magazine does not exist? Think again. As you see, the magazine does exist. I haven't. It's time to wake up. King James wasn't a white man at all. He was a brother. And the history of Scotland knows this. The elites know this. But guess what? We haven't been educated on this. I mean, it seems so far-fetched to hear that King James was black and that the people in Europe that ruled, such as his ancestors and his descendants, his relatives, were people of color. Although all these people coming around saying the same thing. It's time to wake up. King James wasn't a white man. Your perception about King James is white.
King James' name was James Charles Stewart. All right? He was born June 19th in Edinburgh Castle in Scotland. Oh, don't be surprised. I know when you look at the news and look at TV and you see Scotland and England, you think it's all white people, don't you? You've been bamboozled. See, when you're in a box and if you're in a slave mentality and haven't been anywhere, they can control your perception of the world by showing you Scotland and never showing you black people. There's millions of black people all over the world and in England, and was there before the slave trade. Okay? So don't be surprised when you hear black people in Scotland. That's like oil and water. That doesn't sound right. Black people should be in Africa, right? Mm-hmm. That's how you have been programmed. That's part of your program. When you think black, you think Africa. They want you to think that. Okay? How did these black people get in England and rule in England? Nature Knows No Color Line have coats of arms with nobility by J.A. Rogers, showing black people of nobility ruling in Europe. Why? Because after Rome fell, after Septimius Severus and Pescennius Niger, a black man, took over the hierarchy of England, the black people ruled during the Dark Ages. Judah was set up again over in Europe. And that's why the name of England is called England, which means angel's land. The original Anglo-Saxons, when you translate the word Anglo-Saxon, it means the angelic sons of Isaac. Who are the sons of Isaac? Jacob. Yes, we ruled Europe. While white people were there too. They had their little provinces which they ruled, but we were nobility in England. And that's why when you look at some of the old 1700 dresses of them coming to America, you see nobility or people of stature, Caucasian women, wearing bells under their dress. Showing them they had corsets on their waist and had bells under their dress to show a big derriere, or mimicking the black women who were ruling nobility in England. So that's why they had the bells under their dress, to mimic the black woman's shape. Okay, you didn't know this, did you? Okay, see, but you've been programmed. All right, now let's go back to it. His name was James Charles Stewart. All right, born June 19th in Edinburgh Castle in Scotland. See, we got books. All right, we're not going to go for what they tell us. All right, we've researched. All right. He was born to Mary Queen of Scots, Lord Darnley, in 1566. Oh yeah, his mother was black too. Lighter skin, but black. His father was murdered a year later after his birth in 1567. This led to King James, or the young Prince James, being crowned the King of Scotland while he was only 13 months old. He was 1 year old and 1 month when he was already anointed king after the untimely death of his father. All right. He was at this time crowned James VI of Scotland at the age of 12. Why? Because under the Jew law, 12 was when you go to the temple of the priest to be anointed as a man. That's why I tell you in Christ, when he was 12, they went up to Jerusalem. Why? He had to anoint him under the Jew law. So yeah, King James was not only black, oh yeah, he was a Jew. At the age of 12, hold it, let me look at that. Look at that clearly. Can't get Prince Charles out of that, can you? Look at that there. They didn't want you to know. That's why they got fusion centers. Let's go back to this here. He was at this time crowned James VI of Scotland at the age of 12, and he assumed power over the throne. Now, from the time of his youth, James was tutored in the languages of Greek, Latin, French, Italian, and Spanish. He was also a well-learned historian in his own right. Now, it also was important to mention that he was learned in arithmetic, cosmography, the study of maps, along with many other areas of learning. So they don't want you to know that not only are you noble, you have the propensity to be highly educated and rule. See, they could not teach this to slaves that were on the other side of the Atlantic. If these slaves who went into America, who was enslaved there, knew that at the same time that black people were ruling, that would change their perception of hope. And know that being a slave is not, you don't have to be in a slave mentality. You can actually operate and run the world like you once did. Now, follow me here. He was learning cosmography, the study of maps, along with many other areas of learning. All right. Now, after ruling Scotland for 36 years, King James, a black man, became the first ever king to rule over both England and Scotland when he became King of England in the year 1603. That's why he's called King James VI and the first. The sixth of Scott, the first of England. Now, while in Scotland, he was called King James VI. That was due to the fact that he ascended to each of these thrones at 2 different time periods. Now, while there were already 5 James that ruled prior to him, he became the first ruler over England. Now, he was the first king to sit on 3 different thrones at once. Now, check this out. Not only did he sit on England, he also sat on the thrones of Scotland and Ireland. I know when you think of these countries, you think of white Caucasians. While white Caucasians lived in the land, black people ruled in great number too, mind you. And I don't think that that's not possible. Sitting in a country right now, if you're in America, there's many white people in America, but you can have a black person ruling, as you have a black person in a rulership seat, even though it's ceremonial. Nonetheless, it's a rulership seat with Barack Obama. All right. But at this time, King James, not like today, was ruling from the throne with no powers or European influence or Roman influence in his cabinet or to control his goings. Why? Because King James was protecting Zion in his rule, during his rule. And he was fighting against the Roman Catholic Church. I'm going to get into that in a moment. He was the first king to sit on 3 thrones at once. So this is not your everyday so-called black man that's uneducated. All right? You're uneducated because they would like to have it so. But going back to King James. England, Scotland, and Ireland. He was responsible for uniting these 3 countries into what is called Great Britain today. Okay. Before this time, Before it was called England, it was called, in ancient times, Britannica. Now, you would believe that an accomplishment as great as this would be taught in your modern history. Now, if the Roman Catholic wanted you to really come back to the Bible, black people, and embrace this word, wouldn't they promote such a great man with such a great work? This highly educated black man of nobility? No, they want you to believe that he was a white homosexual that had sex with his mother. More, claiming, now, he was also responsible for calling a decree for the translation of the Old and New Testament out of the original Hebrew and Greek tongues. Now, this translation is known today as the King James Version 1611 Bible, and it is the most accurate translation of the Bible. Now, before I go there, Lloyd, I need you to do me a favor, right? I need you to go over there real quick and grab that King James in the bond. That big book for me. Grab that for me real quick, please. Now, while he get the book, because I want to show you this is important, because this book came from England itself, and I want you to see this, and especially for all the so-called Christian pastors out there who didn't do this research. A matter of fact, black pastors or any pastor for that matter, that's teaching in the poor neighborhoods. Okay? If you're teaching in the poor neighborhoods, brothers and sisters, then this is the information that you should use to empower our people. What greater way could you pull our people out of their spiritual or religious coma? What greater way, if you're trying to lead them back to the Bible, to give them proof that their people had a hand in its creation? What greater way? And that's why our people have been a prey to Muslims, Buddhists, and all these others, because they was able to lie on King James. Now, I had a lawyer come grab this, and I'd like to thank the sisters who actually donated this book in England, and may the Most High have grace on them. This actually came from Oxford University. See that? This is proof here. Especially for you black preachers out there. Oxford University. And it got the signet, and here's your original King James that was translated. The Holy Bible concerning the Old and New Testament out of the ancient, what you would call Quaker English. In this original translation, what do we have here? Oh, you would never guess, pastors and preachers. The King James Apocrypha. See that word there? Apocrypha. See that? Look on your screen. You see that word Apocrypha there? To show you that the King James Apocrypha, the 14 books were a part of the original translation. But they'll never tell the black churches. They'll never tell the churches this, because why? In the Apocrypha, it mentions the Europeans putting up a false image of Christ and using pagan rites to destroy God's people and teach a new religion on earth. It also teaches about the 10 tribes that left Israel, the northern kingdom, in 2nd Ezra, the 13th chapter, of how the North American Indians, all the tribes that were over there in the New World when the Europeans got there, but they were from the lost tribes of Israel. So they took the book out and they lied to the ministers and made them believe that the Apocrypha was not spiritually inspired, so they had to take it out. No, it had nothing to do with that. It's very spiritually inspired and prophetic in content. They lied to you to keep you from the book so that you would not identify the true people of God and uphold the impostors over there in Palestine as the children of Israel. See, we got the proof. King James was a black Jew.
83. Couple more coats of arms, French, Dutch, and Belgian families with names of Negroes. Negroes and coats of arms of noble families. That's France, Dutch, and Belgian. That boy Dr. Ali Muhammad gonna get mopped with that brother from the UPK. Mopped. That's easy work. You can't come against the God of Israel. Contrary to popular belief, there's plenty of evidence to prove what we talking about. Page 84. Names of these families except 3 denote Negro ancestry. French, Italian, Spanish, and Polish families. Hard for you to believe when you've been educated in the American food system. You think everything's been Caucasian. They just had a renaissance, people, a rebirth. That's all. They had fallen off. The beast's deadly wound had to be healed.
They heard of the Renaissance. They know what that is.
You know what the Renaissance is? It means a rebirth. If white people were always ruling Europe, why did they have to have a rebirth? It doesn't make sense. See, you unconscious Negroes stay away from this. And as far as Europe you go, is Spain. Because you know if you go any further, you got to give validity to the very Bible that you've been calling the Queen James Bible, huh? Yeah, all right. All those that despise the word of the Most High will soon be destroyed. Make no mistake about it. You can't come against the God of Israel, man. You got that?
Yep.
You can't come against the God of Israel. This right here, German families. More coats of arms. Now, it look just like, that's the actual drawing right there.
Got that one.
You see what I'm saying? Out of Cambridge University. Hard to believe though, because you've been, even you Gentiles been lied to. Here go King James' mama right here, Mary of Scots. Pictures have been whitewashed. That's what has happened. And a lot of us was dark skinned all the way down to light skin.
And to show that picture come from that, show the other book, the Mary Queen.
Oh
Scott.
yeah.
Down there.
Right here.
Yep.
Show y'all that side by side. Mary Queen of Scots.
And this is one of the books they put together.
What about this? Pay close attention to her. Light skin sister. It's King James' mama. Look at her. You got it? Same as this one. Same dress and all. You see that? That's his mama. Whose line we read earlier goes back to the throne of David.
From the tribe of Judah.
From the tribe of Judah, thus proving that the Judites are black, because Jeremiah 14:2 says they are black unto the ground. Judah mourneth. Judah is where you get Jew from. Yahweh, praise of the Lord. They are black unto the ground. Like Adam was taking out the dust of the ground. Huh? And you look the word black up in his kedar, dark skin. That was talking about skin. It wasn't talking about the gates. the gates are black until the ground. That was I said. The gate, no, dark skin. All right. Oh, okay. Which regarded itself as being of Jewish ancestry. These was Israelites, man. Let's read Job 9:24 real quick, Hebrew. Job 9:24. While he grabbing that, I'm going to get Gordon. As with the other families we have studied, Gordon portraits show them to be dark-skinned with Mediterranean features. Moreover, we have remarked on the fact that poet Lord George Gordon Byron's uncle openly practiced Judaism in England during the 1700s. You see that? Not only just the Stuart bloodline of family, but the other families too. They were dark-skinned. You feel me? Who you would call the Moors, who were Hebrews under an Islamic ideology. Some of us followed Islam. Some of us was Christians. Some of us was openly Jews. Some of us was crypto Jews. You feel me? Israel is all, and that's another thing, Sarnetta. You always talk as if it's a phenomenon. Hebrews believe things that are different. Hebrew Israelite is a people, man. You feel me? What we believe is based on the commandments of the Most High and faith of His Son. Some of us, you feel me? But Israel has always been divided in belief. What are you talking about? That only proves we are these people. That proves the prophecy confusion of faces. You don't know who you are. You see what I'm saying? So the fact that we believe different things shouldn't be a chuckle to you Negroes. For what? Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? Even if you take us at face value, black folk, we still don't believe. We all got different beliefs.
Anyway.
What are you talking? Hebrew Israelite means you're a people. That you descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Jacob's name was changed to Israel. He's the prince of the power, meaning you are the son of the living power, man. We are the princes of the living power. Hebrew means to cross over or from the past. You feel me? Meaning this is an ancient vibration that didn't resurface or resurrected in these last days, man. This ain't a game. Brothers ain't hazarding their life on these corners for nothing, man. What you think we doing?
Flat out.
We done assume we done already did the research, man. Get that out your mind like y'all got one officer. You ain't got nothing off. We know what it is. All right, Stuart. Walter the Steward came to Scotland with King David I. Walter was steward of Scotland and given estates in Renfrewshire and East Lothian. James V High Steward swore fealty to Edward I of England, but later joined William Wallace, Braveheart, in his quest for Scottish independence. On Wallace's death, he joined the cause of the Bruce. Walter Stewart married the Bruce daughter, Marjorie, thus securing the kingship for his son on the death of Bruce's only son, David II. Sir Walter's son and Bruce's grandson, Robert Stewart, became King Robert II. The royal line continued with male heirs into Mary, Queen of Scots. The Stuarts held the Scottish and later the English throne from Robert II until 1714, when it was usurped by the Hanoverian dynasty, that's when the Germans started coming into play. The people that sit on the throne in England today are not of the line of King James. Those are Germans. Those are German Edomites. They gradually crept in and did their thing after the French Revolution in 1789, man, when your world became black and white. Before then, it wasn't even about black and white. It was about nation. You feel me? Where you from? You feel me? Who's your God? You feel me? You know it is black and white today. You let them put the term black on you, which means death, which means filthy. There's no ancient nation called black. You couldn't converse with ancient brothers. Like, that's how you talk about ain't no proof Abraham existed. You couldn't converse in no ancient world, period. Talk about, what's up, my black brother? Well, wasn't no such thing. All right, Caldwell. I'm going to read that real quick. Read that Job real quick.
Job 9:24.
Yeah.
Go, Job 9:24. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked.
The wicked run the earth. It was given into their hand. At our fall, the wicked came up. They got rich. They came into their kingship, their salvation. All right, come on, brother.
He covered the faces of the judges thereof.
That's the whitewashing, the iconoclasm. They had to repaint all the icons because during the dark ages, our people put up dark icons. We got pictures. We got pictures, man. We're going to get into it. Go ahead, brother.
He covered the faces of the judges thereof.
Right.
If not, where and who is he?
He say, if not, where and who is he? And they cover the faces of the judges. The top judge is the Most High. Then his son, who the world calls Jesus Christ. Or Yahweh Shai in the Hebrew. You feel me? Then his people. Everything's been covered up. This right here is called icons. Masterpieces of Russian art. We need to get the real picture of King James up here too.
Yeah,
let's get this up real, since we talking about the Stuarts. You got DNA, so you claim. go ahead and get this on up in here. James VI and the First, and the reunion of Christendom. He was at war with the Roman Catholic Church, man. Again, this whole black power ideology is a new vibration. It ain't ancient. Men were fighting for their nations, their countries, their people. You feel me? Who is the black man, woman, and child of America, though? You still talking about black. That's not a nationality. You don't have a father named Black. See that? That's the pitch. That's King James right there. You see what I'm saying? That's who that is right there. A brother, dark-skinned man. That's just what it is. Now, are we bragging on everything the dark-skinned people that ruled Europe did? No, we are not. No, we are not. Wickedness reigns supreme wherever you at. We understand that. But right here, icons. Masterpieces of Russian art. You supposed to be a doctor? You don't know about this? These men been lying to us, man. These men are agents. They're here to turn you away from the truth, man. The truth is the children of Israel have been scattered to the four corners of the earth. A lot of us in the Mideast too. Brothers under that Muslim ideology, which was spawned out of the Roman Catholic Church as well, man. You done talking. This right here is page 40. So many pictures in here, man. It's by Olga A. Polyakova. Icons, Masterpieces of Russian Art. All right, page 40. All of creation rejoices. See that? Biblical themes. Look at the color. See, when they whitewashed the images, they couldn't get to all of them. They couldn't whitewash all of them. Some of these are private collections. These aren't comic books. There's blacks in Russia as well. We good with that, Op? Okay, let's go to another one. Assume we already did the research. Look at this, Russia. 16th century. Look at the afro. How you gonna deny that? Somebody's the Bible better for black folk, Bible or Quran. Boy, you better not. If you go in that Bible, you are not going to be able to combat that. You ain't gonna be able to go in the Quran and match it verse for verse, showing how the Bible applies to who you deem as black people. You're not gonna be able to do that. You're not gonna be able to do that with the Quran. They call this the Holy Trinity. Look at that. Walls of Russia. We already did the research, man. We ain't just claiming we the Israelites for nothing. But all you RBG Negroes silent on the European history of black folk. You see that? Good. Show a couple more. Show you how I get down. You're not just playing, man. This right here. This brother. Saint Philip. They calling this Philip. Philip right here. And then to my left, the Messiah, his father and his mother. Russia. 16th century, 17th century. Look at that. What you gonna say? It's just dirty because they didn't dust it off? Let me know when you got it, Doc.
Oh, good, Doc.
What you talking about? Those people are Edomites. They're our evil twin brother. And them as a nation of people will be eradicated off the planet. Now, there are some that will come and serve according to Amos 9 and will be had in possession of the children of Israel. And we'll be servants, and not just the Edomites, the other nations as well. They all gonna serve the Israelites in our kingdom, man. That was the conception of Anna you just looked at. Again, 17th century, Central Russia. Savior, Emmanuel, look at this. and got men kissing his feet. Look at the color of his feet like it describes in Revelations 1. Revelations 1, 13 through 15, and Revelation 2 and 18. Huh? Feet of fine brass as if it burned in a furnace, an oven. Dark skin. And see, the world know this. Let me know when you're good. Huh?
I'm good.
The world know this. Ain't nothing to play around with, man. We not just talking, is what we saying. I got one more I want to show you. Right here. This right here, in Luke chapter 4, when the Messiah went up in the synagogue and broke off Isaiah 61. This is the face on the naysayer's, this is look on the naysayer's face. See that? Again, this is icons, masterpieces of Russian art. See that? Well, ain't nothing just to play with. We just out here just let our people know, look, stay away from these devils. Anything or any spirit coming at you, trying to get you off with the Bible, thus saith the Bible, that's the spirit of the devil. Mark it. You feel me? Like, we didn't need all this to validate our faith, though. It's just men put the challenge out as if the research wasn't out there, because we claim we go back to antiquity. And also, that's the testimony of other nations as well, man. You feel me? You got ancient Babylonian records and ancient Moabite records that's talking about their wars against us. We got all that, man. You got the Cyrus cylinder that he decreed back 536 BC, 538 BC. Let the Jews go back and rebuild their temple. You see what I'm saying? So these are archaeological facts, man. Hezekiah's seal, that's been found.
If you have been given an image of a white Jesus, white Moses, white Christ, how could it be so hard to see that these people like King James and those that ruled and dominated Europe under the name Moor, who many of them were Israelites, people of color? If you say, well, I don't believe in none of those people, okay, fine. Those of you who subscribe to the Kemet doctrine, what about Hollywood and these images who have given you images of a white Egyptian, right? You know that those people wasn't white, right? So if the Western world have showed us this side, right? But we know that there's a different side because these people were people of color. Why can't you be the same way with King James as well? Think about this for a second. If these rumors, of course, about King James being a homosexual, of course, started after his death, how could you believe that, especially by people who did not like him? Think about this for a second. So I'm not saying believe me. I'm just saying just look into the information for yourself. Look this information up and you draw your conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just watched King James on Trial. I'm Judah Moshe Ben Israel. I would like to thank all the brothers and the sisters that's been putting in work, no matter who you are. Much love to all the people who've been putting out this information, such as Daniela, the elders of GOCC, and anybody whose clip I put in this video. You know, much love to these brothers that's putting in work. So, hey, even though as a nation we might not all see eye to eye on everything, but all praise to the Most High for those brothers putting in work. And definitely much love to them. All praise to the Most High in the name of His only begotten Son, you know, who allowed us as a nation to get this information out. But again, hey, I'm Judah Moshe Ben Israel. You just watched King James on Trial. Shalom.
But if the watchmen see if the sword come and blow not the trumpet, and the people be not warned, if the sword come and take any person from among them, he is taken away in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at the watchman's hand. Hallelujah, say la. Yahweh Bashem, Yahweh Shabbarakatah, Wam Yasha Allah.
Crying loud, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and spare not. Show the transgressions of the Israel. transgressions of Israel. I've been outcast as a youth because they want the truth pacified, undeniable proof. But yeah, they used to pass to soothe the lies. Deep within, they idolize a man that ain't doing shit. Spiritual prostitution, yeah, the pimps up in the pulpit. Salvation for 10% of everything you own. Past to living a good life, you barely taking care of home. Leading the sheep to the slaughterhouse and slave your mind to feel its for the wolf and sheep clothing hunt. That's why you can't hear the shepherd's voice. We sit to bring the truth, so please don't shoot the messenger. Political disputes over nuclear wars and massacres. In fact, it was innocent blood, so who gon' clean up afterward? Patriotic, symbolic, Illuminati, apply that word. Silent whispers in the dark, sell your soul to climb the charts. Microchips and plant the lost. United Nations, martial law, bleed your cause, test your faith. You fall from grace, you hide his face. Stay humbled and fully armored, surviving in these last days. Cry it loud, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, spare not. Show the transgressions of Israel. Show the transgressions of Israel. Cry it loud, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, spare not. Show the transgressions of Israel. Show the transgressions of Israel.
Look, cry loud and spare not, and lift your voice and sing. It's all praises to the Most High for the hour of the King. And the power that he brings is like the showers to the spring. I sprinkle truth on fertile ground and watch the showers that he bring. I bear witness that Christ is the King, giving my life just to fight on the team. The records in heaven revealing the blessing. You and the light and you right in the scene. Don't lose sight what the fight gon' bring. Night or light, no light between. Heaven and hell, you breathe a smell. Sell your soul to fight for the King. So I'm gonna slow it down so what I said can catch you up. Let it catch you up. His sacred scriptures got some curses that'll mess you up. Cause he gon' bring it to your door that last day they dress you up. The Passover we made it. Our God he gave us favor. The Holy One of Israel. The Lord of David. Still don't know how the hell we made it. Through 400 years of slavery. Many are called but few are chosen. It's up to you how you gon' make it.
Of Israel. Cry it loud, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and spare not.
Spare not.
Show the transgressions of Israel.
Spare not.
Show the transgressions of Israel.
Spare not. I can tell you about our CIA. You do some research, you see me, then believe me later. But just don't catch the vapors. So with this crackers or you laughing with and call your neighbor. Cause on the low, that's who you dying for, that's on your paper. From declaration, now it's drones over Pakistan. They hit Saddam and then they took down Afghanistan. The Bushes and Bin Laden's drugs and all they made the Taliban. Revenge served cold, that's when the chickens they come home to roost. Comfortable in wickedness so most of y'all can't see the truth. But you don't hear me though. Gaddafi in the Arab Spring. Rush over Syria, the preacher don't know what it means. Bible for the answers, cause it's deeper than what's on the scene. And ISIS is Egyptian, the Babylonian witch. Israeli secret intelligence, she's America's gift. I've seen enough to know my enemy. I know they curd now. Until the casket lock, I cry loud, spare not.
Cry loud, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, spare not.
And blow not the trumpet.
Show the transgressions of Israel.
If the sword come and take any person from among them, he is taking away his iniquity. But his blood will I require at the watchman's hand.
Show the transgressions of Israel. Show the transgressions of Israel.
Spartans! What is your profession?